We're running a little bit late already. Can everyone hear me without the mic? I'll go in and out the mic probably. First of all, thank to you all for coming, for braving trains, weather, viruses, the whole lot, and for turning up today. We're Saturday morning. We're expecting people to sort of trickle in a little bit more, but thank you guys for turning up on time. So my name's Tim Pringle. I work here at SOAS in the Department of Development Studies, and I'm also the editor of the China Quarterly. And so my job here at the moment is basically to welcome you, to thank those who need to be thanked, apart from yourselves, and to basically give a little introduction. So I'm not going to take up a lot of your time at all before we move on to the first panel. So, first of all, I'd like to thank the SOAS China Institute for hosting and funding this event. Funding has also come from 5 other institutions. We'll come to that in a minute, but the lion's share comes from the SOAS Institute. And so our thanks not only for the cash, thank you for the cash, of course, but also for the fantastic support we've had from Aki El-Bozi and Lisa Whittington in organising, in getting all the bios together, putting the program together, sorting out the catering as well. The idea itself comes from us, what we might call a gang of 7 of us who have been watching or observing what's been happening in Xinjiang over the past 2 or 3 years, and for some of us for much longer than that as well. The institutions that are supporting this, or the universities, apart from SOAS and SOAS China Institute, are King's College London, London School of Economics, the University of Edinburgh, and Queen Mary University of London. Special thanks need to go to Rachel Harris, who has really been the driver of this event, I think, and Sophia Woodman, who has also been a driver of the event. So I'd like to single out those Rachel and Sophia for the fantastic work they have in keeping us all together, keeping the Skype meetings that have gone into organising this efficient and well run, and here we all are today. So thank you to all of us, but thank you particularly to Rachel and Sophia. Special thanks to all the speakers who are here in person. We have got at least 2 speakers who are speaking via video link or Skype or whatever it's called. Fingers crossed that is going to work. I'm sure it will. One of those speakers she's in the States, so she can't make it anyway. And the other speaker is not feeling so well, so he has taken, Azim Qureshi has taken a wise decision not to risk public transport. I'd also really like to thank the audiovisual team, the AV team, particularly Gary and Tam, for the fantastic work that they've done in getting the live stream up and running, and in sorting out the audio visuals or the technical work there too. That's been really good. It hasn't been without problems, I know, but we're here and they've done it. And I won't name Gary in particular, but he's missing a great rugby match to be here. And so thanks very much, Gary and Tam. And thanks to the catering folks who turned up at 8:30 this morning to set up the catering, only to find in true SOAS style that they were short of a table to put everything on, but we've sorted that out. So thanks to you guys as well. A little bit of announcement. What's it called? Housekeeping. A little bit of housekeeping. Yeah. We have 3 panels today. We have between 3 and 4 speakers on each. They're going to talk for probably between 8 and 10 minutes, no longer than 10 minutes. We have deliberately set aside time for discussion. All right, so that depends on you guys. Not just questions, but also contributions and disagreement, which of course will be civil, polite, and well-informed, I'm sure. So to make this work, we don't want just to have speakers doing their bit, then a couple of questions. We want to make this a genuinely participatory event. And also you'll see from the last session as well, we're looking to the future as well. We want to, this crisis in Xinjiang and beyond is continuing to get worse. And so we're looking to the future and ideas of how we can respond to this. So yeah, thanks to the panelists, but thanks to you guys in advance for your questions, contributions, etc. Bit more housekeeping. Lunch, we've got sandwiches. They are turning up, hopefully. No, we know sandwiches. The sandwiches are cancelled. My God, the sandwich is cancelled. So what I meant to say is you brought your own sandwiches, of course. Like, silly me. Okay, so that was the surprise. Got tea and coffee. Tea and coffee is a sandwich surprise. Like, no, surprises, there's no sandwiches. Surprise to me. Okay. Now, the live stream, one more thing about the live stream is for to those guys, to folks who are listening on live stream, on your screen, I assume on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, is a chat button. So if you have questions that occur to you during the talks, ping those questions off to us. Sophia is monitoring the chat stream there, and she will present the questions. So please, those of you watching us on live stream, please do participate, add your questions too. The event is, as you know, is being recorded. Obviously, we will edit it a little bit, make it a bit neater, and we'll send out a link later on after in a week or so's time. So I think I've covered everything there. Before we move to Aziz Izelkun, a well-known Uyghur poet, writer, and researcher, why are we here? I think obviously you all know why we're here. We've seen the program, you're following this and are involved in this very, very closely. What is happening in Xinjiang? People are saying is unprecedented. I think what makes it, we've seen equally bad things happen historically as well, but what is making it possibly unprecedented in the real sense is the modern technologies of repression and surveillance against a background of what appears to be a xenophobic view, a xenophobic approach to Muslim minorities around the world, not just in China, but around the world. We only have to look at the borders of China to Myanmar or Burma to see what is happening to the Rohingya people there. It seems to be a growing trend or a growing occurrence that this kind of repression of Muslim minorities, which is now reaching extraordinary levels in Xinjiang, is becoming almost normalized. I think that's what we're here today to do, to discuss academically, in a scholarly fashion, how we can denormalize it, how we can stop it becoming the norm, how we can prevent the giants of technology, be they from the States or be they from China or be they from wherever, from the UK, from using that technology to corral, to monitor, to survey, and eventually to imprison Muslim minorities and indeed other minorities around the world. That is what we're here today, to try and confront that reality and present a counter narrative that leads to the curbing of this kind of state surveillance, aided and abetted, as I said, by voracious private companies who are seeing opportunities for for control and surveillance that historically really genuinely are unprecedented. So that's, I think, is why we're here. Possibly our all the panels I think are very important, but panel 3 is where we kind of look at how this surveillance, this repression, this use of modern technologies, either in authoritarian settings in China, but also in liberal democracies as well. Obviously, they're becoming manifested far more sharply in those authoritarian contexts, but they are not irrelevant in liberal democracies as well. And panel 3 looks at how that surveillance, that kind of repression, how it can spill over. Well, it's spilling over into forms of cultural genocide and more. So that's enough from me. I'm not a Xinjiang expert. I'm not an expert in anything, actually, but far from being a Xinjiang expert, but or indeed an expert on surveillance. But I'm now going to hand over to Azim, who's going to start us off. Azim, are you Azim there? I'll quick intro. Azim was born in Aziz, terrible pronunciation. Aziz Elkun, who's from East Turkestan in the Uyghur Autonomous Region, a graduate from Xinjiang University. And without further ado, I'll pass you over to Aziz. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, let me briefly tell you about the current Uyghur tragedy and how it affected to the Uyghur people, and of course, its effect on my family and on me. Over the past century, countries have used the tool of nationalism to pursue their interests. Nationalism is about people, land, and the relationship between them. Nationalist propaganda seeks to define a special relationship between a unique people and a particular territory. The Uyghurs are one of the many peoples who have been left out of this need equation. Under the apartheid policies being pursued by Chinese President Xi Jinping since 2016, millions of Uyghurs are suffering inhumane treatment in internment camps within the Uyghur region. Uyghurs in exile are also suffering because China has cut off all communication between Uyghurs at home and abroad. I want to use this opportunity to tell you my own story, as I am in front of you, a fact. As an example, how Uyghurs in exile have become so desperate in response to China's ethnic cleansing policies. In my second year of university, in 1989, I was 21 years old student from Xinjiang University in Urumqi. I participated in the student protests calling for equal rights, freedom, and democracy for the Uyghur people. This incident became a problem for me later after I graduated. I was fired from my job and accused of separatism, and I have to leave my homeland. I lived in the UK since 2001. My father was born during the time of Republic of East Turkestan in 1946. I was born. My father and I were citizens of People's Republic of China, residents of our historic fatherland, East Turkestan. But China renamed it Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in 1955. My father died in November 2017. I could not get a visa to attend his funeral as a British citizen. Soon after that, my communication with my mother was cut off. I could not know if she was in a camp or even still alive. I wrote a story named An Unanswered Telephone Call. I produced a short film based on the story. I still felt stressed and sleepless nights. In April 2019, I discovered from Google Earth that the tomb of my father and the whole graveyard had been destroyed. My father stayed in his tomb for only 623 days. Chinese government said this was to modernize us. I felt as if my father's body had been brutally torn out of its resting place in our ancestors' land. After my recent interview with CNN about the destruction of my father's tomb, the Chinese Global Times, CCTV, and China Global Television Network specially responded, spreading false information about the destruction of my father's tomb. by forcing my 78-year-old mother to give an interview. I learned from friends living outside from the region that my mother was alive and that my sister had been detained in an internment camp for more than a year and a half. I still have no news of my other relatives. Thanks to the Chinese Global Times TV network's report, I have now heard my father's voice for the first time since December 2017. I wrote an obituary for my father when I got news of his death. Now, I would like to read part of it for you. Dear father, you were a gardener with green fingers. When the thorns grow, you won't be there to prune them. You were a doctor. You cured so many patients. Now my heart is broken, but you are not there to cure it. You left today in your coffin, heading towards your tomb. Your son could not carry you because he was not beside you. When 7 spades of soil were dropped on you, people said farewell to you, and I was not there. Let Elkin cry now because he has lost his father. I could not see you alive for the last time. I wrote this poem soon after I hit my father's death. Every single Uyghur in exile today can tell, like me, a similar story of lost and disappeared friends and families. This is a time of crisis. This is a time of tragedy for the Uyghur people. Around 20 million population. And with this opportunity, I would like to tell Uyghurs are not minority in their homeland. I would like to thank the organizer of this conference. And I hope we will have a meaningful discussion today. Thank you very much.
Hello, Asim.
Hi there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you, Aziz. We'll now move on to panel 1, and I'll introduce the chair, which is Dibesh Anand, and he's going to introduce himself and panel members. We have got one panel member appearing by Skype, as you can see. Okay.
Larger than life.
Just behind us, it feels weird, but that's fine.
Should we make it a bit smaller? That's easier, isn't it?
The ultimate panopticon. Pleased to see you all.
Asim, it's lovely to meet you, but I'm going to make you a bit smaller if you don't mind. Let's see, how's that? Oh, there we go. Does that make you more like human size? Still looks very good. There we go. Okay.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Tim, Aziz, and the organizers for, Aziz and Tim for the introduction, but also the organizers for bringing us together. The first panel is about Xinjiang, but beyond that also. This is why 2 out of 3 speakers, they're going to possibly focus beyond Xinjiang in terms of the ways in which Islamophobia, globalized Islamophobia, terror, surveillance is not only taking place in one particular territory and over one particular people, but it's also increasingly globalized phenomenon, right? That's the focus. Now, I mean, the way I could see, and when Tim talked about how it's unprecedented what's happening, but also not unprecedented, the ways in which, for instance, while the repression is old, surveillance of old kind is old, but there's also a new element, right? And this is connected. And I was thinking, my own work is primarily on Tibet, and I could see that what's happening in Xinjiang, of course, is what was happening to Tibetans for a long time. And it's not a surprise, therefore, that the Communist Party chief in Xinjiang, what they call Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, is the one who showed his capacity to pacify people through what they did in Tibet Autonomous Region, right? That's one. But also Aziz, when he talked of something very personal, but also very political. And I was thinking of the ways in which you talked of repression over the living, but also over the dead. So even the dead are not left alone, right? That's what we are finding. So this is what's happening is unprecedented, in fact, in various senses, but also something that's of significance to the wider world to understand. Now, we have 3 speakers here, and in fact, we'll start with Rachel Harris. I'll ask each speaker to introduce themselves in 30 seconds, right? And then they have up to 10 minutes to speak. So after 8 minutes, I'll remind you 2 minutes left, and 10 minutes we end, right? So we'll start with Rachel, then it would be Asim Qureshi, and then Natasha Kaul. Rachel.
Great, thank you very much, Dibyesh. So my name is Rachel Harris. I teach in the School of Arts here at SOAS, and I have been doing ethnographic research with Uyghur communities in Xinjiang or East Turkestan, and also in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan now for quite a lot of years. My own more recent research project has been about Islam in China. So I'm glad to be the first speaker today. I want to address squarely why we are talking about Muslim minorities in this conference. I've had quite a few people ask me why we are emphasizing religion in this conference. Personally, I think it's very important to start from here. Why do we want to make the links with other Muslim minority peoples? People have said to me, oh, it's not about Islam, it's about culture, it's about ethnicity. So, how much can we say that this is about Islam? Or rather, how much and in what ways can we say that Islamophobia underpins this crisis? And to what degree is this brand of Chinese Islamophobia linked to forms developed in the West and circulating the globe? So this, I think, is the question for our first panel. So the Chinese government certainly says that it's all about Islam, right? It claims the campaigns in Xinjiang are needed to root out what it calls the 3 evils. It links terrorism, separatism, and religious extremism. It says the camps are intended to combat extremist Islamic ideology, which it says has poisoned the minds of people and led to widespread violence. So those are the claims. So what does the Chinese government mean by extremism and terrorism? Actually, we know from these recent leaked documents that Xi Jinping himself was closely involved in the development of this policy. Xi actually visited Xinjiang in 2014, and his remarks around that time suggest that what he was particularly alarmed about was what he saw among the wider population there, and that was the broad revival of Islamic faith and public piety. So beginning in the 1980s, really, Xinjiang or East Turkestan, just like other parts of China, Central Asia and the Middle East, they saw a broad-based Islamic revival. And as part of my own research on Uyghur Islam over the past 10 years, I spent a lot of time in southern Xinjiang, in rural areas, And I observed the rise of these new sensibilities amongst Uyghurs, people returning to a religious lifestyle. You could see it in projects of community mosque building, the turn to regular daily prayer, fasting, forms of Islamic dress, and many, many debates about how to live a good Muslim life. So we've seen many government sources which have identified, say, the 75 types of behavior that show religious extremism, and thus a reason to send people to the internment camps. And these have ranged from praying, eating halal, fasting, growing a beard, giving up smoking and drinking, or listening to religious media. So it's been very clear that rather than targeting the small number of people who might reasonably be judged to be vulnerable to radicalization and violent action, the anti-extremism campaign in Xinjiang aimed to eliminate all visible and audible expressions of Islamic faith from the landscape. So people also ask me, okay, so if it's about Islam, then why not the Hui? Why not the Muslim Chinese? Why haven't they been targeted? They're Muslims too. They've also experienced a big rise in piety and a big interest in globally circulating reformist styles of Islam. The Tablighi Jama'at was still active amongst the Hui. So what I think really is that we're looking at a racialized form of Islamophobia. I think that fears of Uyghur and Kazakh religious extremism build on a seam of racism in China. You can find it very easily on social media. These peoples, they look different from the majority Han, they smell different, they can't speak the language properly. Onto this discourse of difference, it was easy to impose the discourse of Islamic extremism and terror. So what kind of violence actually occurred? Over 2014 and 2013 to 14, close to 100 violent incidents were reported in Xinjiang. They were represented as terrorist incidents by the Chinese media, but most of these confrontations were actually sparked by aggressive policing. So police entering people's homes and forcibly removing women's veils, for example, was often a flashpoint. And we should remember, of course, that most of the people that died in these incidents were themselves Uyghurs. Yes, there were a small number of incidents which did look like premeditated, organized violence against civilians. So the Kunming train station attack in March 2013 that left 31 dead, the Urumqi market attack in May, where 2 cars plowed through the marketplace, killing 43. What we really need to understand is how and why this small number of incidents were used to justify such massive, invasive and violent methods of control over the Muslim peoples of Xinjiang. After all, violent incidents also occur in other parts of China. So why was Islam framed as the root cause of this violence? Why, for example, did policymakers not discuss whether getting police to stop harassing civilians might be a good way to stop violent responses? Why did they need to mobilize a people's war on terror in Xinjiang? Of course, as Aziz has already suggested, it's about territory, right? And this, of course, is the same in many other disputes involving Muslims and other minority peoples across the world, Palestine, for example, obviously. Xinjiang is a resource-rich territory located on a sensitive frontier with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Central Asia. China, I think, viewed religious revival as a threat to stability, its development projects, and its expanding influence through the Belt and Road Initiative. Xi Jinping's primary motivation there is to pacify and fully control that territory. I think it's worth thinking about the self-immolations in Tibet that began in 2009. China also designated these acts as terrorism. That wasn't because of the way these Tibetan protesters chose to die. It wasn't because they might harm anyone except themselves. It was the perceived threat it posed to China's territorial sovereignty over Tibet. The same logic governs the designation of terrorism in Xinjiang. And Emily Yeh, who wrote about this, remarked that the linkage between terror and territory is not coincidental. Maintaining these bounded spaces of territory requires the constant mobilization of threat. We see this also in the writing of Tal al-Assad. He's argued in the context of America's own global war on terror that the discourse of terror creates a state of crisis which allows the state to reorder and control everyday social relations. And indeed, we can see how China's adoption of the rhetoric of terrorism in Xinjiang was directly linked to the discourse of the US-led global war on terror. Just 2 months after the September 11 attacks on the United States, China announced the existence of a global network of Uyghur terrorists supported by hostile foreign forces, which posed a major threat to China's security. This timing was no coincidence. It was a clear move to buy international support for its measures of control in Xinjiang. How am I doing for time?
You're fine.
Good. I will say a couple of words then about the language of Islamophobia. Arun Kundnani has written about the language of radicalization in the West. He's noted how rarely it considers how the actions of governments might actually provoke violence. Always in this discourse, the root cause of violence is situated in individual psychological or religious journeys, far removed from social and political circumstances, and always the Islamic faith is itself viewed as the precursor for violence. In Xinjiang, we find a very equivalent process of pathologizing Uyghur faith and identity. Xi Jinping himself, as we've seen, has used very frequently this language of infection by the virus of Islamic radicalism and the need to quarantine and cure the whole Muslim minority population of Xinjiang. Of course, this has new ironies given the current coronavirus outbreak. Great, thank you. But of course, also it is no laughing matter what's going on there in the region at the moment, and there are new, very terrible fears about what might happen and what might be happening in the camps if the virus takes hold. So a final word then about disciplining Muslims and human re-engineering. We know a lot about the ways in which the cure for this ideological virus is being administered in China, in Xinjiang. Detainees in the camps are reciting patriotic slogans, they're singing revolutionary songs. Children are being taken to orphanages and educated to regard the religion and identity of their parents as backward and dangerous. Xinjiang authorities have been encouraging ethnic intermarriage, offering cash incentives to Han men to marry Uyghur women, strangely not the other way around so much. The re-engineering project extends to the innermost bodily aspects of Uyghur identity by targeting halal eating practices, serving pork to the camp's detainees. Pork has also been distributed to poor Uyghur families as part of poverty relief efforts. So these radical efforts, I think, are aimed at breaking down core aspects of faith and identity. And these are, of course, inseparable. And the way that this has been rolled out across the broad population of Xinjiang has only been possible because of the regime of terror, which has been enforced by the system of detention camps. So I think the question for us now is really the concerns that China's methods of control may form a model for other governments. We know of the particular terrible crisis now unfolding in India, for example, and I think perhaps my colleagues may be able to better address that than me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel, for starting with East Turkestan, and we also East Turkestan or Xinjiang, but it's East Turkestan. And then we move on to Asim Qureshi. Asim, the challenge I have is I can't show you the sign for 8 minutes, so you'll have to watch your time, better yourself and discipline, right? So with Asim, and if you could start with introducing yourself and then please speak for 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to the China Institute and to all the other institutes that invited me. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you today. I thought it was probably prudent to stay at home in case you guys saw me coughing and sneezing and reaching for tissues and start panicking about, whether or not you're going to get infected by me. So, yeah, my name is Asim Qureshi. I have spent the last 17 years doing ethnographic work, studying the impact of the war on terror around the world. So my doctoral studies and various kind of journal part pieces and books that I've written have all focused really on this one area. Predominantly, I focus in my working practice on death penalty cases. So I get involved with legal teams doing complex terrorism trials, trying to understand the complex motivations on why people get involved in political violence. So, like Rachel ended, I actually was going to start my presentation by speaking about pathology, because I think that's really centered to understanding how Islamophobia within a counter-terrorism context, within this larger superstructure of the war on terror, how it operates. It really is about how Muslims are seen to have a disease that's attached to them. I mean, I know it's a very medical term, but when we understand how it operates, I think it is really the most appropriate term that we can use, the understanding the connection between counterterrorism and Islamophobia. And I think the best way to maybe start this is really describing an experience that I had at the airport. So some of you may be aware that under Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act 2000, the police and the border agency can stop you and they can ask you questions which you are obliged to answer. Refusal to answer a question is considered a terrorism offense. So you have no right in that moment to silence. I could come to SOAS right now, not that I would, but shoot somebody in the head, and I would have a right to silence in that moment. I would have a right to have a lawyer present with me as I was interrogated about whatever I did. But at any point, coming in or out of the UK, I don't have that right. So when I was stopped, I asked the police officers whether or not it was an intelligence-led stop. Did they have some specific information about me or my travel that they had found problematic and had needed to actually identify? And they said, no, sir, it's a suspicionless stop. And then I laughed. I said, well, it can't really be suspicionless, can it? I mean, you have to have some kind of metric by which you were measuring why you deemed it was necessary to stop me. So I said, either it's my melanin, or it's the length of my beard, or it's where I've traveled to. Like there has to be something there. And, we kept on going around in this circular argument with them trying to say, no, sir, it's completely suspicionless. We don't exercise, we don't do these profiling exercises and whatever else. And then, of course, you get into an interrogation room where they're interviewing about various things. And then they'll ask you questions like, so what type of Muslim are you? I was like, well, I'm a Muslim, right? I'm a Muslim who practices his faith. But are you Sunni? Are you Shia? And I kept on saying to them the same thing whenever they would ask these questions, whether it was about my faith or it was about my positions on conflicts in the Middle East or whatever it was, which is the legislation requires them to investigate whether or not I've been involved in the preparation, the commission, or the instigation of an act of terrorism, right? So every time they would ask one of these questions, I would respond by saying, how does this help that investigation? How is the asking of this question relevant to this investigation that you are carrying out of me? And they would say, oh, well, it's because of the way that people talk about Islam. And I said, no, it's the way that you talk about Islam. Muslims don't talk about Islam like this. We can actually have very, very normal conversations in our daily life. It doesn't really revolve around whether or not our lived practice has to do with whether or not we're extreme or about to commit an act of terrorism in any way. So, what I was trying to maneuver them towards was at least an acknowledgement that what they were involved with was a profiling exercise. And of course, many terrorism experts and even counterterrorism officials have acknowledged that this stop is not about keeping Britain safe. It's very, very much about a data gathering exercise, what they're trying to do with the tens of thousands of Muslims that are stopped. And these are British citizens, by the way, because non-citizens are stopped under immigration legislation, not this particular piece of counterterrorism legislation. Is to gather data about us, to profile us, to understand our networks. And, I guess I'm in a bit of a different situation where I know my rights. This is an aspect of counterterrorism policy that I've studied. I understand how it works. Not to say that it's not traumatic. Throughout the whole process, I had an elevated heart rate. I felt a sense of extreme anxiety and unease, even though I knew what was going on. So can you imagine what it's like for people who don't have the access, who don't have access to that kind of information, who aren't aware what their rights are? It's a deeply troubling experience for many of them. And when you consider that this is happening in its tens of thousands each year, then I think that is something that we really need to think about. But what I wanted to say further than that, and using that as a tool to jump into the rest of this presentation, is that, this isn't just about melanin. It is about culture, ideas, and belief. When we look at the way that the CIA in the black sites used torture, they didn't just torture these men that were being accused of being involved in various acts of terrorism. They were using cultural cues. They were bringing in people who looked like magicians in order to try and harm them. So there is this idea that we can use your culture, we can use your belief system against you. And the war on terror specifically itself, it overrides all the traditional boundaries and political divides that we have. So while John Bolton, for example, is talking about Bashar al-Assad being part of the axis of evil, this is going back to like 2005, they're simultaneously taking people like Maher Ara within their Syrian prisons on behalf of America to torture within their prisons. Libya, was a rogue state, but Tony Blair was willing to work with Gaddafi in order to deport Libyans that were living in the UK because of the excuse of terrorism. We see with India the narrative of the war on terror, both in occupied Kashmir and within India itself, being used. And of course, our topic today, which is China's treatment of the Uyghur in East Turkestan. The excuse of terrorism has a hegemony across the way in which the war on terror operates. So that is central to the war on terror and Islamophobia, that as a narrative, as a discourse, it is all prevailing, that it doesn't matter what context you're in, that once it's evoked, a state of exception then emerges, which then justifies a panoply of counter-terrorism offenses, which really target Muslim ideas, their beliefs, their cultural practices. We see this probably most in the PREVENT strategy in the UK and what's now known as the global countering violent extremism movement. So in the UK, it's known as PREVENT, but elsewhere it's known as CVE, where what they're trying to do is exercise pre-crime. So the UK has really been the front runner in this practice. They say, well, we want to stop terrorism before it occurs, but in order to do that, we need to empower the whole of society to take these pre-crime approaches, which means that we have to train public sector workers to spot the signs of radicalization before they emerge. Now, with the UN having placed CVE at a global level, so a UN resolution, Security Council resolution requires every single country to have a CVE program. What you have is each country using this idea of pre-crime in order to quell and crush any kind of dissent. Because what they do is that they use CVE as a narrative to say any kind of dissent to the state is potentially problematic in the future and therefore needs to be crushed in advance. And of course, with the rise of algorithms and the way that they're used, a very good book is Safia Noble's Algorithms of Oppression, we can see that actually a lot of this stuff is now being automated. Of course, the context of the Uyghurs is the perfect example of that. I'm running out of time now, so I guess, I want to just end by saying, Rachel mentioned that extremist ideology has been cited by the Chinese government. That narrative doesn't start in a vacuum. We have to understand how that narrative connects, all the way back to George Bush's evocation of a crusade back in 2001, to see that this is a linear narrative, that they've all built on one another in order to justify their repression of Muslim minority communities in whatever context they are throughout the world. So I'll end there, and hopefully I look forward to engaging in some discussion during the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asim. Now we have a third speaker, Natasha. Natasha, call.
Okay. Thank you, Dibesh. So Thank you for giving me this opportunity to reflect on some, on something that that is explicitly not my area of expertise. I teach politics and international relations at Westminster. I'm a senior lecturer, and my work has been on the rise of the global right, on Hindutva in India, a lot on Kashmir. So, and I theoretically think about these things too. So what I'm going to try and do in the next 10 minutes is organically try and relate the bed of nails that I have, as it were, which is what I have been thinking and writing about, to this new magnet that has been brought into my thought process of trying to relate it to what's going on in the Chinese context. Because, as I said, I normally think about democracies that are undergoing this shift. Okay, sorry, I forgot. I need to also introduce myself. I'm a novelist and a writer. I have a website, it's natashakol.com. So, okay. So I think that listening to the previous two speakers and, and specifically Rachel talking about Xinjiang, I was struck by many of the things that resonated with the sort of surveillance and repression that I have been reading and writing about. So, for instance, this idea of the dead, punishing the dead body. In the Indian case, one of the sort of the famous cases is that of a Kashmiri person called Afzal Guru, who was hanged on the basis of circumstantial evidence. He was the only person actually who was hanged in that as a result of that attack on the Indian Parliament in 2001. He was hanged on the basis of circumstantial evidence, and the court judgment in the obiter noted that this must be done to satisfy the collective conscience of the nation. And there were numerous lawyers, and there is a whole body of work that actually says that hanging was deeply problematic. And, and it was done for reasons that you would not expect judiciary to act in those ways. So there's the case. And not only that, his body was buried in prison. His family was not informed when he was, executed and buried. And since then, from 2009 onwards, any mention of all of that brings up charges of sedition. So in 2016, at a university in Delhi called Jawaharlal Nehru University, which has been the focal point of a lot of current right-wing government's attacks on people. So at that university, some students were apparently chanting slogans in favor of Kashmir and about Afzal Guru. Apparently. And as a result of that, even if they were doing that, as a result of that, they were charged with sedition. And recently, the newly elected Delhi government, which is not even the BJP, has approved, the Aam Aadmi Party has approved that case to go ahead. So there is this kind of stigma attached to anything that talks about the rights of people in these peripheries of effectively what are post-colonial nations, but these peripheries are almost like colonial laboratories. So what we see in Kashmir is not that dissimilar to what I hear about in other places. There is the collective punishment. So the issue of Kashmir, of course, for a lot of people around the world only came into prominence last August with what was the constitutional coup. So the overnight, the autonomy, the constitutionally guaranteed, even de jure autonomy, which had been substantially eroded anyway, was taken away overnight by a lot of military, extra tens of thousands of extra troops being brought in, and the entire region placed under effective lockdown. So again, collective punishment of the entire population with no taking of the consent of those people. So the legal status of an entire population was altered overnight by a country that claims to be a democracy. And the population's consent was not taken into account. Their leaders' consent was not taken into account. And 6 months, 6 months on, various forms of this communications clampdown have been in place. So it was actually nearly 2 months before the landlines were made functional, and that too just before a congressional hearing at the U.S. Congress, at which I spoke myself. So this idea of shutting down people's voices, not allowing journalists in, setting up only media facilitation centers where only specific journalists were allowed to access that place and only do so for 15 minutes at a time. And even when the internet is switched on, there are only specific numbers of sites that you can access. for months and months, people were not able to access any prepaid mobile phones. There were shortages of medicine in the first few weeks, and people suffering that kind of hardship. And a doctor who was warning, who was speaking to the media about it, was whisked away on camera. People who were detained were some of the people, elderly female protesters, for instance, who actually gather publicly once a month to speak about enforced disappearances. They were made to sign written documents that say that they won't be speaking to the media. So there's a whole kind of range of similarity in this kind of action, but also that it's done by a country that claims to be a democracy. And this idea of what has been happening in Kashmir is not too dissimilar. And Kashmiris, as a population there, and with Kashmir Valley at the focus, are Muslims. So Kashmiri Muslims happen to be the worst kind of Muslims for a right-wing ruling government, because for them and for their project of India as a Hindu nation, these people are radical other. There are also the Indian Kashmiris. Now, I want to just, when you spoke about this idea of whether it's a religion and whether it's ethnicity, I mean, that's actually a really interesting question, because if we look at this, even in the context of other places such as India, there's that question of to what extent is it a Muslim issue? Are these people asking for their rights? Are they problematic because they're doing that, or because they're Muslim? And to what extent is the response mediated by their religion? Well, interestingly enough, Kashmiri Muslims, in terms of their struggle, do not, and even like solidarities, do not have Indian Muslims speaking up for them. So even though the Indian state constantly, especially in the post-9/11 Islamophobic global moment, continues to use their Muslim always already nature of what they're saying is because they're Muslim and therefore always already extremist, while that is always used, the Indian Muslims do not support do not come out in solidarity with Kashmiri Muslims. Historically has not happened because it's a political dispute. It's people asking for their rights. Of course, the fact that they happen to be Muslims means that there are ways of legitimizing other kinds of subjugation and suppression of them. And sorry, one of the things I forgot to mention earlier, any number of people, all of the prominent leaders, civil society activists, everyone, people placed on no-fly lists, even now, topmost bureaucrats, political leaders placed under house arrest or detained under public safety acts, and either hundreds or thousands, we don't know, but of children, young people, and others being taken away to prisons, including outside of the state, and where their family members have not been able to get in touch with them. So this is all ongoing. It's still a part. It's very much happening now. And accompanied by the fact that Muslims in India do not see that struggle as being in common, accompanied by the fact that the leaders of India and China are quite happy to meet and liaise over trade. And at that level, that relationship does not have a problem. So there's kind of it's interesting how there are different kinds of affinities and mutually shared perception of interests. So there's that. Then there's the issue of the Indian Prime Minister Modi, as all of this has been happening, being on very good terms with various leaders in West Asia, Middle East, being in fact honored and given more medals and awards by several countries there. So this idea that there is some kind of a Muslim world, Muslim struggle that is a part of this, or Muslim solidarity, global, that kind of civilizational problematic thing, does not really hold up in this case, at least not in a straightforward manner. So it's not as if Muslim countries are speaking up about Kashmir. It's not that Muslim countries do not want to have these profitable economic relationships with India. It's not even that, but on the other hand, countries like China, say for example, who have their own issues such as these in Tibet, Xinjiang, etc., are quite okay to not say anything in the Indian case. So the traditional ways in which you would imagine relationalities developing does not hold in this case. Now, theoretically, I would argue, and that's, I guess, the thing that that I can say more about in the Indian and the Xinjiang case, but in this case, I would say that one of the axes of thought for me has been to see the ways in which all of these cases show us that neoliberalism and nationalism are not mutually opposed. They, in fact, are working together And you know, I mean, it's I cannot summarize it here, but essentially that the governmentality that enables these repressions to happen is actually co-constructing ideas of the economy and of the nation in how they seek to construct these subjects. So I theorize this in terms of a post-colonial neoliberal nationalism, a governmentality of, and why post-colonial? Not in the sense that formerly colonized. Post-colonial in the sense that it's a kind of, so we all live in a post-colonial world, I would argue, because we live in a world that has been marked by a certain colonial experience, a large-scale colonially enforced transformation of the world, which very perversely has been understood in such a way that colonialism has been seen as a moral wound for the colonized rather than for the colonizer. So that then enables manipulation of imaginaries of pride and futurity, both on the part of the colonizers and former colonizers and the colonized, so that a Trump or a Brexit proponent can, if they choose to, say, we'll go back to our glorious imperial past. And likewise, people in other parts of the world can weaponize that same history and say, well, we were pure before, and these leaders are going to get us there. So, you know, it plays into that messianic political theology of this project that's going to be the savior person, led by the savior person that will deliver. So I think that's for me, that's an interesting way in which the standard idea of state market, you know, West, non-West, can be sort of, you know, worked through by looking at how these logics, and I would like to, since I am absolutely out of time, I think 1 minute, I would like to just close with, again, try and draw attention to, these are things, of course, that merit much, you know, longer discussion as we shall have, but close with the idea of the learning that is happening between these global projects. They do have a lot in common. My definition always of these projects in different parts of the world is that we are witnessing globally the rise of electorally legitimated misogynist authoritarians who claim a monopoly on nationalism, and this is very relevant in the Indian, Brazilian, and other cases, claim a monopoly on nationalism so that they delegitimize others who question them on, you know, on issues as anti-national, come to power claiming to challenge neoliberalism but profit from crony capitalism. And that's what they have all in common. They learn from each other. So the pellet guns, the pellet blindings that were used against Kashmiri Muslims in 2016, leading to the first summer of mass blindings, those pellet guns later, now we see, have been used in Chile. They have been, so there is a commonality also, of course, of the physical manufacture of this technology of killing and of surveillance. There have been, you know, companies like Cisco, which I was recently reading, it has been said that they are the ones who are providing the technological means to place these lockdowns, to make these, you know, massive surveillance things. And of course, and likewise, in the Xinjiang case, in the Indian case, detention camps in several Indian cities are now ready or nearly ready, and millions of people the idea is that millions of people will be placed into these camps as their citizenship gets verified. But if they are Muslims, they cannot claim the right to actually be in the country, because that's the idea, to change citizenship from being something that is non-religious to being religious. And when that happens, you have this deliberate creation and production of statelessness, of differential levels of citizenship, combined with technologies of absolute subjugation and and as exemplified in the Kashmir case, in the most extreme, pellets, camps, databases, and switching down different kinds of modalities of switching down the internet, like in Iran, like in Hong Kong. Like, do we shut it down for a long time? Do we shut it down for a little amount of time? What do we do when we shut it down? How do we bring it on in steps? The arbitrariness. So I would say there are also these physical commonalities in these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha, again. And it always feels bad to ask people to, let's say, end when they're all talking about such important things, but that's a challenge which we all have. Before I throw it open to discussion question, I have a question for each speaker, and if you could respond very quickly, and then we open it up to others. In fact, I'll start with Natasha, right? Could you say a bit more about the violence, the anti-Muslim pogrom that's taking place in Delhi, and how, in a way, that may or may not be connected to what we are talking about here?
So in President Trump, following on from from Bolsonaro, President Trump recently visited India, and at the time of his visit, when he was in Gujarat and then in Delhi, there was an alternate, of course, a people's resistance spectacle, which has been crushed with brutal violence in a pogrom. And how do we know that it's a pogrom? So you have any number of people in India saying, "Oh no, it was both sides. Both sides were at fault." But the both sides argument does not hold up, because there is considerable evidence, including video evidence and self-professed people saying that, confessionally saying that the police in uniform was acting on the side of the Hindutva, on the side of the Hindutva, the extremist Hindu rioters. So you have images of the policemen in uniform prodding people who are laying prone on the ground in injured states, who are Muslims, asking them to sing nationalist songs and taunting them with the word azadi, the word freedom, which is also something that originally comes from this Kashmir context and gains prevalence. So these are Muslim men, right? You cannot have a more stark demonstration of the utter dehumanization that this rhetoric has enabled. It is no different than what happened in the 20th century in multiple respects. So the thing that is, and on top of that, the courts are not doing what, so there is judicial quietude, the courts actually refusing to hear petitions, transferring away of judges who were trying to take this seriously, bringing their transfer forward. So there is also the way in which this is sought to be done, not in contravention of the law, as it were, but by also subverting the law itself, the institutions of judiciary and legal redress, subverting them alongside, as everything gets drawn into what this project is that we see unfolding in Delhi. So, a large numbers of people were killed, but this was deliberate attack on Muslim, on mosques, people trying to put flags. That does not mean, of course, that every Hindu, Delhiite was part of it. No, of course not. There were people who had significant risk to themselves who were trying to not do this. But when it comes to the state, when it comes to the role of the police forces and the judiciary, we see this clearly something that is, that is very communal and that is very directed at Muslims and Islam.
Okay, thank you. Asim, in your context, you give a lot of examples from your own life, but in general of how the way in which pathologization of Muslims take place is, right? And you focus a lot on how the security surveillance operates, the state operates. Could you say a bit more about what you didn't touch upon is how the majoritarian community in Britain or elsewhere, how do they internalize that Islamophobia of the state? So a bit more about how the majoritarian community, the Islamophobia, interacts with and engages with Islamophobia of the state.
Sure, thank you. And a very quick apology. The speakers can't see me, but I'm constantly rubbing my nose with tissue, so I know it's not a great look, so my apologies for that to the audience. Yeah, I think this is an important question, because actually one of the things that we now encounter within the counter-terrorism discourse is this idea that, we're not exceptionalizing Muslims, we're interested in the far right too. And I think that's important, because when we talk about these issues, we have to think about a hegemony of narratives. So within the Muslim community, for example, I think most Muslims in the UK can point to all of our mosques. It's a very small community, it's only 3 million. And, we only have 1 or 2 degrees of separation between us. We know that our organizations and our mosques do not preach hatred against other communities. There's no mosque that you can point to in the UK that says, go around bombing the wider British public. Okay, this is something that, we are very familiar with. We know that the message that's going out on the Friday khutbah each week is very, very consistent in relation to this. People who take this narrative, of course they do take it, because there is violence in the UK, they take it from outside. So they're trying to find meaning from outside of the formal structures that we have. Now, that can't be equated to where the far right get their message from, because what we see on the other side is a complete hegemony of narrative that comes from the very top. So when people like Boris Johnson are able to demonize Muslim women by talking about letterboxes, by calling them ninjas, by referring to them in this very dehumanized language. But that's replicated then by a media. So even I think yesterday we saw Laura Trott MP trying to justify Boris Johnson's comments. But further than that, even media host Nick Ferrari saying, "Oh well, those comments they might be robust and unfortunate." But refusing to acknowledge that these types of comments are rooted in a racist pathologizing. So this is the issue that we have, that actually when it comes to these kind of, to our countries, even in so-called liberal democracies, what we have in terms of otherizing is a complete hegemony of narrative that demonizes. So almost every single newspaper is willing to engage in an act of othering, whether it comes to the immigration debate, whether it comes to securitization, whatever it might be, regardless of what the actual facts are, because it has a political capital to be able to talk in this way. So I think that this is part of the issue that we have. And of course, you know, if you take a country like the UK, and it's quite prevalent here, imagine what it's like in contexts like India, in contexts like China, where there is no bar to how you can speak about otherized communities. Like, literally, you can just say what you want, and there is no comeuppance whatsoever. So I think this is an important thing for us to bear in mind.
Okay, thank you. In fact, for Rachel, you talked of various things, and specifically you mentioned racialized Islamophobia. So in terms of Uyghurs, so they're not only seen as Muslim other, but also who look different, and therefore Uyghur Turkic others, right? And therefore both of them come together. Now, as part of discussion of to what extent religion is important, crucial, and everything, could you say a bit about how Uyghurs, in your research and you found, how Uyghur respond to, so there's a growing Islamic revival, right, and public piety, which China sees as problematic and therefore imposes all kinds of repression. But how do Uyghurs in general respond to the situation where majority of Muslim majority countries claiming to be Islamic of one form or the other side with China? It's not that they're silent about Uyghurs, but they actively side with China. So how do they usually respond to that?
Yes, I mean, that is a question that comes up a lot. Although I must say, I hear that charge rather more from policymakers in the UK than I do from the Uyghur community, interestingly. You know, every time I go to a government-organized event, an official event, you know, the MPs here seem to be saying, you know, why aren't these Muslim countries doing anything? Why should we? You know, this is a very common narrative. So, you know, I hear that more, actually, from UK authorities than I do from the Uyghur community. You know, I mean, it is a difficult and a sensitive question. You know, the Uyghur community is somewhat divided in terms of where people stand on religion and faith. And its expression, and how best to understand and to engage with this crisis. So, you know, I think there's understanding within the community that the governments of Muslim majority countries are not the same as its peoples, right? And so we've seen, you know, many examples of demonstrations within Pakistan, even in Malaysia, of support for the Uyghurs and protesting the atrocities that are happening there, which speak a very different story to the very observable lack of engagement from these Muslim majority countries. You know, what can you say? I mean, this is a clear question of economics and in particular the influence of the Belt and Road Initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. It's important. Now we'll take 3 to 4 comments/questions, and then I'll ask the panelists to respond. You have to raise who are the people. Okay, there's so many. Do you have microphone? Maybe we can start from that side. 2 people in front. Yeah, Harriet first, and then the person next to you. Now you can introduce yourself if you want to. If you prefer not to, that's your choice, sir.
My name's Harriet Evans. I work on China. And I first of all want to thank Aziz for your very, very moving introduction. I thought that was extremely courageous, and I was spellbound. I also want to thank the panel for a really, really interesting beginning to the day. And I'm sorry to start with the question. I mean, you know, Anyway, I've got three questions, if I may. And one is, Dibyesh concerned, it's about, you know, what we can make of comparisons and similarities. And in your introduction, you mentioned that you had seen the same kind of thing in Tibet before, and I would like the other panelists' views on the similarities or not with what is happening in Xinjiang and Tibet. And Natasha, I thought your analysis was very useful in helping us understand why we don't hear more from the Muslim states about what is happening in Xinjiang. So thank you for that. But I do want to ask your collective views about the similarities between what is happening in Kashmir and Xinjiang, particularly in the use or the differential use of technology. So your reference to the establishment of detention camps, I think, you know, is there any conscious or direct engagement with what is happening in China, in Xinjiang, in setting up those camps, in line with Rachel's final comment about, you know, might what is happening in the technologization of surveillance in Xinjiang, might it become a model for what is happening elsewhere? The final question, sorry, is why, I mean, this is a great gathering here, and I'm delighted that so many people are here, but why is it that the great European and British public is not saying more explicitly about Xinjiang? I mean, yes, okay, I'll leave it there.
No, thank you. Thanks. The person next here will come.
My name is Frank Gelly, and I work on religious dialogue. Question for Hossein Qureshi. I was very interested in his reference to a far right, because there is an insidious strategy by the British government and mainline media to triangulate the problem, situating Islamist or extremists, so-called, and the far-right extremists, and place this radical, this edifying center, this virtuous center in opposition to these two extremes. And it seems to me a completely bogus strategy. I think it was Tariq Ali who spoke of an extreme center. It is the narrative which comes from the authorities, which is actually fostering extremism, as opposed to some of these partly manufactured opposites.
Thank you. Yeah, we have the person there in spectacles. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Amin Virani, and I've got two questions. The first is that, is this specifically a Uyghur Sunni-related internship of a large proportion of the population in Xinjiang, or are the Tajiks in the Pamir Plateau, specifically around Tashkugan, being interred as well? And if the answer to that question is no, then is it a policy of a mindset of the government to have a Shia-Sunni schism within that environment?
Okay, thank you. I will come to you. And the person next to him, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. Isn't at the heart of all these variations the relationship between citizens and governments, which, you know, by the standards of the 1793 French Revolution Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, governments around the world are sliding rapidly away from. And the debate doesn't seem, I think that this is the sort of fundamental thing. I mean, who the hell do these people think they are? The Chinese government behaves to its own people in abominable fashion as well. There's the recent case of the Englishman married to a China woman who was lifted from the street, beaten up, forced to make a confession on television to something he didn't do, and all on his own is protesting against the granting of a license to the Chinese Broadcasting Corporation in this country. I'm reminded from the Diaries of Victor Klemperer, that all that time from 1933 that he lived through as a Jew, so the Germans then identified the Jews as their bacillus or whatever, there were no protests from amongst the German citizenry. There were no demonstrations. And it's like the old thing, you know, first they came for the socialists and so on, and then there was nobody to come for me.
Okay, thank you. I've got few, okay, I'll ask the panelists to respond, then I know there are two of you and then a few more. Again, if you could keep it very brief, yeah. So who'd like to start? Should I start with Asim in this case? Asim, there are specific questions to you, also general. No, all of you do not need to respond to all the questions, so you could reflect on any one you want.
Sure, thank you. I think, Harry, I'll leave your questions with the other panelists. Frank, thank you for your question. I think it's important for us to bear in mind that within the context of the global war on terror and securitization, within contemporary discourse, the far right is presented as being a new phenomenon. This is consistently across the various discourses, that there is a rise of far-right rhetoric that is linked to acts of political violence by Muslims. This is a purposeful misreading, in my mind, of the way in which history takes place, in the way in which racism is structurally embedded within society. And I think in some ways it largely again places the emphasis on Muslims, that somehow we are responsible for this reaction that has emerged by these far-right groups. We even see certain people of color like Trevor Phillips and even some Muslims mimicking this narrative. I think it's important that we understand that, you know, this is an ahistorical reading of racism in the UK, that racism has never gone away. We've never been a post-racist society. Yes, there may have been some lulls in its prevalence within kind of mainstream discourse, but the reality is that for those of us who have been involved with anti-racism work all our lives, you know, we've never known a period that was post-racist. So, you know, this dichotomy that's presented between two extremes, between like an Islamic extreme and a far-right extreme, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's correct. I think what we need to do is to study racism as a specific phenomenon, and we have to study the rise of political violence by Muslim communities as a separate phenomenon, and not treat them as if they are the same thing, or, you know, two sides to the same coin, because they're really not. One is rooted in a much longer and deeper history of colonialism, empire, and racism. And I think actually a recent book that I read really goes to the heart of this very well is Nadina Aneni's book, Bordering Britain, which I highly recommend to everyone. And as for the question from the last question about have we moved away from kind of the ideals of the French Revolution, I think that, you know, we like to have these thoughts about a past period that we can really relate back to. But remember, the French Revolution brought with it, specifically across Europe, the rise of the surveillance state. So when you had Jacobins going around stabbing people in the streets and then, you know, slicing their own necks and coming up with the infernal bomb and, you know, bombing people, the reaction of that was to discipline Jacobin ideas within the university space, to really bring about the architecture, the current architecture that exists today, of the way in which we surveil communities, the way that we use informants, the way in which we bring in repressive legislation. And I'm not saying that, you know, it was all to do with blue. What I'm saying is that whenever there is something that goes against the grain, this type of surveillance architecture is a necessary component of the way that the state rallies itself in order to undermine anything that might seem seditious or subversive, or any community that they might use in order to maintain their own hegemony and their own power base. So I think that's important for us to bear in mind. I'll leave the other questions for the other speakers.
Thank you, Asim. Next, Natasha. Okay, Rachel. Okay, Rachel.
Can do. Yeah, thank you very much. Those are all great interesting questions. Perhaps I'll just address two of them. To start with Harriet, perhaps thinking about Tibet. Yeah, I mean, we've both, myself and Dibyesh, have already alluded to the links between the way that policies have been rolled out in Tibet and then in Xinjiang. And I think it's very important to see those kind of links. So there is a specific link in the person of Chen Quanguo, who trialed, we like to say, these policies of surveillance, of close management of local populations in Tibet, and then was subsequently moved to Xinjiang to roll out those policies on a much wider scale. So it's absolutely clear that in the way that the Tibetan peoples are regarded by state forces and the way that Muslims in Xinjiang are regarded by state forces, there are many similarities. I would argue that the element of Islamophobia has enabled the situation in Xinjiang to get much more severe, for a far greater use of state violence in Xinjiang than we saw in Tibet. Not that things were great in Tibet, of course, but you know, it's on a much larger scale in Xinjiang. Your question about the idea of provoking a Sunni-Shia schism is fascinating, but it is something which is very far from any kind of conversations that I'm aware of, actually in the context of Xinjiang. I mean, I think there is perhaps a danger of taking debates and very pressing issues from other parts of the world and trying to fit them into Xinjiang. I'm not sure that that particular idea is a very good fit for Xinjiang. So yes, there is a rather small population of Shia, of Ismaili peoples on the borders with Tajikistan in Xinjiang. I don't have specific figures, but I have nothing to make me think that they have been treated any differently from any other Muslim minorities. We know that Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and I'm sure Tajik ethnic people have been detained in this, just as the Uyghurs. When we speak so commonly of Uyghurs, it's because, you know, they are by far the largest majority of people who have been targeted in this way. So, no, I don't think there's this kind of move to create a schism there, but it's an interesting idea.
Okay, and Natasha?
Thank you. So I'll come to Harriet's question, and then all the others I think are from what I draw from that is kind of more general. So I'll address the general part first. I would say that the link between the reason I brought up this colonial history, not in that sense of colonialism being formally over, and the sort of something which is also, I think, that we're picking up here, is the link between something like the ideas of race, the legacies of racism, and what we see afterwards becoming international relations. So, you know, if you look at the work that links to how something like the Journal of Race Relations becomes, you know, an IR journal. So the world that we live in today is actually, you know, has come into being, and that from that history, and this is why, you know, the nation-state system, I would argue, is kind of, it reproduces this differential worth of life, who decides to care about whom, when, because we live in this, you know, very sexist capitalist hierarchy of nation-states, where life is differentially distributed and understood. And within that, this bracketing of nation and state, of course, in all of these parts of the world, but, you know, certainly the cases that I'm talking about, this idea, this way in which people have been bracketed from imperial cartography and then mediated by post-colonial securitizations means that the nation and the state do not have very much in common in terms of how they function. So there's firstly that. I think at a broad level, I would also say that, you know, this idea that in some past things were okay and then we degenerated doesn't work, because history is not, you know, progressive move forward in that Whiggish sense. Slavery ends, you actually have more of racism after that as a discourse. So there have always been, I would say the emperor never had any clothes, and, you know, and it's always been a struggle of people in these different settings against power. So the reason why governments here, there, or elsewhere aren't speaking about Kashmir or Xinjiang or Tibet or, you know, whatever, is because they're, you know, it's the people in each of these places who are struggling against these regimes of power. And also, I think we are witnessing in a, you know, that Arendtian sense, a failure of thinking publicly. Technology is playing a role in all of it, and the biological metaphors that we use, invasions and terrors and termites. The Indian Home Minister recently called these people, the people who are sought to be made stateless recently as in last year, that they're termites and vermin, that kind of language. So it's very palpable. It's all over the place now. So this construction of, I would say, the broadest idea is that we have this emotive politics, various kinds of fractures in the democratic imaginary, and we are in these struggles, in many of these struggles, we are in the process of working through what form 21st century decolonizations would take. We don't yet know, but certainly the mid-20th century decolonization wasn't the last and once for all decolonization that ever happened. And I feel like these struggles are going to lead forward into into what will come, generally speaking. So about Harriet's question, yes, absolutely. So there's what's happening in India, and then what is happening in the name of India in Kashmir. And there are various strands of solidarity, but not completely overlapping, because in some sense you have Kashmiri people saying that, we've always been resisting against these things. So you don't, you think that this is, you've begun to pay attention to this now because it's happening to some of you. You don't know because we've got these, tens of thousands of people who have been killed since 1990s. We have, 8 to 10,000 people who have been enforced disappeared. We have instances of mass rape, all of this there, which has never been investigated. So there's also that kind of gap between what the Kashmiris think they have been going through, and which they have been going through, and what India is now doing to people in India who have until now not actually bothered, not actually been able to, not been exposed to, and also been functioned in a sanctioned ignorance about what's happened in Kashmir. So the figures for Kashmir are, of course, horrific. India, but the difference with the Xinjiang case, I would say, is that it is the Indian policy in Kashmir is now seeking to systematize itself a lot more along the lines of perhaps what I have read to be has already happened in Xinjiang. So they're trying to, the rhetoric is the same. We're doing this to develop them. We're doing this to modernize them. They're backward people. We're doing this to give their women more empowerment. We're doing this to address, I've written about this in different contexts, but yeah, the rhetoric is exactly the same. It's the same old colonial rhetoric. But the systematization in terms of databases, in terms of classifications, that kind of thing, the upscaling of technology, that is happening more and more. So in that, I think China would be more advanced. The camps are in India. So the camps that they are building, the detention camps, are for people in India. They are for Muslims and others in India. So there's a dual thing happening. That's, there's Kashmir and then there's this. So the companies are what we have in common. And I would not be surprised. I've actually always thought there should be, economists who write about what are these companies, who are these companies, what is the kind of sort of the nuts and bolts material infrastructure of terror as master narrative? Because you need to know, and if those financial economic incentives are the ones that are creating the entrenched interests to continue, then we should find a way of shifting those material incentives. That would be the logical thing. I mean, you don't have to beat swords into plowshares. You just have to find out who's benefiting from making the pellets and can they make that money elsewhere so that we can try and convince people to not be blinding other people. I mean, maybe naive, but I think that's one part of what we ought to do, is to have more information about the financial aspect of this.
Thank you very much. In fact, before next round, I'll reflect on the Tibet-Xinjiang thing. The key commonality, the way I would see, and I've been looking at that in my own work, is thanks to Jo's special issue, where thankfully she forced me to finish my paper, otherwise I would have missed the deadline. I need that. Now, is in terms of coloniality. That's a common thing. So while exact technology might be different, they learn from each other, and China did try in 2008 to start portraying Tibetans as terrorists. So actors serve as terrorism, but they realized it does not work propaganda-wise, right? Therefore, they started focusing more separatism and extremism. And they're waiting in a way for the Dalai Lama to pass away, who's very clear about violence and non-violence, hoping that it would become violent resistance. Then they can more easily portray it as terrorism. So that's there. But commonality between Tibet, Xinjiang, Kashmir would be the whole idea of we are doing it for your good, whether you like it or not, paternalism, coloniality, modernization, so all of it being justified in name of liberating and rescuing those who are backward. And that's a commonality thing. In terms of 1790s, when you mentioned the French Revolution thing, I was thinking of reign of terror. The whole concept of terrorism comes from there, where terror is a tool used by the state against the people. Now, of course, terrorism is used in general for people's resistance against the state. But what we find, of course, is in case of China or Kashmir, sorry, in case of India, China, UK, Israel, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, all of them use terror, though they justify it as counter-terrorism. And silence of the majority, that's a wider question we all have to think of. You mentioned 1933 Germany. Some of us have done that vis-a-vis we use the word Shitler for Hitler, well, for Xi Jinping, right? Hitler is alive very much, it seems. You can use it in terms of Narendra Modi and India, right? We find, of course, in case of India, again, recent anti-Muslim violence, and we can see what's happening. So India, I would argue, India today is not 1940 Germany. India today is very much similar to 1933-34 Germany, right? In terms of where the majority is becoming silent. They're not silent, but they're becoming silent. Either agreeing with the government or keeping quiet out of fear or just think, oh, it's too complicated, right? That's what we're witnessing. Anyway, coming back, and of course, we have not talked of how Han majority thinks of Uyghurs, and maybe that's something which will come up in next round. We have next round of question. I know two people here.
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay, I'll give you first because you have the mic. Otherwise,
Yeah,
two
I'm
here
just-
and two here.
I'm just relaying some comments from the live stream, and we have 48 people joining us remotely, so I thought it's good to bring some of their thoughts in. So there are a few questions directed at what we should do. I know we'll address that later, but maybe the speakers want to say something about that. So one is about should there be efforts and are there efforts at the international level to address Islamophobia? Another is how can we raise awareness that Western companies are using Uyghur slave labor and boycott or ban their products? We might talk about that in the next panel a bit. What can Muslims in the West do to help Uyghurs? And a question on another line is, did anybody mention that Uyghurs have gone to fight with groups like ISIS, and would anybody like to speak to that as if there is some reason for this kind of thing? Okay, so
thank you very much. We have taken comments, and we have yes, David first.
Thank you. Thanks for a fantastic panel, and particularly thank you to Aziz for the introduction. Thank you for sharing your story with us. I'm David Tobin, University of Manchester. Two questions. One is, if we read the Chinese Party State's explanation of what it calls the ethnic problem, which is a long-term problem in Xinjiang, beginning long before 2001, obviously we're all in agreement that it identifies identity as a problem. But in those texts, they obviously say Uyghurs are not an Islamic group and Uyghurs are not a Turkic group, and saying those things is a terrorist act. So I wonder if you want to comment on why we focus so much on Islamophobia and less so on anti-Turkic racism, or just simply racism. And this matters in the British context very much. It matters analytically in terms of what comparisons we make, but it matters in Britain very much because until very recently, terrorism was associated with the Irish, not Islam. And of course, the Irish were called backward, uncivilized, in a manner very similar to what Debiesh described. And then my second question for Azim specifically, he said we should go all the way back to 2001. I wonder why you stopped there. My Uyghur friends tell me to go back to 1759 when this began with the long march west of the Manchu Empire. So I wonder how you relate that, because you did talk about the history of race in Britain and were quite sophisticated about the way historical narratives remain a leftover of colonialism. What about Chinese colonialism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The person there, check shirt here.
Thank you for the sharing. I want to bring up some observations of mine about what I see in the UK, about some portrayal of some child protection and also education-related news, such as the Rotherham child sex abuse, how it was portrayed in the media as Asian gangs targeting white girls. And also what I read quite a few weeks about some adoption, white girls being adopted by Muslim couples, and also the schools now required to teach British values or something. And also one more thing about the stripping of citizenship. I see that this is now happening in the UK for what called ISIS brides or something. Are we going to see more of these in globally around the world? Thank you.
Thank you. And Aziz, and then the person in white t-shirt.
I have two questions. First, yes, we are overwhelmingly talking about Islamophobia when we talk about Uyghur crisis today. Can we remember before the world started so-called war on terror, what's happening in East Turkestan? China occupied East Turkestan in 1949 with support of Soviet Union. Over the more than 70 years, hundreds, thousands, probably millions of Uyghur intellectuals killed, imprisoned. And when I talked this morning in 1989, we started Hall in China. First time democratic Uyghur student protest in 1985. We demanded from the Chinese government equal rights for the Uyghurs. That time there's no Islam exist. No, in the Uyghur identity, Islams exist. This is the problem. That's the problem. So why we are not talking about the real Uyghurs problem about the race, ethnicity, and cultural differences? Please explain. Second, when we compare about the Uyghurs tragedy now with India and Kashmir, can anyone give me example about individual rights, like we are not able to call family members? Our people can talk to the families from London, and reporters can go there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the
Thank you very much. My name is Andre, UCL student. My question is a bit of a follow-up about Uyghurs abroad and the current state of the diasporas. Do you know if they have any political influence abroad to address the issue with the governments? And yeah.
Okay, any last question? Okay, the person there behind Harriet, yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you. My name is Jude Howell. I'm from the LSE. It was an absolutely wonderful panel. I have a question for Natasha, actually, on these detention camps in India, because you talk about people learning from China, and given the rivalry economically between China and India, you know, I wonder if you have any idea about what are the channels through which this learning process occurs. I mean, are we talking about international meetings between security officials, security companies, and so on, involving both China and India? Or is India just watching very carefully what is occurring in China through the media? I mean, how does this learning process take place? And you say the detention camps in India are almost complete. I mean, it'd be interesting to see how much, even architecturally, they resemble the camps in China. As, yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have actually a final question here. Yes.
Hello, my name is Canon, and I'm a current master's student at LSE, also part of the Decolonizing Collective there. I have a comment and a question. I'll try to make it as quick as possible, but apologies if my perspective is quite naive still. So one is a comment on the question on why there's a lack of Western attention and condemnation in the human rights violation in the Uyghurs. For me, especially considering my own experiences living in the UK for the past few years, I think more than anything, there is a lack of empathy to the East Asian community. I think still East Asia is a sort of, unfortunately, a place that is more of a laughter and a joke. Even talking about the coronavirus happening right now, oftentimes when the talk come out still, there's laughter more than concern and dissent. And I think that really worries me in regards to the lack of the empathy about the problem there. And I think that extends on to the Uyghurs community as well, even if there are some people very much engaged in it. And leading on from this racial othering of the region as a whole, I actually have a question to Azim. You mentioned earlier about the need to study racism and this the rise of violence against the Muslim communities as separate problems, which I completely do agree in the sense that they are different. However, I also wonder, because there's continuity, this anti-Muslim sentiment has gotten fueled by the racial ostracization propagated by the West, as you mentioned, in the war on terror. And China is using the Western justification of violence against a specific community that is deeply rooted in their racist tendencies and hegemonic supremacy. And whilst I do agree that they are not two sides of the same coin, but for me, they are part of the same narrative or heavily intersect. So I just wanted to ask more if you could elaborate on the point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, we are running late, but then we started late, and it does imply that you'll have a shorter time for coffee. Maybe I'll start with Rachel. I mean, again, you could respond to a few questions, make your own concluding remarks, or maybe throw up the question for later. That's fine.
Okay. I think this question, we're going to carry on fighting about this throughout the coffee break, aren't we? So I will just address a few remarks to this question of why are we focusing on Islam. David, I read your piece and found it very interesting and thought-provoking. Why do we focus on Islam rather than, say, anti-Turkic racism? Okay. I think perhaps I would like to reverse the question and ask why so many people seem to be so keen on downplaying the question of Islam in the Uyghur situation. You know, I have frequently felt quite strange and uncomfortable about the way that the Trump government has been one of the prime supporters of the Uyghur cause, and I can absolutely see the way that Uyghur campaigners in the States have sought to align themselves, to present themselves in a way that will be more palatable to the American government in order to earn their support. I don't blame them for that. Obviously, I think, when a people is experiencing these kind of desperate situation, then they need to align themselves with what power they can. But obviously, I think that is quite problematic, and I think that the Republican support for Uyghurs is somewhat contingent on trade negotiations with China. And so I personally think that it is really important to see what is happening to Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities within China in the context of these kind of global flows of Islamophobia. So just one more point there. I think that, the issue of the very deep split between secular nationalist Uyghurs and more religious Uyghurs in the diaspora is something really that needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Azim?
Sure, thank you. Okay, so thank you for your questions. David, I think this is a problem that spans across a number of different contexts where you have a specific ethnicity that is also attached to Islam at the same time. So, for example, in the Balkan conflict, we heard similar ideas being expressed that, okay, well, is this about Islam? Because, having done a lot of ethnographic work in the region myself, Balkan Muslims would tell me that actually Islam was almost finished. We had no idea about our own faith until the conflict started, until the genocide began. And then we started to come back to Islam ourselves, and that saw a resurgence in Islam. But for them, they said that, while they were targeted to us in some ways because of our ethnicities, it was also a narrative to do with our faith as well. Even though for many of us, it wasn't a faith that we particularly practiced or expressed. It was almost like adjacent to our identity, but it became in some ways the primary discourse in the way that we were otherized. So there are, I think, very, very interesting ways in which we need to think about how racism intersects with Islamophobia that specifically targets the religion itself. And I don't think we can easily reduce it to an ethnic issue or one to do with the faith. But I think what connects the discourse of the war and terror in particular is the faith itself. that the discourse around extremism and terrorism does bring together all of these different disparate forms of repression in a way that is coherent, that we can see builds upon one another, whether it's through algorithms or it's through profiling stops in the street, whatever it is. That pathology, generally speaking, seems to be similar, even if the specific pieces of legislation and policy making are a little different from one another. And I think that speaks to a little bit about why 2001 rather than going further back. I mean, I completely agree with you. I think a couple of years ago, I read Madeleine Pien's book. I can't remember the name now. Do Not Say We Have Nothing, right? Where she talks about the labor camps from the 1950s, and you see some of what's happening with the Uyghur, or a lot of what's happening with the Uyghur, happening since that time. But I think the war on terror as a specific discourse needs to be studied and understood without doing disservice to, of course, the long history that comes before it as well. I think that's very, very important. I'm glad that you raised that yes, absolutely, we should never speak about what's happened within the context of war on terror outside of what took place before the war on terror, because otherwise we make the same reductive argument the West makes, which is the world started on 9/11. There was no repression, there was no violence, there was nothing before them. That's extremely important that we bear that in mind. There was a question about child protection, the problem of child abuse, adoption of white girls by Muslim couples, citizenship stripping. We're seeing all of these policies throughout the world. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the American government has just constituted a specific group that's looking at denaturalization in the context of pedophilia, terrorism, and other forms of serious crime. So this is really interesting. That's something that the British took on first, which is this idea of citizenship stripping, which started in 2004, by the way, with the case of Abu Hamza al-Masri. They failed to remove his citizenship, but now we've seen like over 150 predominantly Muslim. I think the only non-Muslim case we know of is Anna Chapman, who was accused of being a Russian spy, but otherwise all the citizenship removals in the UK have been, as far as we understand it, Muslim so far. So we're seeing this take place. And I would even suggest that the new act in India that seeks to deny citizenship to certain types of groups, I see that as very, very much connected to the way that citizenship stripping, that immigration laws have been constituted within the wider world. So just one or two other things I wanted to tackle. So yeah, there was just that last question about the need to study racism as continuity. Yeah, I think absolutely we have to do that. These things all heavily intersect with one another. It's not just simple as, oh, this is just to do with Islamophobia. In order to understand, how communities are otherized, we have to go much, much further than that. And, to deal with maybe quickly the comments from online, what can Muslims in the West do? Seeing as I'm practicing Muslim, what I'll say is that it's really important that we take our ethical and spiritual concerns seriously. That means both at micro and macro levels. It is important that we ourselves think about the products that we're buying, not just simply as something that's an act of efficacy, but something that is far more spiritually tied to who we are as individuals and what we take seriously and how we show solidarity. It's not simply enough that we say, oh, is this effective? That, in many ways, so that's not even a concern. The question is, what does this mean to you as an individual in terms of the relationship you have to the world, the relationship you have to God, the relationship you have to justice, wider society? So I think that's really important for us to think about and bear in mind. And sorry for taking some time.
No, thank you, Asim. Natasha?
Okay. So the specific, this time I'll do it inductively, the specific ones first. India, China, what do we know of the commonalities? Well, there was this policy that was, again, announced overnight, and what seem contradictions and strangenesses in the way in which the Modi-led BJP has been functioning are actually not. They're part of a political strategy, I would argue. But in November 2016, they announced something called demonetization. right? Overnight, 80-something% of the country's paper currency became worthless. And there was a lot of hardship that ensued, and which was sought to be justified as purity and suffering for the nation, whatever. But in that, some of the companies, and again, I mean, there's probably work that can be more specific than I can be at this point, but the companies that the idea was to shift, the official idea was to make a strike on, a surgical strike on the what they called the black market on this economy. It was supposed to be following on from the surgical strike on Kashmir. So again, this resonance of metaphors. But anyway, when they did that, the idea there was that it would also, amongst other things, deal with terrorism, deal with separatism, this move to digitization. But some of the companies that were to benefit from this were companies that had tie-ups with China. So there are, and so it's not really the official kind of, what the government says or what a certain politician says. It's really who has stakes in what companies and who they are in tie-ups with. So it's actually a lot more like the usual forms of crony relationships, commercial crony relationships that we would imagine across national borders. So there's that kind of thing which was argued in that case. Secondly, I think that there's also this the role widely of China in the Indian case. It's rivalry, but not straightforward. It's almost like a complexio oppositorum. So China is both, on the one hand, something that legitimizes whatever India does, because China is communist and India is democratic. And look what a wonderful democracy we are, so we're not China. Firstly, not being China in itself is a plus point. That's a good thing. But secondly, also in that, the reason I'm saying complexio oppositorum, it's also, but secondly also, oh, but look at China. We've got all this democratic noise. It takes so long to get anything done. But look at the fact that in China, they can make anything happen overnight. And I see some of that actually here too. When those images of that hospital built overnight were circulating and people were like, yes, this is so wonderful because anything can happen overnight in China, like anything can be done. So there's also that thing of Modi himself being legitimized as this kind of counterweight to being almost like a Chinese style of leader who can deal with the messiness of Indian democracy because it has been given too much credence and he can just do things efficiently. And so China also acts as a, as a positive thing in that way, like emulative thing in that imaginary context. So there's that similarity. Now the thing with this is a proper palimpsest here. I have to see what I have written. Okay, I don't know, but I think maybe I was trying to think of the fact of these, the allegations of terrorism. Of course, there are, the people joining ISIS. So this is the official thing used in the Indian case as well, that these people are terrorists. No, of course, there are people who use, individual people, non-state actors, who decide to use violence for political ends and belong to outfits that are classified as terrorists. But those are, at the most, even by official accounts, a few hundred in a population of millions. And most of the people who are asking for rights are not asking for, are just asking for their rights. So it's, in effect, this use of terrorism. It's not that there aren't people who are terrorists, but it's the way in which it becomes something that can collectively be used to delegitimize everything else. And in the... so yeah, there was that point about how this rhetoric gets used. There was something else there, but I can't read that here now. The thing about ethnicity, I think, so I find ethnicity as a concept really interesting, but there's some new work that, how ethnicity as a concept comes to be used historically, like what's the history of the idea of ethnicity, and how do we understand that through how, for instance, the state gets to be seen and constructed in Africa in the 19th century. So I don't know about I wouldn't say that we should be too hung up on whether we look at this in ethnicity or religion terms, because these have been shifting categories in terms of how the narratives have sought to deploy them. So in the Kashmir case, if you look at that, from 90s onwards, and again, not coincidentally because of the end of the Cold War, it becomes a moment that the struggle gets seen as, and becomes also, an Islamized struggle. But before that, it was a similar kind of struggle which had various other components to it. So, there were various times in the 30s and the 40s when you had Kashmiri Muslims and Kashmiri Hindus as part of the same platform asking for similar things. So very much like in certain other struggles in different parts of the world, it went through various phases through the Cold War. and that geopolitical communist other then becomes the Muslim other. So now, of course, because people's mosques are shut down, they are not allowed to to congregate for prayers, then they are being targeted because of their religion too, even though, of course, as individuals they are asking for their rights as rights-bearing individuals. They're asking for freedom to self-determine. They're not saying like give it to us because we're Muslims. They're saying it's a political problem. So the religion aspect is a part of that story because of the way in which it is represented. The point about why go back to this point or that point, the question of identity? I mean, of course not. This thing goes back to the Enlightenment subject. This thing goes back to Orientalism and the very idea of how a certain idea of the West gets constructed, within which all human rights and all of that gets arrogated to us. So all of those other people have to who are struggling against these colonialisms somehow don't know human rights. Of course they do. They are also asking for precisely those same rights that we think that no one there understood in that simplified kind of us versus them rhetoric. So, totally on board with this Republican thing. There are people who will extend those solidarities for very conditional, in their view, strategic reasons, which are very problematic solidarities because of the constraints they impose on the people who have to try and achieve those solidarities. Was there you asked me something specific, right, about phone calls. So yes, absolutely, everything is surveilled. The landscape is completely militarized. I mean, I am originally Kashmiri, I'm British, but and I'm also an animist and a humanist, and I'm also not a Kashmiri Muslim, so I'm actually an ideal subject of Hindutva, like ideal subject person for Hindutva. So it's even more traitorous of me to be saying this. But no, people cannot call, or so from 5th, yeah, there was absolute, like people went, you couldn't call your friends. You just saw everything. The last scene was on 5th August. So literally everything was shut down. And even before that, there have been periods of time. So this is the strange thing. You can be, in 2017, one afternoon, you can be there, and suddenly your phone becomes a plastic box. Like everything just gets turned off. You cannot use your phones, you cannot contact, and the thing is, it's arbitrary. When it happens, for how long it will go on, is totally arbitrary. There's no accountability. And now, because more and more orders are being passed through oral means, and the police, with the new changes, constitutional changes, have been brought directly under the Home Ministry at the center, which they weren't before. So that also makes it difficult to produce the evidence, because of the new means of putting forward these things. So there's ubiquitous surveillance, ubiquitous militarization, anytime ability to shut down, and even now, like the limited access to what kinds of internet that people can have. And they're especially keen on people not using social media. So social media has always been, these last few months, this big thing on, they can have these specific sites, but not social media, because that's how they get radicalized. Social media is how they, so which is clearly something that is a learning from other contexts.
Thank you very much. And I've been a bad chair because I realized, okay, though we started late, so I can blame Tim and Aziz there, not myself. 6 minutes, but that's fine. You know why? Because we realized that there's no lunch. Oh, there is lunch break, but no lunch, so we can eat into that. But before that, let me thank your time. But one thing, okay. I think this is a discussion which we will have over time, is around framing of the question, right? Is it Muslim minority problem? But by calling Uyghurs Muslim minority, are we accepting the state language? Because, of course, Uyghurs are not minority in their own homeland. They ought to be. It's like that's a big debate we have, I'm sure, right? In terms of comparison with other places, again, we would find similarities and differences. And the way I see it, broadly speaking, is it about religion? Is it about race, racism? Or is it about coloniality? I use the word coloniality, and even Natasha earlier and others also talked about it, in terms of how they're very similar but very different. But one thing to bear in mind is when Narendra Modi, who was a perpetrator of anti-Muslim pogrom in Gujarat in 2002, he was not given visa to the US. He would not come to the UK. The country that wooed him was China since 2002. So is that connected to what they do or not? One has to think about it. But in terms of solidarity, I think I'll end with difference rather than similarity. I can see why Uyghurs would want to even get support from whoever they get, even that includes Republicans. So the luxury that, and I use the word luxury, so that's maybe a different, where different is, oppressed people, colonized people who are being erased completely may not have the luxury to see which kind of support they get, so long as they get support. We see that with Kurdish people, we see that with Uyghur people, we see that with Kashmiris, we see that with Tibetans. And in a way, therefore, rather than see what the problem is, we have to also understand why they need to align with it, right? Broadly speaking, when you look at Uyghurs and Tibetans, and I'll end with that part, I think a big failure, apart from others, has been of the left in the West. left in India and left elsewhere. So when they would accept Chinese rhetoric of liberation, when they would accept the Chinese rhetoric and say, oh, it's all CIA funded and whatever, I mean, what else do you expect the people who are oppressed to do when the left becomes the big problem here rather than the solution? On that note, let me end this session, and we have 20 minutes for tea and coffee, and then we come back and carry on. Thank you very much. And thank you to, of course, all the people asking questions in the panel.
Thank you.
20 minutes, yes.
Bye.
Next panel on surveillance, capital and state power. I'm going to finish. My name's Tim Pringle. I'm chairing the panel. Each of our speakers, we've got 4 speakers, they will introduce themselves. We've got Darren Byler, Nisha Kapoor, Rahima Mahmood, and Maya Wong. Each speaker will speak for 8 to 10 minutes, and then we'll open it up to the Q&A. So mostly a repeat of the previous session, except that we are going to finish at 1:15, because even though we don't give you lunch, we're going to give you 3/4 an hour to think about that you haven't got any lunch, okay? So you can't say we're not generous. So that's what we're going to aim. So if you please do have contributions. The discussion was great in the last panel. We want to try and emulate that, but try and keep your contributions brief. Yep. Okay, thanks. So we're going to start off with Darren, and I think Darren, you're going to come over here because you've got a PowerPoint presentation. So thank you, and welcome to all the speakers.
All right, well, it's a real honor to be here. I'm Darren Byler, an anthropologist at the University of Colorado at Boulder, was at the University of Washington, I almost said that. Just started a postdoc position there looking at infrastructure in China. I study surveillance systems, technology systems, both in China and as they move to other places. And I also have another project that related to the Uyghur context, where I'm looking at forced labor. And I'm not going to talk a lot about that in my presentation today, but if you want to have a discussion about forced labor in China, I'm happy to do that too. Okay, so the title of my 10 minutes is Technologies of For-Profit Colonialism, Making Lives Matter. In the summer of 2017, nearly all of the men in Shulpan Amarken's family were taken to re-education camps. Aside from Shulpan's husband, it was just women who were left. Because her father-in-law was an imam in the local Kazakh community, her whole family was deemed unsafe or suspicious. In the months that followed, state workers who were tasked with carrying out the re-education of Muslim minorities in Xinjiang entered her home on a regular basis to inspect the remaining members of Shulpan's family. They used a wide range of technological tools to do this. For instance, they scanned her family members' bodies and their belongings with handheld metal detectors, the kind an airport security worker might use. These devices were manufactured in Xinjiang by a technology firm called Dali, who had shipped these scanning devices to Xinjiang in mass quantities. A spokesperson for the company said, in a joke, in a speech, that only the bathrooms in Xinjiang were without surveillance. In fact, even the bathrooms in Uyghur and Kazakh homes were not safe from the scans. The police were looking for electronics, unreported smartphones, SD cards, hard drives, language learning devices, such as a Quran reciter that you see here. It's a pen that you can scan over the text and it will tell you how to learn the Quran. And many people had these in 2014 and 15 when I was doing my research. These are the types of devices that they were looking for with their scanning equipment. According to the guidelines the state issued to enforce the religious de-extremification policy, having 5 or more digital copies of unauthorized teachings resulted in a criminal charge of promoting terrorism and extremism. Possessing fewer than 5 could result instead in being labeled a pre-criminal in need of re-education in the internment camps. The police installed cameras at the front gate of Shulpan's home, and they made visitors register their names and ID numbers. Shulpan said, quote, "Our home became like a government office." The neighbors began to avoid Shulpan's family. Shulpan said that on numerous visits, the police plugged her smartphone into a scanning device that looked like this, that could recover deleted data in a matter of seconds. Although the AI system learned something more about the patterns of her behavior each time they did this, she said it did not detect anything extremist. She said that there was reasons for this. It was, since it was a non-Chinese iPhone, they couldn't find anything. If it was a Huawei phone, they could have. They asked me, why are you using this phone? They said I should have been patriotic and gotten a Chinese phone. I purposefully bought the iPhone from a Kazakh from Kazakhstan because I knew it was safer. Otherwise, I would have definitely been sent to the camp because before I cleaned my phone, cleaned it, I had lots of religious content on my phone. Shulpan was not afraid, not alone in her fear of surveillance. Many of the dozens of others I interviewed as part of my research for my book project on re-education technology said that they or others that they knew were detained because of digital texts, audio clips, and videos that they had shared on their smartphones. To be clear, already in 2014, when the Chinese state declared the People's War on Terror and began to discuss the 75 signs of Islamic extremism, which Rachel mentioned in her remarks, they began to list digital files, WhatsApp, and VPNs as signs of suspicion. But initially, none of these new regulations were enforced. Now, with new surveillance tools, their digital footprint from years prior could be used against them. And so the kind of activities they were doing on WeChat back in 2014 and 15 were now detected and being used against them. The surveillance system was a product of so-called preventative policing systems that drew on theories associated with the British PREVENT program, which has been mentioned in the previous panel. PREVENT, or CVE, Countering Violent Extremism, relies on the theory that religious ideology or piety leads to violence. In Euro-America, it justifies cameras in mosques, teachers reporting on politically active Muslim students, and watch lists, no-fly lists, all of those things. In China, it took on Chinese characteristics that drew on the Maoist past and counterinsurgency theory as practiced in Iraq and Palestine. Like people throughout the region, Shulpan had her irises, face and fingerprints scanned and her unique voice signature recorded. They took her blood and a DNA sample. She said, the village government leader told us openly that those who would refuse would be taken to a re-education camp. And this is an image of a Uyghur person who went through this scanning, recreating what that looked like. So the system is supported by this really unprecedented data set of face scans, iris scans, and DNA, all of that stuff. The biometric data that was added to Shulpan's citizenship file as part of a new smart ID card and checkpoint system enabled them to track her movement over space. Once this system was fully implemented by the end of 2017, it became impossible to enter a bank or shopping mall without having her face scanned and matched to the image on her ID at the fixed checkpoints at the entrance of every store. Shulpan said, on average, over the span of a single day, I had my ID scanned more than 10 times. And this is a map that's showing from internal police documents from Urumqi, the capital of the region, what the frequency of scanning and the data that's being collected. This is done at a very large scale. Shulpan said that she also began to change her habits. At the advice of a police officer, Shulpan and her husband started going to dance parties and drinking in order to show that they were not religious. Once on their way home from a party, the police followed them and pulled them over. They asked both her and her husband to use a breathalyzer, using a device similar to this one. Even though she wasn't driving, they also tested her. When they found that her husband was not drunk, they asked him why he had not been drinking. He replied, I didn't drink because I had to drive, which they grudgingly agreed to, saying that that was a legitimate reason not to drink. They were pleased, however, to find that Shulpan's blood alcohol levels were elevated. They didn't say anything and just let them go. Looking back at it now, Shulpan said, we had to perform the way they wanted us to perform. If they said drink, we drank. Many Turkic Muslims I have interviewed over the past 2 years have said that re-education technologies and the terror they feel because of the treatment of their relatives that they've received in detention have made them live their lives differently. They had always been very careful not to do anything wrong, but now they were intentional about posting content on their WeChat walls that reflected the talking points of the re-education campaign. A lot of this centers around something called demonstrating positive energy. They posted things in Chinese rather than Kazakh and Uyghur. They smiled at Han people and served them first. They smiled and said, thank you, good, okay, 谢谢, 谢谢, ha, ha, xing, xing. They said that was the way that they just responded to everything. They did whatever they were assigned to do. They embraced post-truth as the new reality. It became normal. So what are the implications of all of this? Technology has been central in the modern history of systems of control, ranging from barbed wire and automatic weapons in North American internment camps to the passbooks and checkpoints of apartheid South Africa. The technology used in Chinese projects to contain and transform Uyghur populations takes these systems of control in new techno-political directions. As Saskia Sassen notes, following 9/11, the built environment itself has become a technology of war. In a world of counterinsurgency and CVE, the pursuit of total knowledge of civilian populations through systematic assessment of their behavior and control of vital infrastructures is becoming the norm. For stateless populations, it is producing a new form of for-profit colonization, an intimate form of material and epistemic violence that seeks to eliminate and replace indigenous sociality. This economic and political formation, what I name terror capitalism, justifies the dispossession and exploitation of Muslim populations by defining them as potential terrorists or security threats. It attempts to generate profits in three interconnected ways. First, lucrative state contracts are given to private and state-owned corporations to build and deploy policing technologies that surveil and manage targeted groups. Then, using the vast amounts of biometric and social media data extracted from those groups, the private companies improve their technologies and sell retail versions of them to other states and institutions, such as schools and corporations. Finally, all of this turns targeted groups into a ready source of cheap labor, either through direct coercion or indirectly through stigmas associated with their surveillance status. Already similar systems are being built in India, Palestine, and the southern border of the US, and in Hong Kong, where the slogan that was used kind of everywhere in Hong Kong, I was there in January, you see this everywhere, is today Xinjiang, tomorrow Hong Kong. These examples show us that surveillance of marginalized people will likely get worse before it gets better. They demand a re-articulation of what the Taiwanese scholar Xu Meishi describes as a minor transnational politics. To confront terror capitalism, a new social movement that links targeted communities to tech workers of conscience and builds legal frameworks and decolonial platforms is necessary. As Judith Butler would argue, this is what is necessary to truly make Shulpan's story count. Of course, her story does count, but it's not always recognized, it's not always heard. And the loss of her family members grievable. And so I'll leave it there and this is sort of a provocation or a way of thinking forward, is how do we organize to resist this collectively? Because without it, we're left in a very difficult position, and the marginalized people around us are going to be susceptible to really great harms. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Darren. So our next speaker is Rahima.
Rahima, I'll leave it to you to introduce yourself. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here to talk about the situation. As being Uyghur myself, I would like to talk through my own personal experience and to give you a bit more inside stories, what is happening at the moment. And I'm sure the previous speakers have already mentioned quite a lot. So I was born in the city of Hulja, of what was East Turkestan, but the Chinese call it Xinjiang. I was brought up in a large religious family. The discrimination and the persecution of the Uyghur people has a long history. As a Uyghur, I experienced from my childhood until when I left my homeland in 2000, frequent discrimination and witnessed brutal crackdowns on moderate dissenting voices, especially the massacre in Hulja massacre in 1997. So since coming to the UK in 2000, I have not been able to return home because of my involvement in the activism against the human rights violation against my people by the Chinese government. The last time I spoke to my brother was in January 2017, and he told me in a shaking voice, "Please leave us to God's hand, and we will leave you to God's hand too." My work as an interpreter and translator brings me first-hand information on those who have suffered in notorious 21st century internment camps, as well as the heart-wrenching accounts of mothers and fathers who have lost their children, young and old. Every Uyghur family has a similar story, one more horrible than the other. As a result of the brutal ethnic cleansing and cultural genocide that have been taking place since 2017, behind the closed eyes of the international community, the most painful part of the job is that I cannot offer those in pain and suffering any words of comfort and hope. I worked as a consultant and a translator for the documentary Undercover China's Digital Gulag by Robin Banwal, which was broadcasted on ITV in July 2019. Information was gained through both interviews with those that had experienced and escaped the camps, and through an undercover operative within the Uyghur region. There's one part, if people didn't watch this documentary, I would recommend you to watch it. This is one part I believe is most extraordinary account by the Chinese official. So this is the conversation between the undercover reporter and the Chinese official in Urumqi. So this is what he said. The authorities say it is a special situation here. What is happening is excessive and too extreme. The police look at Uyghurs with suspicion. If a Uyghur refuses to be checked or asks why, they just lock them up. There is no procedure. So the undercover reporter asked, do Uyghurs feel their human rights are being violated? They don't have human rights. It is not about violation. They just don't have human rights. And a Uyghur IT expert who worked for a state-controlled high-tech surveillance company, we interviewed him. The extensive interview record is with me. I can share some of what he said about this surveillance situation. He said everyone was fearful, whether those already taken inside or those who are waiting to be taken in. Our relatives under influence of the state terror dare not even greet one another openly without fear. It is unbearable to describe life there. A knock on the door from anyone would bring extreme anxiety and fright. So on my last visit in the country, I spoke to the expert again, and he told me that last time he spoke to his mother, he learned that his neighbor's daughter had hanged herself after being released from the camp on the same day. I have also worked as a translator for the BBC documentary China, A New World Order. And the interview records and translating the interview records was heartbreaking. And I would like to just share this one mother's story. This is what she said. My mother-in-law was looking after my children. My sister-in-law could not get hold of my mother-in-law for a few days. So she went to visit. When my sister-in-law got there, the children told her, our grandmother was taken away by police 3 days ago. My mother-in-law is 72 years old. I could not believe it. She is old and in poor health. She started sobbing. 3 days after my mother-in-law was arrested, my children were taken to an orphanage. My heart was just torn apart. I never thought that this kind of disaster could happen to me. And this is just one example. This lady came to Turkey because her father was ill. And she came in 2016. And when she wanted to return, that is a time when this mass arrest started. So she's trapped, couldn't go back. Her mother-in-law was looking after her children, a 72-year-old woman. And so police arrested her, and then 3 days later, all her children were taken away. Up until now, she doesn't know what happened to her children. The most difficult part of interpreting job is to interpret, to work, especially to interview the people who suffered extreme torture, especially rape. Only 2 weeks ago, I went to Germany to interview a lady called Ruqya. We call her name as Ruqya. And we spent 5 hours. I had to ask the researcher to leave the room because I couldn't translate. It's impossible for me to translate the details of this, the scene and how it happened. It was just too much. And she said, the rape in prison and in camps are 99% women are actually experiencing that, but they wouldn't say because they feel too ashamed to say it. Therefore, she said, I have to tell the world because this is extreme situation and the world should know what happened. I think I should leave my speech here, and then maybe any questions I can hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rahima. So now we'll ask Nisha to give her presentation.
Thank you. Thanks to the organisers for inviting me. I'm Nisha Kapoor. I'm an associate professor at the University of Warwick in the sociology department. My research has broadly focused on the war on terror in the UK and the US, looking at sort of extreme cases of individuals who have been impacted by things like citizenship, so extreme cases in the sense of state disciplinary measures. So looking at individuals who have been subjected to citizenship deprivation, passport removals, extradition, deportation, so on. And I had a book out a couple of years ago with Verso called Deport, Deprive, Extradite, which is part of a broader project looking at documenting these cases, but also thinking about what they illuminate about the sort of authoritarian practices being enhanced through the security state, you know, in the name of the war on terror. So my, subsequent to that, I've been increasingly looking at surveillance and surveillance capitalism. My knowledge of the sort of Chinese context is very sort of tentative, so it's been really great to be part of this, because it is something that I've been thinking a bit more about. But my comments really today are focused more on kind of outside China, but thinking about the trade links, I guess, and the sort of competition between the US and the UK, and the discourse of human rights that gets played out within this sort of surveillance capital, with this sort of competitive context between the US and China mostly, with the UK being a really important trading market for the competition of surveillance technologies between the other states. So, I mean, I'll begin by just saying something about some of the artificial intelligence, some of the surveillance technologies that have been cultivated by Google in the name of, you know, through the war on terror, as part of in the frame, or justified in terms of trying to make the internet a safer place. So the wealth of artificial intelligence being generated en masse by companies such as Google, who surveil our online behavior to create what Shoshana Zuboff has termed prediction products that anticipate what we will do now, soon, and later, is a project that's not simply rooted in the desire to make us better consumers, but actually is a project intricately embedded in the US military objective of conducting information war, for which it realized in the late 1980s, early 1990s, that the internet and social media would be essential. Nafiz Ahmed, an investigative journalist, has laid out in great detail the intricate connections between the US military and security agencies and Google, not least through the circulation of personnel between these two camps and the creation of networks between governments and big tech for enabling this. And although there's much to kind of comment on and reflect on this relationship, I just want to stress that surveillance capitalism is deeply tied to the securitization agenda of the war on terror, where surveillance techniques and technologies are being cultivated through a focus, as we heard this morning, on Muslim suspect communities. So we see this partnership between the military, security services, and Google come to the fore in multiple ways, but one particular sort of interesting way is through Google's Jigsaw project, of which Yasmin Green is the research and development director. Last year, at the end of last year, Vogue, many of you might have followed, fronted a cover of 3 women, Muslim women, who have played, you know, leading management roles in the counterterrorism industry, real kind of glamorizing pictures, sort of showing, glamorizing the counterterrorism industry, if you like, but kind of playing on, you know, the role of feminism in liberation, or sort of in sort of West counterterrorism agendas, and playing on the ideas around human rights, freedom of speech, and sort of an imperialist feminist reinvigoration. And so Yasmin Green was one of these women who, as I said, is the research and development director of Jigsaw, and has overseen projects such as the creation of the animated character Abdullah X, who fronts a YouTube series voiced by a former extremist who's I think actually a British Pakistani, that explores themes of young Muslim identity in society and aims to steer young minds away from extremism. and also another project called the Redirect Method, which Jigsaw states is focused on reaching those who are actively looking for extremist content and connections, and uses pre-existing YouTube content and targeted advertising to direct young people off the path to extremism. So what you have through these projects that Google are using, through this animated YouTube series and also through the Redirect Method, is the profiling of individuals online, and the sort of manipulation of search engines to redirect them or to steer what content gets seen. So the kinds of censorship or redirection that we usually hear about in the Chinese context is being used in certain ways through these projects like the Redirect Method. And so, for example, in the TED talk that Yasmin Green does, she talks about how if you search, how can I join ISIS, that you'll be redirected to other information about, either academic articles or sort of more critical articles about kind of what ISIS is and does, or articles that work in the interests of Western agendas. So, and that's unlike the results that you get if you search, how can I join the IDF or how can I join the RSS? There are distinctions. But the sort of the discourse or the rhetoric that's narrated around this project is around kind of keeping people safe, is around dealing with extremism, de-radicalization, and freedom of speech. Yasmin Green, along with others such as Sarah Khan and Nikita Malak, as I said, have been celebrated for glamorizing the counterterrorism industry, for drawing on liberal feminist notions of human rights discourses and freedom of speech to justify the surveillance and suppression and criminalization of suspect or vulnerable Muslim youth. This kind of imperialist feminism has not hurt Google's reputation, but to the contrary has been celebrated as one way in which Google can play a role in progressive securitization measures. Google has certainly not received the same kind of international scrutinization for human rights abuses in that context. It's taken collaboration. It has taken the sort of collaboration with the sort of far-right Trump regime and its role in China for Google to come under critique from its staff members for participation in military programs and for its role in developing the Dragonfly project. So Google was providing AI assistance as part of something called Project Maven, which was a drone program for the Pentagon. And, as I mentioned, Google's kind of initiation has been very much about being closely tied with military agendas in the US. But following protests from its staff opposing the deal and calling Google to write a new charter to block work on weaponized AI, Google subsequently has ended its contract with the Pentagon openly, and has also, it was stated last year, officially suspended its work with China on its Dragonfly project, which was a censoring search engine developed for the Chinese market. So what I really I'm trying to get at, and this is just stuff that I'm starting to think about, so it's not as coherent as formed as I'd like it to be, but that I guess that's for discussion, is to really think about problematizing the way in which human rights in relation to China gets invoked in the West, because, well, one, we have this situation where both the sort of far right invokes for nationalist and for sort of trade reasons, invokes human rights reasons, as we heard at the end of the last panel, in relation, as legitimation for kind of not working with China or for seeing China as a security threat. And we also have the sort of liberal left factions invoking kind of a human rights argument in relation to surveillance technologies, not necessarily because the surveillance technologies themselves are a problem, but because of which corporations are actually doing the work. So, you have Amnesty, for example, talking about if we're going to employ certain surveillance technologies in the UK, that we need to sort of think about the source of those technologies, which companies are providing the technologies, rather than thinking about the problem of the technologies themselves. Which is really my point. So against this kind of ongoing trade war between the US and China, it has generally been in Google's interest to maintain a collaborative relationship with Chinese big tech and surveillance corporations. In July 2019, The Intercept reported that the Open Power Foundation, a non-profit organization founded by Google and IBM, set up a collaboration between IBM, Chinese company Xinjiang, and a US chip manufacturer, Exalinks, I think that's how you say it. Together, they have worked to advance a breed of microprocessors that enable computers to analyze vast amounts of data more efficiently. So China and the US, or China and US companies, are working together to do this. According to Ryan Gallagher's investigative journalist report, Xinjiang, which is Shenzhen-based company, is using the devices, these microchip things, microprocessors, to enhance the capabilities of internet surveillance and censorship technology it provides to security agencies in China. A company employee said that its technology is being used to covertly monitor the internet activity of 200 million people. So through a subsidiary company called iNext, it's selling internet surveillance and censorship tools to governments, and it's working with US companies in order to develop technologies to enhance its ability to do this. Google's mission to expand its surveillance empire to China is constrained by these two opposing, as I said, by these two kind of factions. One, you have kind of Trump's alt-right factions who are invoking sort of nationalist trade interests to sort of, and are using human rights to argue that, to condemn Google for its interactions and with Chinese companies. And you also have the protests, as we've heard, by its employees for different reasons, but also kind of invoking similar human rights reasons. And what you have then is this kind of coming to the fore for my purposes in the UK, where we've heard a lot recently about Britain's contracts with Huawei and the extent to which they would be allowed access to Britain's 5G network and telecommunications stuff. But there has been Britain itself, the UK is an attractive prospect beyond telecommunications. The UK is an attractive prospect for any company working in the security industry because it's one of the most surveilled countries in the world, with up to an estimated 6 million cameras, one for every 11 people throughout its towns and cities. So it's a kind of, really ideal market. And in terms of artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence technology, where China is leading the world, the UK is currently sourcing products mostly from Hikvision, NEC, which is a Japanese company, and Palantir, which is the US rival. And so the human rights, a recent report by Stephen Felden shows that technology linked to Chinese companies, particularly Huawei, Dahua, and ZTE, supply AI surveillance technology in 63 countries, 36 of which have signed onto China's Belt and Road Initiative. But Huawei is responsible for providing AI surveillance technology to at least 50 countries worldwide. No other company comes close. In contrast, AI surveillance technology supplied by the US is present in 32 countries. So we see that the kind of trade war, the security reasons, the security risks that are currently being invoked by the US are really underpinned by the difference in market access. The most significant US companies for AI technology are IBM, Palantir, and Cisco. So we have, what's kind of interesting in terms of how this is playing out in the UK is that you have, on the one hand, Palantir, which is headed by Peter Thiel, who is a big Trump-supporting venture capitalist, who has not been able to kind of crack the Chinese market, I think, in the way that he would have liked, but who has secured controversially and quietly a £28 million contract from the Ministry of Defence last year in the UK, taking the total value of UK government deals won by the company to at least £39 million. Palantir has become a lightning rod for concerns in Silicon Valley, but has actually maintained quite a low profile in the UK comparatively, even though its offices are actually, its UK office is now its largest, and has taken responsibility for a number of kind of military contracts, but also is developing, is also providing welfare. So the AI technology that's now being used as part of the social credit system in the UK by welfare in order to administer benefit claims is now being run by Palantir Technologies, by Palantir AI Technologies. So 140 councils out of 408 are using Palantir software, running into kind of millions of pounds in order to, as part of the results of cuts and austerity measures that have been delivered in the UK, which means that there are less people working in delivering in the welfare system. And on the other hand, you have Hikvision, whose camera technologies, AI technologies have been developed through the Skynet program, developed in Xinjiang, Hikvision cameras being used prolifically in the UK across the London Underground, across parliamentary the estate, across London boroughs, across boroughs in the UK, in public spaces, by private companies in shopping malls and shopping markets, in schools, in hospitals, at universities. I think it's something like 1.2 million Hikvision cameras are sort of reported to be in use in the UK, with all the possibilities that allows for. So I'm kind of running out of time, and I don't have a nice conclusion, but it's just really to ask, or to invoke us, to provoke us to think a bit more critically about the way in which human rights arguments sort of get invoked in the context outside of China, as to think sort of a bit more critically about sort of what it means in relation to the politics, the market politics between different corporations who are fighting for market access to for their own sort of profit reasons.
Thank you, Nisha. So now hopefully we should have Maya Wong from the States on Skype. Maya, can you hear us?
Yes.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. So over to you. Can you introduce yourself, Maya, please?
Yes. I'm the senior researcher on China for Human Rights Watch. I'm actually based in Hong Kong. So,
sorry.
and Thank you for inviting me, and I unfortunately am not able to be there. So it's like, sorry if I might have repeated some of the things people have said earlier. I think my presentation kind of sits somewhere between Darren and Rahima on one hand and Nisha on the other. I would just describe a little bit about kind of China's mass surveillance systems. I've studied China mostly in the last decade, with a focus on Xinjiang and surveillance in the last couple of years. We have observed basically that the Chinese government's implementation of mass surveillance systems as far back as year 2000, nearly 20 years ago. And we have seen it developed as a multi-layered, kind of multi-dimensional program. At the kind of very basic of the system is the use of the requirement that everybody has to have an ID number, and the requirement that people have to use their real name in accessing many kind of services, including when they travel on long distance buses, getting a SIM card for their phone, getting broadband internet. And then at the next layer is the use of biometrics and the use of artificial intelligence, the collection, I think Darren also mentioned, of facial images, voice samples, iris scans, DNA, and this kind of collection is mass and often without being tied to kind of criminal record or criminal suspicion. In Xinjiang, for example, these kind of biometrics are being taken from children as young as 12 years old as a requirement. And then in addition, there is also the collection of phone identifying information. IMEI number and MAC addresses of people's phones have been collected and put into massive databases run by the police. And what is interesting in Xinjiang in particular, but also across China, is the use of kind of multiple authentication technique. So when you go through your life in Xinjiang, it's not just about the use of facial recognition to identify you, but when you walk through checkpoints, you're presenting your ID, you're going through facial recognition, but the checkpoints are also equipped with these things called data doors, or some of the checkpoints are equipped with these things called data doors that look a bit like a security checkpoint when you walk through. But unbeknown to the person walking through it, the data doors are also pulling your IMEI number, your MAC address from your phone to identify who you are. And if there's any kind of irregularities between your phone, your face, and your ID, these data doors alert the authorities to flag you as someone who is somewhat problematic. So this kind of, in the past, if you look at surveillance by government or by companies, you have some ways to circumvent that. Like we have worked with human rights offenders over time, and then we teach them how to secure the device, right? Like, use VPN or use whatever to avoid a kind of device level surveillance. Now, these kind of surveillance is getting even more intrusive. It's moving towards the physical biometric level. And in multiple ways, it's very difficult. I mean, let's say we develop some kind of mask to go around facial recognition someday. In fact, there's already at the beginning of such masks. But, if you walk through data door, it's going to be very difficult to avoid 3 different types of recognition altogether to avoid detection and tracking by the state. At the top level, after kind of biometrics and the use of artificial intelligence, is the use of big data programs. And again, you see that in Xinjiang, the use of integrated joint operations platform, a big data system that Human Rights Watch published a report about last year, where we discovered that the authorities are using big data system to kind of receive information from multiple sensory systems across the region. And by sensory systems, I mean mostly the data doors I was talking about, but also facial recognition systems or CCTV cameras, surveillance cameras installed in public places. These sensory systems contributing to information to this big data system, IJOP. And the IJOP also gets information from government officials who have these phone apps that they go around to collect data from people in the region. And any kind of irregularities, like I said, if they are using a device that doesn't belong to them, if they are driving a car that doesn't belong to them, if they use too much electricity, if they enter the house through the back door instead of the front door, if they donate too much money into the mosque, these kind of irregularities as defined by the system, by the engineers in the system, who decide that too much electricity is a sign of extremism. The system then alerts government officials to go and interrogate the Turkic Muslims involved and go and ask them specific questions and then vet them for, some of them go into political education camps. So the reason why I think, I want to talk about these different layers is because I think it is important when we think about the diffusion or the use of surveillance in Xinjiang, in China, across the world. I think there are different kinds of mass surveillance we're talking about. If you look at the Xinjiang, if you look at Xinjiang compared to the rest of China, you see that the rest of China are also using these similar layers of surveillance, very similar ideas, very similar infrastructure, except that in Xinjiang is much more intrusive and visible. Elsewhere in China, you have similar layers, but at the same time, there was, I think, a significant resistance, sorry, not significant, some, but growing a bit of resistance against this kind of surveillance from the population. Last year, we had parents being very uncomfortable about these brain detecting kind of ring on your head that supposedly detect students' level of concentration in schools. That those devices used in a couple of schools were actually stopped by the relevant education authorities. I can't remember which province. You also have a law professor suing a private zoo in China about the use of facial recognition when you enter the zoo. You also have when Beijing announced in 2019 that they were going to use facial recognition to sort people into different buckets for security vetting. So like when you go into the subway, people are subjected to security checks, but Beijing says, well, in Beijing subway, they're going to, depending on your facial recognition results, we're going to divide you into different risk level. That kind of announcement created a lot of debate in Beijing and beyond about the use of surveillance technologies. So there was some kind of resistance in China about these, or some discussion about these technologies. But these kind of resistance, I think, had been pretty much eliminated during the coronavirus outbreak. And it's interesting to me that now with the virus outbreak, the government is arguing that, well, it's an emergency, we must use these kind of technologies. We are seeing, for example, the development of this system called health code, where people are divided into red, yellow, and green buckets. Red means you have to be quarantined for 14 days because of the virus. And then green means you can go anywhere, and yellow is somewhere in between 7 days of quarantine. And in China, quarantine conditions are pretty harsh and rough. The health code also makes its determination based on kind of algorithm that is unclear, like just precisely how people ended up in red versus green, and how one day to another people can go from green and yellow. That is also a big question. But importantly, the health code app is a little bit like Xinjiang, not entirely comparable, where the health code app is dependent on intrusive surveillance. So the health code app generates this kind of color code depending on where you have been, who you have been in touch with, and also send your real-time location data to the police unbeknown to you. And it also implements a certain kind of movement restrictions that in some ways also similar to Xinjiang. So you can see that in China, these kind of levels of surveillance also become increasingly kind of resemble what is happening in Xinjiang. And then you have outside of China, in like the Philippines, in Zimbabwe, in Kyrgyzstan, you see the diffusion of kind of similar kind of technologies. I think, Nisha, you're talking about both US and Japanese and Chinese companies selling these kind of technologies. What we see, though, I think for Chinese technologies, right now we are seeing more kind of facial recognition systems being sold to these other countries, and not so much kind of these multi-layered, multi-dimensional systems being present in these other countries. And I call these technologies in other countries kind of more off-the-shelf facial recognition systems, because facial recognition is kind of like neat and packaged. You can kind of like sell them. But I would expect that given how, if you look at internet censorship and the Golden Shield projects, the use of the Great Firewall and internet censorship diffusion from China to the rest of the world, it took a decade or two for this kind of China model to diffuse to different parts of the world. And it might be that we will be seeing more over time that the Xinjiang model would spread beyond Xinjiang, but also kind of like beyond China as well. And I am not entirely kind of pessimistic about that. And I can explain why. But I would also respond to what Nisha was saying, how I think the use of surveillance technologies is not just a uniquely, China or Xinjiang problem. You're absolutely right. You see, I think Darren was mentioning how, in the border, if the US, you see the mass collection of DNA on migrants, the use of facial recognition in mosques. In the Netherlands, recently the court just overturned this algorithm automated decision-making processes that are used to surveil welfare recipients. And the use of artificial intelligence, automated decision-making are increasingly across the world being trained on marginalized peoples and increasing the power of the state. And to such an extent that I worry that over time is going to so significantly erode human rights and democracies around the world. And I think what we need, and as an advocacy organization, as Human Rights Watch, is a global, international standards that ring in the use of these kind of technologies, and have some kind of human rights standards that speak to the use of these technologies worldwide. And you can see why that is important, because in Xinjiang, we can see, in China, there's almost no law or regulations that regulate the use of, the collection of private data, personal information, to circumscribe the surveillance power of the state, such that essentially the government can do whatever they want. And in the places where they can do most what they want, i.e. Xinjiang, the intrusiveness is the greatest. Whereas in places like Hong Kong, which Darren also mentioned, the fact that we have privacy laws, courtesy of the British colonialism, did protect Hong Kong from the worst types of surveillance that you actually see in China. Hong Kong is actually still leading the region in terms of the protection of privacy rights, despite it being increasingly under threats under Chinese rule. So I would just end there and say, I think a lot of these systems, if you look around the world, we are talking about facial recognition, not the Xinjiang or the China multi-dimensional kind of type of surveillance. A lot of these systems are actually quite new. They were put in place in 2019, and there is possibility to roll them back if we actually stigmatize their use around the world. So thank you, and I'll end there.
DBS's fine tradition of abusing the position of the chair by four questions of my own, hopefully to give you time to formulate even better questions. So, first question to Darren, really. Darren, fantastic presentation, really, really detailed stuff. Two questions, really. One is kind of a little bit about method, and second is more about the implications. How do you do it? How can you do this research in Xinjiang? So it's kind of a methodological question there, really. And second is, what do you think, based on your knowledge of the technologies, will be the implications of what's happening technologically wise around surveillance for future research, either by you or by others following in the trail you're blazing now, or Adrian Sent or others? And to Rahima and that profoundly moving presentation, Rahima. It struck me that the contrast, really, between the kind of high-tech horror that Darren talked about and the very physical horror that you talked about, and it kind of made me think really of the very worst forms of colonialism, of stolen children, of language repression, of rape, of Hannah Arendt's, you invoked Hannah Arendt's, the right to have rights by quoting that policeman. And it made me think of Mandani's research, where he also evoked Hannah Arendt's work looking at the Congo. And I'm wondering, my question would be, how do you see the way to combat this? Is it simply is not the word. Is it a question of confronting what is essentially a colonial, if not colonialism, then a colonial narrative? Or is this other stuff around surveillance technology or equally important? Does that make sense, that question? Thanks. Nisha, my question, again, great presentation. My question there is, does it matter? And it's following on really from what Maya talked about towards the end of her talk. Does it matter who owns the technology? Does it matter if it's sourced from a company operating, and this doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of globalization, that is restricted at least to a certain extent by liberal democracy checks and balances that we don't see in more authoritarian states? Or is that mattering less and less now? Which seemed to be the way your talk was going. And thank you, Maya, for your very rich talk there. My question there is, I mean, it was a very comprehensive talk, so I'm going to my question is going to be on something that you maybe didn't mention, but I know Human Rights Watch has some data on, which is, you noted in one of your reports, I forget which one, maybe the 2019 one, is that recently that some of the camps, satellite images are suggesting that some of the detainment camps in Xinjiang are being closed, and that prisoners, that about 80,000 prisoners, maybe Darren can speak to this, are being shipped off in various forms of what you guys call coercive labor to to factories in China, maybe to do work that hand workers aren't yet willing to do because of the virus, and also the transfer of other prisoners to the kind of the other detainees, shall we say, to the larger prison system in Xinjiang. And I wonder if you could speak to that for a little. So if we go in that order, maybe start with Darren and work through it briefly, and then we can open it up to the room.
Sure. Great. Great questions. So how did I do this research? Carefully. I've been going to this region for 10 years now as a researcher, and because of that, I have lots and lots of connections, a lot of social network, and I've seen changes over time. And so the last time I was there was 2018, which was already hundreds of thousands of people sent to camps, over 1 million sent to camps. Lots of people had disappeared, checkpoints everywhere. And so I couldn't really interview my friends. I didn't contact them. Some of them were in camp, so it was impossible. But I was being watched by the camera system, so I was very careful. It was an observational ethnographic trip. So I went through checkpoints, observed how people went through them. I was detained several times, and that's informative too, is at checkpoints I don't speak Uyghur, I just speak Chinese, and so they don't know that I understand what's being said in Uyghur, and so you can really pick up on what's happening in those spaces and kind of see how the mechanics of the system, how it works, the forms of terror as they're moving from body to body in those spaces. But the most kind of rich ethnographic detail I've gotten is through going to Kazakhstan and to Turkey. I haven't been to Turkey, but I've heard people have gone to Turkey. There's people there that you can speak to who have come out recently. And in Kazakhstan, there's lots of Kazakhs from China who have come across the border over the last 3 years, and they can speak to what the system was like, how they lived with it. I was just there for about a week this last trip, and over that week, I spoke to 40 people, interviewed 40 people. The call goes out that the researcher is in town, and then people show up to be interviewed. There's like a waiting list. Like people wait all day to speak to you. So there's lots of people to speak to and lots of opportunities for researchers to do this kind of work. I think it does really advantage you if you have a background. You understand what the system is like, and so you can ask pretty informed questions and sort of fill out the data set that way. What does it mean for future research? That's a good question. There are people in the diaspora you can talk to.
That's one thing, but you can also use the master's tools. Because all of this is online, it's digital. If you have friends that know how to obtain materials, like Maya does and others, you can get data very quickly. So we can assess things using satellite imagery. We can use nightlight vision to see if these camps are actually being closed or not. And we can get the internal police reports, 40,000 of them is what I'm working through right now, that show in very specific detail what's happening on the ground, the capacities of the system, and what are its limits. So there's some knowledge we can gain. It's not enough to push back against the system. We need the global stigma of these systems to actually get it motivated and going, but that's one thing that can be done.
Thank you. That's quite an important question. And direct answer how to combat this evil. Sometimes I think that every morning when I wake up, I think about that question and how is there any way that the situation can change? But what motivates me is that the more truths come out, the better. So the real human stories, the human suffering, and also more women, especially, because I believe now that is about approximately 27% women are in camps. I translated the book, The Land Drenched in Tears. And in that book, it's a memoir, story of a Tatar woman, Sungul Chanishev, and her life during Cultural Revolution and before Cultural Revolution imprisonment. And when I compare what is happening now and compare what had happened that time, and we can say it's maybe 100 times worse. Last time when I spoke to Sungul Chanishev, and she said, at least I had freedom even in that little cell because there wasn't camera watching me. And I had sometime opportunity to speak to the people next cell, pretending reading newspaper aloud. But at the moment, that is not not the case. It's extremely, even in your own home, you don't have that freedom. So in exposing this, and also very glad that the document leaks, that leaked in November twice, then recent document. So I think that when the truths are exposed, more people can join the campaign. And maybe I mean, I just hopeful that I'm not expert in legal procedures, but I wonder whether there will be an international action. Also, the Chinese people, whether they can take any action after all this truths being revealed, because a lot of time people don't believe what is happening. But now I think more and more people are believing this, and then having all these most terrifying stories being told, brave people like Sayra Gül, like Ruqya, like Jalilova, they have been coming forward to tell their experience. And I think that is very powerful. And number one, for any organizations or countries to take action is, first of all, they must learn the truth. So I think that is quite powerful.
Thank you, Rahim. Nisha.
Yeah, so does it matter who owns the technology? No. I mean, so I mean, I guess I guess there are a number of points. I think sometimes the problem with the idea that there is artificial intelligence or surveillance technologies that are used with more checks and balances in liberal democracies versus authoritarian states is to kind of not recognize the point that liberal democracies on paper are, I think, as Natasha was saying in the earlier panel, are trying, doing what they can to use, they're sort of envious of the authoritarian states for being able to use surveillance technologies in a more efficient way. So it's always a kind of dance to try and impose some of these surveillance technologies within a framework that alludes to something democratic. But the very premise of the surveillance technologies is anti what we would think of, is in its very essence contradictory to a kind of genuine sort of democratic settlement. So, I mean, I think even in the, like Darren was saying about the use of surveillance technologies on the border in the US, and equally we can think about the UK, the technologies that are used against Muslim communities, so even like the Cambridge Analytica scandal, or as I was mentioning, the stuff that Google doesn't arouse public upset because it's happening to Muslims. It's not happening en masse. And even when we have the debate around privacy, and when it was revealed about how much communications data the state does have access to and monitors, it was a kind of debate around the surveillance that's necessary and the surveillance for all. And with a range of different responses from, well, if you've got nothing to hide, then you don't need to worry, to protect most of us, but just to surveil the terrorists and not everybody else. And so, yeah, I think we always have to kind of think about what's happening sort of within states, as well as the sort of broader global capitalist dynamics around sort of trade, and to think critically about sort of disingenuous invocations of human rights that often get invoked for other reasons.
Thanks, Nisha. Maya.
I would like to just respond to that question as well. And I actually, well, as someone and as an organization that is kind of deep in the trenches of fighting against surveillance technologies globally, I actually think it makes a huge difference. I mean, not a huge difference, a major difference. Just as an example, we could be sitting in London talking about surveillance technologies, and not to fear the police would barge in and basically take every one of us to the cell. I think that's a testimony of why civil society, free press, the independent courts matter in having debates and raising awareness, which is something that we can't do. We can't have this panel in Xinjiang. And I think when we write to companies about their surveillance technologies, we do get responses, usually from companies that are based in democracies, and not to kind of underplay the enormity of the challenge of holding companies like Google or Facebook, which are just really big companies, very powerful ones, accountable. The fact is that we have very, very little leverage over companies like iFlyTech, like MacV, like SenseTime, that are based in China. They can also wage many different battles against those of us who try to expose these abuses, raising personal cost, imprisonment. And I'm not saying that they, as a company, do that, but they're backed and related to a state that is very powerful, reaching those of us outside of China as well. I mean, the reason some of us sitting in Hong Kong also face risks that are increasing, similar to China, just for simply researching about some of these issues. So I would just emphasize that to those who, to people who I think feel, these companies are so big, it's really difficult to challenge. I think we have a bit of more leverage outside of China, or in democratic societies. So I think that's one point. And then I think the other issue about forced labor, changing gears, I think, first of all, we have to be very skeptical about the Chinese government's claims that all of the detainees in these political education camps have been released. The claim is actually that all of them have been released. As I understand, some of the Uyghurs in particular have outside of China continue to not to know anything about what had happened to their family members. I think this claim that these camps have been closed require careful scrutiny and using methods that we have been using, including satellite imagery and documentation research to look into this claim. But I think that secondly, you just mentioned that, well, some of these detainees have been moved to prisons as well. I think even when I was researching and interviewing people about these camps in 2017, there was a validity of where people go. Like they would be held in detention centers, which are formal facilities, and then they would be moved to political education camps. Or some of the people in the camps were themselves coming from prisons, and vice versa. There was a bit of a movement. I think there is, at the same time, during this Xinjiang crackdown in the last few years, there is also an influx of prison numbers in Xinjiang. The New York Times have documented that. So and also the use of mass surveillance, as we have also documented, the use of integrated joint operations platform, multiple checkpoints, mass surveillance, essentially has locked down Xinjiang, which is the size of a third of Europe. An incredible feat, if you would think about that, for an authoritarian country, to be able to essentially calibrate people's ability to move around depending on how loyal how much loyalty they show the government through technological means. So I would actually think that Xinjiang's problem is much greater than just the camps themselves, involving the use of forced labor, movement restrictions, mass surveillance, prisons, detention centers that are most of these problems persist, and the government is merely kind of arguing that some of these camps have been closed. And I think the problem of Xinjiang is shifting shape because of the efficacy and the attention that is paid to spotlight issues, thanks to the work of those of people in this room. But they have not gone away. And recently, the Australia think tank ASPI has just done this great report tracing how Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims are being shipped off to elsewhere in China as kind of cheap labor to be rented in dozens of factories that, in factories that supply dozens of brands, including those that are well-known names internationally.
So let's open up. I'm going to take, wow, okay. Going to take three batches of 3 questions. Please keep it brief, and if you can you ascertain a member of the panel you would like to answer your question? So I'm going to take people who I don't think, I might get this wrong, haven't spoken so far. Gentleman in a blue jacket, a blue jumper first.
Hi, I'm David Stroop. I'm from the University of Manchester. I think this is a really great exploration of how this is not just about the implementation of surveillance technologies by authoritarian governments in places like Urumqi, but it's also evident that there are roots in this whole system in places like Palo Alto and London, right? And so to that end, I would be curious, how any of you, I guess Darren and Nisha in particular, thinking about how markets might impact the other end, in the UK and the US. Does concern for profit maybe have an impact on companies if they get outed as being, complicit in this process? And, even collaborations in the academy, when you talk to your colleagues in particular in STEM fields, how do you get them to think about reputational costs, about perhaps being more circumspect about what their work is used for? What kinds of impact does that have in America and the UK and elsewhere?
Thank you. Gentleman in the check shirt, second row from the back. Yep.
I feel there's something really missing so far. Beg your pardon. I feel there's something really missing so far, which is about why on earth are they bothering to do all this? And is it possible that the thing that's missing is corruption? The big companies must be marketing their surveillance products undercover by huge payments. It's a cheap way of doing it.
Thank you.
Question, I think, for Darren.
Okay. Woman next to the guy in the white t-shirt. Third, fourth row.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm a master's student here at SOAS, and I'm really interested in how surveillance and technology is used on refugee and migrant flows. So maybe to Maya or to Darren, can you talk about which are the biggest companies that are being employed in this kind of way for technology, and what kind of aspects do you see tying back to the state for this?
Thank you. So, Darren, do you want to tackle the first question?
Yeah, I'll try to answer quickly. Role of markets in pushing back or incentivizing this from David. I think probably it's more about incentives because like all of the big tech firms in the US at least, you know, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, like they're competing against each other for market share, and all of them are doing these kinds of things. They need to be at the cutting edge of face recognition surveillance. I gave a talk at Google about what's happening in Xinjiang, and a lot of the questions I got from the audience was about the capacity. Like, how good are they at doing these things? And it had something to do with, you know, them thinking about, you know, where they're at, I think. That's how I felt the questions were fair. I mean, there was also many that were very concerned with the human rights aspects of these things, but there's certainly a competition that pushes people to do these kinds of things. And so like Microsoft's ethics statement is that they'll do it if it's for a democracy. It's like a patriotic duty to help the US military. And also now they're working with AnyVision, which is in Palestine, which is also a democracy, they say. Israel's democracy, so it's okay. So there's ways in which they frame these things that allow them to kind of justify them. And a lot of the ethics boards that most of these companies have are set up to kind of do that, to give permission to follow through on these technologies. I think Microsoft is reviewing their relationship to AnyVision because NBC did an expose and really showed how the system works, where you can plug in someone's name and find out where they are in real time. It's a system that's very similar to what's happening in Xinjiang. Moving on to the next question, why are they doing this? It's very complicated and it's hard to answer quickly, but basically the Uyghur homeland, Kazakh homeland in northwest China is a source of a great deal of natural resources. 20 to 25% of Chinese oil and natural gas are from this region. 84% of Chinese cotton, 25% of the world's tomatoes are from this region. And so having control over this space, which is also framed as a key zone on the Belt and Road, is really important for the Chinese economy. And so that's really what's motivating a lot of this. It's actually resource-driven settler colonialism. What's built out of that, though, is this surveillance system has become its own thing, has its own momentum. And it's a sort of an incubator space to build out these new kinds of technologies, experiment with them, and find new markets for them. So now Chinese tech firms are kind of framing what they're doing as leading the world in counterterrorism. They're doing counterterrorism, counterinsurgency better than the West. And so it's a competitive advantage for them to be developing these kinds of tools. There's also the labor aspect of this, or Uyghurs are seen as a source of cheap labor potentially. And the tech is being used in the labor space as well. I mean, Amazon is doing this too. When you're tracking biometrics to make sure that people are efficient. They're not really looking at efficiency in quite the same way, but they're making sure that people come to work on time, that they speak the language they're supposed to speak. They go through checkpoints. They have their phones checked 3 or 4 times a day. There's lots of tech that's used in the factories as well.
Thank you, Darren. Rahima, can I direct that question about why are they bothering to you as well? How would you answer that question? Not I'm disagreeing with Darren, but I think it would be interesting.
Yeah, I would add, of course, I agree with Darren's answer. Okay. Yeah. Another motive, according to the some of the high-tech experts we interviewed, one of the motive is using this technology to maximize the arrest to criminalize the people, the Uyghur people and other Turkic Muslims. Because CCP sees Uyghurs all potential separatists. And in order to arrest them, they need some kind of excuse. So using this high technology, using the so-called integrated joint platform, the data is actually analyzed after collected in this data, I will call it like reservoir. Then it is analyzed and it was connected to the public security bureaus. So the names every day, according to this high-tech expert, there are names will pop up after the analysis of these people's movement. And so there's three different colors: yellow, green, yellow, and red. So red is dangerous, yellow is suspicious, green is normal. So no one can guarantee that they are clean. Even this expert was detained for 3 months. He said, I knew how to avoid, I knew the technology so well, but somehow my ID, when I swiped, when I going through the checkpoint, it was yellow. And for that, they arrested me. One dangerous thing about this technology is that, just very simple example, if you stayed in a hotel on the same night with someone who served prison sentence in the past, your name automatically linked to that person. And that actually, and you don't know that can happen, how you can avoid that. And in that way, your ID became yellow, and then you became suspicious. So the design of the whole technology, according to these experts, is actually, they knew that this is very unfair. They can wrongly accuse people being criminal or being dangerous, but that's what they need. They want to maximize the arrest. This is genocide. That's my answer.
Thank you, Rahima. Maya, do you want to speak to the question on surveillance technology and migration? As briefly as you can, please.
Yeah, I would say that it's not very easy to just single out that the companies are involved in that. I haven't done enough research kind of globally to look at how surveillance is practiced on migrants. But I mean, some of the bigger names that I think people have just also, discussed would be applicable for, I think, well, I don't know enough about the US context and how they have been used on migrants, but, in terms of facial recognition companies, there are only a few that are really big globally and expanding. And for example, NEC and SenseTime and MACV, voice recognition, iFlyTech, but I mean, also, Amazon. So I don't know enough specifically about migrants to say that. But I would also maybe, also, I think there was a question about kind of the motivation. I think profits is definitely a very important one, but I think that in the context of China is social control. The government and the police is in a race to the bottom to figure out what's the best way and to control people. And you see that as far back as when the party came to power decades ago. And technology was thought to be a very promising arena.
We've got 3 minutes left. So I'm going to take 2 questions. Sophia there and chap in the middle in the stripy shirt. That's you, pal. Sophia first. We got Sophia in first. Come on.
What problems does it cause to use that terminology? Obviously, I have a very loud voice. I didn't notice the mic.
been
So
telling you that for years.
another question is, are we falling back onto this framing of the weak Uyghurs oppressed by the strong Chinese government, and isn't it rather more complex? And may I just abuse the position of the reader of the live stream to ask my own question, which is, isn't it the case that in the UK and in the US and maybe many of other contexts, we're accepting surveillance technology into our environments for reasons of convenience and even well-being? I'm extremely concerned about the extent to which surveillance is envisaged in our universities, where the privacy concerns can disappear because we're talking about improving our students' learning, supporting their well-being, avoiding suicides, and these are real projects that are going on that are of extreme concern. And if you look at a recent story, Sense Time, which is doing facial recognition technology in Xinjiang and has sold that to the Chinese government, is also marketing its technology to the UK higher education sector. And a UK minister was meeting with this company to talk about that. So if any panelist wants to respond, that's more of a rant than a question.
Thank you. A very important rant as well. Gentlemen, as briefly as you can, please, sir.
Thank you. What does the UK's Modern Slavery Act, if anything, be able to strengthen on this front? And follow up on what Maya mentioned about, prisons, forced labor. We know that big companies like Tesco sources, prison-made goods, such as the Christmas cards recently, as reported, and they doesn't seem to have, faced any consequences. And what does the UK consumer or consumerism in general plays in enabling or resolving all these? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to, in view of the time constraints, I'm going to allocate those questions. Nisha, could you respond to the question around Sophia's question around the introduction of these technologies in higher education? Rahima, could you talk to the question of terminology and the issue of Uyghur, in inverted commas, victimhood? And Darren, are you confident with that last question? I am. Yeah, do you want me to? I kind of.
I can answer. I'll answer part of it.
You have a go. Yeah. And I'll go and get lunch. Yeah. Okay. So let's go with Nisha first. So Nisha, Rahima, Darren.
So hello. Yeah, I agree. It's hugely problematic. I think actually one of the ways in which the positive aspects of surveillance, one of the ways in which surveillance receives kind of hegemonic sort of consent is through the sale of it as a positive thing in our social lives in all kinds of ways. It actually makes me think about, so obviously we have problems within the university and within broader social settings in all kinds of ways, the way in which surveillance technologies are measuring kind of heartbeats, health data, that will have all kinds of implications in the future, perhaps in terms of things like insurance, access to health and welfare services and so on. But one of the things that occurs to me about the use of surveillance in these other domains that are seen as kind of positive things are that it is just about what was just said about it being around social control and not just, manipulating population so that we're not now in democratic states trying to gain consensus, but actually trying to modify behavior. And this is what the positive surveillance technologies do, right? So they modify, so in all kinds of subtle ways. So it won't be long before we get requests. I was just saying, in slightly different point, but for lecture capture, not for reasons of being able to keep up with one's work, but for things like kind of public health, so the the recent kind of health scares, and are doing a lot for surveillance are doing a lot for promoting the idea that we need greater surveillance technologies in order to promote kind of non-contact social spaces. So that's one way in which kind of our behaviours are modified or the social space gets changed. And I think that's the kind of worrying thing about the way in which surveillance technologies are being used or invoked, is that it's changing, it's allowing kind of a normalization of surveillance in all kinds of other ways.
Thanks, Nisha. Darren, change the order. Darren, could you address that?
Sure. So I can't really speak to the UK-specific anti-slavery laws or what have you, but in the US context, I can. It's very hard to prove this stuff because it's you just can't get access to these spaces, or the companies, they do an audit of a factory, and when they show up, everything seems fine. The people tell them they're not forced to work, they're very good at preparing for the inspection. And also obfuscating what they're doing. So oftentimes these companies are subcontracting to other companies. So the actual contract is with a parent company in another part of China, and they don't, in the initial context, they don't understand that the manufacturing is happening elsewhere. They don't know that Uyghurs are being forced to come and work in their factory. That's starting to change because there's more and more documentation. We're looking at it more closely, and so that means that people are starting to be held accountable, but usually it's kind of a one-off sort of thing with a story coming out in the AP or something, and then those products are taken off the shelf, and they said they didn't know, and they're sorry, basically. So we need to actually have more of a concerted effort, and I think it's beginning to happen, especially around cotton, because so much cotton products are coming from this region. The difficulty is that many of these companies like Gap and H&M are very concerned that they'll lose market share back in China because a lot of their sales are happening there. So it's not just their supply, but also the market. And so for them, it's a huge thing to take Chinese-made cotton products off the shelves completely. There's just a lot of power, a lot of money at stake, and that makes all of this difficult. And the companies, if we don't put pressure on them, will do nothing. So we have to continue to sustain the pressure, otherwise nothing will happen.
Thanks, Darren. Rahima.
So about East Turkestan, is that the question?
Question around the terminology we use, Xinjiang or East Turkestan, and also the question from the live chat on victimhood, if we're not. Any feelings you have on that?
It's actually quite a difficult question, and this is being debated quite a lot, whether we should continue to call East Turkestan, or otherwise you become victimized or being labeled as a separatist. But I think maybe China is maybe the only country that victimizes people for calling the name of the former republic. And I think every Uyghur person has the right to use the terminology that they want to use, East Turkestan. Of course, people are free to use Xinjiang if they think that is a more appropriate official title. But Xinjiang itself the meaning is new territory. So, so that is my answer to that question.
Thank you. Okay. Right, Maya, I hope you don't mind. We are really hungry here. And you're about to go off for a wonderful Hong Kong supper where we're probably having sandwiches. So I'd like to thank all the panel, Maya over there in Hong Kong, Nisha, Darren and Rahima, and for some fantastic presentations and great questions and contributions from you guys. Thanks very much.
response. Thank you so much. In terms of a conceptual framework of the war on terror, and then we looked at, we thought about surveillance capitalism, or to use Darren Byler's expression, terror capitalism, to think about what is happening in Xinjiang. The next panel is going to use a conceptual framework of crime. And I think that in some ways that allows us to look at perhaps the harshest practices, to think about why they happen, about the motivations of state crimes being perpetrated. It allows us, of course, also to think about responsibility and blame, and then potentially, I'm sure that's I hope we could start with. It might allow us to think in terms of legal responsibility and legal liability for some of the practices we have started discussing this morning. Of course, there will, I'm afraid, be many challenges and problems as we consider these issues. And I think that I would just like to mention at this point, as a China lawyer, Ava Pills, based at King's College London, I would just like to mention that from a domestic Chinese law perspective, it is, in my view, and other scholars have also made this point, it is entirely possible to say that some of the practices, such as the incarceration in so-called training camps, and according to more and more evidence, more and more testimony we get, practices of torture, for example, are crimes under domestic Chinese law. The problem, of course, with that is that there is no court, there is no process through which we could possibly pursue legal liability for these crimes. Therefore, this panel will, with experts who are real experts on Uyghur studies and on state crime and criminology, international crime, this panel will sort of discuss the issues in terms of a broader conceptualization of crime, as well as from a comparative and international angle. And following the practice of the morning panels, I would like to invite each of the speakers just quickly to introduce yourselves. Thank you so much, and we will start with Joe Findlay. Yes, please. Would you like to perhaps go over and because you have a PowerPoint?
Okay, so is that on? Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you to the organisers for the stellar work you've done in bringing all of these experts together. It's fantastic to be here. I'm Jo Smith-Finley at Newcastle University. I've been working on the Uyghurs since about 1991, I think, for a long time on evolving Uyghur identities, so ethnic, national, gender identities, and more recently, forced by circumstance to start looking at issues of Chinese state terrorism, in the context of re-education in Xinjiang, and now, since about last summer, starting to look at cultural genocide, crimes against humanity, and things like this. I'd just like to add that I'm here today in a personal capacity because I am actually taking part in UCU Industrial Action for fair pay, pensions, and working conditions. So while I am affiliated to Newcastle, I'm not here on behalf of Newcastle today. So last summer I started thinking about genocide and cultural genocide. I was at a conference in Australia where a few of us began to think and talk about the concept of genocide in the context of re-education. And a colleague, Anna Hayes, in sort of going through a number of different concepts, mentioned Bradley Campbell's work on genocide as social control. And this is what really spoke to me. And the reason why it spoke to me in the Xinjiang context is because it is about correction. It's about correction of deviant behaviour. So it focuses on the perpetrator's view that victims are evil, victims are criminals, victims are deviant, and therefore they need to be corrected in some way. And we see this. So Campbell, in his work, gives examples of the moral grievances of the perpetrator. So perpetrators of genocide accuse their victims of being disloyal to the nation, of taking over and infiltrating, of being parasites and living off others' labour, of producing children that will become a potential future threat, and also even of attempting genocide against them in reverse. And those of us who are following online conversations on Chinese Weibo will know that many Han people are online claiming that it is in fact the Muslim perpetrators who are attempting genocide against the Han. So just to zoom in on two of those, which I think most speak to the Xinjiang situation. So Campbell gives the example of Nazi Germany in the 1940s, where Jews were routinely accused of disloyalty to the German nation. We see this in Chinese state discourses, state-sanctioned media discourses, as in the one you see here in example 1. And to focus in on a second one, again, Nazi Germany, Jews were believed to have taken over German culture, and we also see this idea of infiltration in Rwanda in 1994, whereby Tutsis are deemed to be clannish, exclusionary, and to have infiltrated all aspects of Rwandan society. And we see this in, for example, the regulations on de-extremification here, this idea of halal infiltrating, expanding, interfering with other people's secular lives. So, yeah, so this idea of corrective re-education, we see this a lot. If we look at the language, we look at the discourses, we see the idea of doing things correctly, correcting behaviours, correcting beliefs all the way through the documentation. So this is taken from the infamous regulations on de-extremification from 2017. This next slide, this is taken from the recently leaked Xinjiang papers. Again, we see all the way through this, we see the idea of correction, correcting erroneous thinking, even eradicating erroneous thinking, making people recognise their mistakes, and so on. So what does correction look like in practice? Well, we know that it involves breaking up families and communities, sending cadres into homes to identify extremist behaviours, and that this ultimately ends up in the internment of one or both parents, which disrupts reproduction and disrupts cultural transmission by separating the parents from the children. Another form of correction is correcting the Uyghur endogamy rule. So Uyghurs usually will choose not to intermarry with Han Chinese, but in the current situation, because of the atmosphere of fear and terror of being interned in a camp, women are currently being forced into this situation where they must accept a marriage with a Han Chinese person. And this is a very famous picture that caused quite a storm on social media because of the sheer humiliation really on the Uyghur bride's face. So what else does correction look like? Well, religious places have been corrected. So mosques have had data doors put outside them. This has terrified people into not going into the mosque anymore. The mosque has been corrected with a Chinese flag, with digital screens with running propaganda on about legal versus illegal religion, correct religion versus incorrect religion. Neighbourhood mosques have been covered in, neighbourhood mosques have been covered in framed pictures, framed prints of the regulations against extremification. The Arabic calligraphy has been torn off the front of the Haitkar Mosque in Kashgar, you see there above the doorway. these are all forms of correction. And one very extreme example on the right-hand side there is where a neighbourhood mosque in Kashgar was actually turned into a cafe bar, where when I visited it in 2018, Han tourists were drinking alcohol, coffee, etc. How else does the correction take form? Well, first we have empty mosques, and then it emerges that actually the state has been disappearing the mosques entirely. And we have satellite technology, which has shown the disappearance of some very important mosques, like the Keria Mosque we see here. This is a shrine I visited in Bashkirim, just outside Kashgar in 2018. It was completely empty, devoid of visitors, pilgrims, obviously no votive messages hanging in the trees or anything, completely padlocked up and barren and desolate. But soon after I made that visit, again, more evidence came out via satellite that other shrines were being, if not completely razed, then at least having their most important religious buildings deconstructed, destroyed. And I think these two quotes really speak to the situation. One of them by Raila Dawood, who's a very important Uyghur folklorist who, as we speak, still remains disappeared and hasn't been seen at all in person or on video for a couple of years now, I think. And then most recently, as Aziz mentioned earlier, in his own personal case, the razing of Uyghur graveyards. So a lot of corrections taking the form of eradications, eliminations, disappearances. In terms of culture, we see the imposition also of Han secular culture, as in these pictures here, where you have Chinese lanterns and Chinese couplets, spring festival couplets attached to Uyghur doors. In many cases, it's the Uyghur families who are themselves putting them up in order to demonstrate their patriotism, in order to demonstrate their loyalty. So, forms of self-censorship, like Darren was talking about earlier. We see it also in the beautification project in Urumqi, Lianghua, as the Chinese call it. So, whereby all of the sort of ethnically distinct Uyghur architecture that has been put up by Uyghur shopkeepers is being torn down and being replaced by this kind of standardized, hand-constructed, pseudo-Islamic architecture. Then with language, we've seen the gradual disappearance of the bilingual education policy and replaced by a national language policy, a Guoyu Jiaoyu policy. In this picture here, you can see the Arabic script has been literally cut out of this poster outside an Urumqi primary school. Then the project I'm working on at the moment is to do with this set of 6 primary school textbooks. These have been revised. The previous edition was from 2015. These ones are revised in 2018. And what we find in the new versions, the new editions, is that Uyghur culture, Turkic and Islamic culture, has been completely taken out. The only thing remaining in the textbooks are a few proverbs here and there. The word Islam is completely absent, as is the ethnonym Uyghur. There are no Uyghur personal names used in any of the texts, although they sometimes appear in the exercises, in the drills. All of the human characters in the texts have Han names or foreign names. And throughout the books, inner Chinese geography is highlighted, but Xinjiang geography is completely absent. And there are only a very few references to Uyghur place names. So again, a disappearance and invisibilization. An invisibilization of the Uyghur people as a separate group and nation, and of Xinjiang the place as a separate homeland, if you like. So all of this makes me think of tabula rasa. Tabula rasa is a concept taken from studies of frontier genocide. So reading Benjamin Madeley's article, he looks at 3 examples of frontier genocides that took place in different times in history and in different parts of the world. And he draws together a pattern. One of the things he recognizes, he identifies, is this policy of tabula rasa, or creating a map scraped clean. And this is really what I see happening in Xinjiang. So scraping Xinjiang clean and Uyghurs clean of Uyghur identity and Uyghur culture in order to facilitate dispossession and ethnic cleansing. And this idea of the land being empty or made empty, you know, this dates all the way back to the 2010 Xinjiang Work Forum, after which we began to see these adverts on the Beijing subway. If you were traveling on the Beijing subway, I know David Tobin was at the time, he also saw these. You will have seen these pictures of an empty Xinjiang, you know, an empty Xinjiang where there are almost no people. And these were put up by the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, and they were essentially adverts to Han migrants to move to Xinjiang, to go to Xinjiang. It was an incentive for Han migrants to move into the emptied land. So settler colonialism becoming much more explicit from this time onwards. And I think I'm going to stop there because I think I'm going to let Penny speak to this. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to the organizers of this conference to invite me. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Ondřej Klimeš. I work as a researcher in Czech Academy of Sciences. I've been working on Xinjiang since 1999. I did my doctoral research on Uyghur national movement before 1949, and lately I've been working on one project unrelated to Xinjiang and on Xinjiang ideology and propaganda system. I decided to focus just on two specific points about the debate about whether we can call the crisis in Xinjiang genocide or not, because we've heard a lot of information in previous presentations. So I decided to emphasize just 2 points. But firstly, I think there is a debate about whether we should have the debate, whether events in Xinjiang are genocide or not genocide. There is a lot of arguments, or a lot of people argue that this crisis should not be called genocide. It's been argued, these are quotations from an article actually, that the concept of genocide is has been highly politicized by the West, used for a political agenda. I found this quote, critique of China's policies and practices would be best served by focusing on actual problems of people, experienced by people living inside the region, etc. I think we as scholars should agree on a terminology which, at least to label what's going on now. I'm not trying to speak about whether it's possible to prosecute in terms of genocide or in terms of crimes against humanity, and I will try to present some factual some facts which I leave up to discussion by legal experts whether they can be used as evidence or they are insufficient to be used as evidence. Nevertheless, I think we have the responsibility to agree how to call the events going on in Xinjiang. Because as was mentioned several times here before, there is an unprecedented form and extent of the repression which is going on in Xinjiang. But I think at the same time the trends they have a lot of similarities, and there are continuities of a number of past phenomena either in Xinjiang or in People's Republic of China or in China or in other places of the world, and they have many similar traits with other genocides and crimes against humanity. So I think the responsibility lays with experts to establish whether we can or cannot call it genocide or crimes against humanity, especially now in the situation where there are two completely different worldviews being presented in the debate, when concentration camps on the one hand are called schools, on the other hand, or potential genocide or crimes against humanity are being called a successful model of anti-extremist policy. So I think we have the responsibility to find terminology for the sake of having a discussion, not meaning discussion with the People's Republic of China, because the limits of discussion or the possibilities of discussion, I'm quite skeptical, especially in the situation of Xinjiang. I think the experience or the situation shows that campaigning and pressure is probably the best way of interaction, or most efficient way, which bears actual results instead of attempts at dialogue. It has been also pointed out in the relatively few articles I've read on genocide or works on genocide that there is a conceptual nexus, not only conceptual, between genocide and colonialism. I think there is also a strong connection between genocide and totalitarianism or totalitarian rule. And this, I think, is especially prominent in contemporary People's Republic of China, where in many aspects we see sort of a great leap backwards. Many totalitarian era policies are being resurrected and perfected, updated for the context of 21st century, such as mass detention, combined with re-education, combined with forced labor, all of it greased by newest, highest technologies. So I think it's important to also pay attention to this nexus or linkages with the evolution of political system. Also, I think one level where it's very prominent, as was shown just now by Joe's presentation, is a political discourse of the People's Republic, where we see a clear revival of totalitarian binary dichotomic discourse, as researched, for example, by Qi Fengyuan, who researched language of Cultural Revolution, or by essays by actually a Czech dissident on Czechoslovakian communist discourse, who argues that totalitarian discourse seeks to split the discursive world and therefore also the real world into two halves, one white versus black, correct versus incorrect, healthy versus infected, etc. So I think this perspective of totalitarianism is a very valid, framework which we can use looking at contemporary Xinjiang. Lemkin perceived genocide as a synchronized attack on different aspects of life of a particular victim nation. I will focus on cultural genocide, on one aspect, let's say, of cultural genocide, so that's inflicting terror or mental pressure or mental damage, psychological damage, or waging psychological war against the particular community. I think destruction or decimation or various similar meaning or words having similar meaning are also apt to use in this context, despite the fact that they are quite strong, because I think a lot of the elements of what is called officially strike hard campaigns or People's War on Terrorism, liberation of thought in previous historical periods, so-called de-extremization, modernization, beautification, signification of religion, terms which is used also re-engineering of Uyghur and other minorities, social structures, transformation, etc. It implies or it shows that it's conditioned by actual destruction and obliteration of the existing situation and replacing it with something new. So hence my choice of wording. Applying mental pressure, coercion, state terror, as illustrated by Jo in her article, creating atmosphere of fear. I think it's very important or one important facet of the synchronized attack on the particular victim group. It's also stipulated in the Convention of Genocide, which can mean also causing serious mental harm to members of the group or to the group as a whole. So I think a lot of data shows that the situation really does exist on ground in Xinjiang, as mentioned by Aziz. Every Uyghur has a story to tell of loss and disappearance of close family members. It's normal for Uyghurs to be growing up in an atmosphere of fear. Everybody has had their family members killed during political campaigns, disappeared, tortured. I think the state terrorism, it was shown by Joe's article, that's it's apt to use in this situation. I think it's worth to remember that Uyghurs have not been subjected to these policies of Communist Party of China since 1949, but they have been subjected to sort of proto-communist policies already since at least 1937, during the era of Sheng Shicai, where Xinjiang was viewed functioned pretty much as a protectorate run by political commissars of the Communist Party of Soviet Union. So it was during this period when the first purges happened, and lots of elites, for example, perished in this purge. These mental pressures extend beyond the boundaries of People's Republic of China. So, for instance, just one example to be quicker, or two examples maybe. One informant in Kazakhstan informed me or told me that after people are released from a re-education camp of Kazakh ethnicity and are allowed, in case they are allowed to Kazakhstan, it happens quite frequently that they are practically immediately visited by the staff of Chinese consulate in Almaty and persuaded not to talk. Other Uyghurs in Turkey, for example, frequently tell stories about their relatives being taken in order to pressure them outside the boundaries to cooperate with secret service, etc. So these terror tactics extend beyond the boundaries. Another important part of cultural genocide, I think, which is ongoing, is the decimation of Uyghur intellectual elites. And this is, in this case, quite clearly is on grounds on their ethnicity, because regardless of the degree of their religious profile, regardless of the fact that many of these elites, such as Rahila Davut, as far as I'm informed, Abdul Qadir Jalaluddin, are Communist Party members, and as such are not allowed to practice religion, regardless of the fact that many so-called patriotic religious figures also have been detained. So this implies that the target is actually the ethnic group in this particular concept. So the decimation of intellectual elites, I think, is one facet which can be established also pretty firmly based on data, which is happening today in Xinjiang. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Penny Green from Queen Mary.
This would be it. Yeah. Thank you. I think that this is a really important conference, and I'm really delighted to have been invited. Unlike most people who've spoken today, I'm not an expert on China or Xinjiang or the Uyghur. But what I hope to do is to give you a sense, perhaps, of the lessons learned from an analysis of what has happened to the Rohingya, a Muslim minority in Myanmar, Burma. And so I want to start by, I like to start talks on the Rohingya with Aung San Suu Kyi and General Min Aung Hlaing, because these are the authors of the genocide, and these are the genocidaires. And we should never forget that genocide takes place because of decisions made by governments of this kind. I want today to ground my thoughts and discussion in the fieldwork that my team from the International State Crime Initiative and I conducted on Myanmar's genocide of the Rohingya. We did this fieldwork inside Myanmar in 2013-14, and later we went to the Bangladesh camps in Cox's Bazar in late October 2017, after, if you like, the sort of the denouement of the genocide. And I think that the framework that I want to give you now, a way of understanding genocide, is different from that adopted by many genocide scholars, because I don't really want to use a genocide convention. I think that there are very significant problems with the convention, very significant problems with the international mechanisms of justice. And I want to begin by saying that I approach what I'm talking about from a state crime perspective. My colleague Tony Ward and I derived a definition of state crime in around 2000, and that definition is essentially human rights violations perpetrated by state agents in pursuit of a state organisational goal. I mean, that's important. It's not about individual gratification. These crimes and these deviant acts are taking place because they advance a particular state or government goal. So that's the general definition of state crime, under which genocide, torture, war crimes, and so on fall. Sorry, I forgot about the slides. I'm drawing, okay, that's my starting point, but I also want to draw on the work of Raphael Lemkin, who of course coined the term genocide and was he was central to the framing of the Genocide Convention, though was deeply disappointed at in its final form. And I want to also talk about the work of Claudia Card a little bit later, when she talks about the idea of genocide as being the equivalent of social death. And finally, I want to use the work of Daniel Fierstein, who is an Argentinian scholar of genocide. And he talks about genocide as social practice. And I think the most important point I want to make before I actually go into the detail is that genocide needs to be understood as a process. It's not an event. It's not a simply event of spectacularized violence or an incident of mass killing. Genocide is a process, and it takes place very often over decades. And I think that's what I've learned this morning about the Uyghur. And it's certainly true of the genocide. That was a genocide which took place over some 35 years. And so we need to go back to Lemkin's original writings. Genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aimed at the destruction of the essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. And annihilation can take place in ways other than mass killing, though mass killing is very frequently a result of genocidal practices and policies. And I think one of the things that Lemkin makes clear, in both the quote that Andre gave and this one, is that genocide needs to be planned. It's not something spontaneous. It's not the product of communal violence. It's planned by states. And this is what General Min Aung Hlaing said. I think it was in around 2015, but I'd have to check that. The Bengali problem, I mean, because it's worth noting, and we talked about suppression of the Uyghur and the Uyghur culture, the word Rohingya is not allowed to be used inside Myanmar, Burma. And in fact, Aung San Suu Kyi instructed the American ambassador in 2015 that the word was not to be used. Instead, we were talking about people who believed in Islam who lived in Rakhine State. So he said the Bengali problem, because that's what the Myanmar state calls the Rohingya, The Bengali problem was a long-standing one which has become an unfinished job. It's finished now, but this was prior to 2017, has become an unfinished job despite the efforts of the previous governments to solve it. The government in office is taking great care in solving the problem. Now, in terms of understanding genocide as a process, I'm using Fierstein's stages because I think they're really helpful. They go 1 to 6, but they often run concurrently. And I won't say much about some of the early ones because time is very short, but I want to give some sense. In fact, time is very short. So it starts with stigmatization, is othering a particular targeted group. We move then to, once you've targeted and othered a group, it becomes easier to assault them. It becomes easier to hurt them because they aren't like us, they're different to us. And they're somehow less human. Sorry, I'll go back to the... And once you've begun the physical violence, and with respect to the Rohingya in 2012, mass violence against the Rohingya led to them fleeing the capital city of Rakhine State, Sitwe, and ending up in an area which is now a detention camp complex. We think about the camps in Bangladesh, but actually there are horrendous camps inside Myanmar, in Rakhine State, where Rohingya have been languishing since 2012. So that once they're isolated in camps, and there's one ghetto in Sitwe, and in what we call prison villages, it's much easier to systematically weaken them through the denial of the right to healthcare, the denial of a right to education, the denial of an opportunity to earn a livelihood. And this has severe mental health implications, of course, as Andre was talking about earlier and Joe implied. Once you've systematically weakened a group, it becomes much easier to annihilate them. But I think it's important to bring Claudia Card in here. She's a social theorist who talks about social death. Genocide is a form of social death. And she says what distinguishes genocide is not that it has a different kind of victim, namely groups, although it's a convenient shorthand to speak of targeting groups, rather the kind of harm suffered by individual victims in virtue of their group membership is not captured by other crimes. I'm going to move quite quickly to give you a sense of what this looks like, of what social death looks like. This is the first image of the Rohingya. My time is up. So this is, I'm going to really rush, but this is an image of the Rohingya as they fled Myanmar in 2015. And these are the camps inside Myanmar, just to give you a sense. They are in a much worse situation than the camps in Bangladesh. And I'm not going to talk about it now because my time is up, but I want to leave you with the thought about genocide's final stage. Mass annihilation is not the final stage of genocide. It's rewriting the histories, engaging the denial of the state in which the genocide has taken place. It's about the destruction of the old society. It's about the eradication from history of the targeted group. It's about the creation of a new society, demographic changes and so on. I'll talk about that in the discussion, but I want to show you this final picture of Indin village. Indin's really interesting because this is a very clear example of the way in which the country is being reorganized. This was a mixed Rohingya and Rakhine village, and these are the Rakhine homes. This was where the Rohingya lived. They were all destroyed in 2017. And since 2017, you can see there are all red roofs there, and these are now security establishments. And I think I'm going to leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of the three speakers for very rich presentations that opened up the concept of genocide, of state crime. And I think I would like to maybe take the privilege of putting one or two very short questions out to you. Though I'm sure that we will have a discussion, a lively discussion later on. So I think that picking up directly, perhaps starting with what we just heard from Penny Green about the kind of stages of genocide, I think that it does seem to throw up, and this would really be a question to the first two speakers, it does seem to raise the question of where, if we use those stages, and in particular, if we engage with this notion of the kind of final enactment of genocide as creating a sort of the destruction of the vestiges of a culture, of a nation, of whether that resonates with your understanding of what is happening, for instance, thinking of Joe's description of the destruction of graveyards and religious buildings and so on and so forth. So that would be a question to both of you, to how you would react to this kind of portrayal of stages. My question, I suppose, especially to Penny, but in some ways to all of you, because all of you have opted to work with conceptions of genocide that quite explicitly reject the definitions of the Genocide Convention or indeed of the Rome Statute. Is there not, and just maybe to put that into the room, when we look at those international criminal law definitions, then it is true that they essentially provide a number of different types of state acts, mass killings, but not only mass killings, also the infliction of serious bodily or mental harm, as Andre mentioned, and various other kinds of actions, but then they also require the Genocide Convention defines genocide as a behavior that is done with a very specific intent, the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. And I think all three of you basically decided not to work with that narrowing definition. So my question to you would be, is that the case? And then if so, why? Why not use international criminal law definitions? And what about the mechanisms that international criminal law might provide? Thank you.
I'm just waiting for my laptop to warm up, so I need a slide on there. But just, I have been looking at the UN Convention on Genocide. That was the first thing I went to. Well, no, the first thing I went to was Raphael Lemkin, the same quote that you just put up on your slide there, Penny. And the next thing I did was to look at the UN Genocide Convention. And I think I was trying to plot what's happening in Xinjiang against Article 2, the various provisions in Article 2 of that convention. And what you find is that the first point of mass killings is obviously difficult in the Xinjiang case for all sorts of reasons. One is that we can't know how many people are dying. It's extremely difficult to know how many people are dying. I think my tentative conclusion at the moment about mass killings in Xinjiang is that I think there have been moments where there have been what Bradley Campbell would call a proto-genocide. So he talks about a spectrum of genocide with proto-genocide at the lesser end and hyper-genocide at the greater end. And a hyper-genocide, of course, an example of that would be the Jewish Holocaust, but a proto-genocide would be something like, and I suggest this very tentatively and open to argument about it, but would be something like the Yeken massacre, as it's become known, from 2014, where we don't know the numbers exactly, but anything between 1,000 and 3,000 Uyghurs in Ilishku village or Ilishku township killed by state forces. That would qualify under Bradley Campbell's definition, which is not a legal scholarly definition, it's an academic definition, but that would qualify as a proto-genocide. However, if you look at the other points under Article 2 of the Convention, the Genocide Convention, then it does fit, and Andre did actually speak to that just now, the part about mental harm, physical and mental harm. There are very, very many examples of physical and mental harm now being perpetrated in Xinjiang. And I don't know whether it's possible to prosecute using the Genocide Convention without the mass killing aspect, or do you need the mass killing aspect as well?
I'm sorry, maybe that I didn't make myself clear, but I think that where often the argument sort of fails or runs into difficulty is in terms of establishing intent, genocidal intent. So you can show that all these terrible acts are being perpetrated by a state, but can you also actually show that this is done with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national group, a racial group, or a religious group? That tends to be where
Yes.
it fails.
Yeah, so the intent is really difficult to prove. The mass killings are really difficult to evidence if and when they are happening. I think the mental harm is easier to prove at the moment. We have a lot of testimonies from former camp survivors via, for example, the Xinjiang Victims Database. But the main problem that I discovered, and the reason why I've kind of moved away a bit from the convention, was that China has lodged a reservation, essentially. It has signed up to the UN Genocide Convention in 1949, I think July. I think it was just before the establishment of the PRC. But they've lodged a reservation, and Reservation 2 says we do not recognise Article 9. Article 9 in the Genocide Convention basically means it's a provision to refer a dispute over the interpretation of the Genocide Convention to the International Court of Justice. China doesn't recognise that article, which means if China disputes the interpretation, which of course it will, we can't ask the ICJ to adjudicate. So it's a complete non-starter as far as I can see. But I'm not a lawyer, so I'll let the lawyers comment on that.
Thank you. Important question. I think I'm not a lawyer, so just to get back to the convention, I always thought reading the text means any of the following acts with intent. So the intent is a really important word. I think I'm not a lawyer. I'm not sure what constitutes what from legal point of view. But the way I'm reading, or the way I understand the official documents and the policies, I think there is a clear intent of the state to terminate the existence of Uyghur with its identity features, with its culture, language, religious practices as they exist now, and replace them with something else. And I think this constitutes an intent to destroy what Uyghurs themselves think they are. I think, in general terms, I think identity of a person is not what the government says. You know, I think Uyghurs who although do have still written in their Shenfenjiang the category, Weiwurzu, etc., but in fact cannot practice Islam, cannot choose the name they want, cannot speak Uyghur language at school, cannot listen to Uyghur songs and dances because all the singers are in re-education camps. They cannot go to a cemetery or a shrine, etc. I don't think the Uyghurs would, or human beings would think of themselves as human beings able to call themselves Uyghur under these terms. That's how I understand it. And I think this intent to end what Uyghurs are now and replace it with something else is clearly there, has been there for decades.
Thank you. Yes, I think that part of the problem with a legal approach to genocide is that there's an attempt to decouple politics from law. And genocides are ultimately political. It's not about the law. I mean, states break laws all the time, and genocide is a very clear example of that. But all the component parts that Andre has just mentioned are clear examples of that. And so I think that it's not helpful to frame genocide legally, because I don't think it helps us understand the processes, as I talked about earlier, but it certainly isn't part of the solution. Well, if it's part of the solution, it's a tiny part of the solution. So at the moment, the Gambia has taken the Myanmar state to the International Court of Justice on grounds of genocide. And they have, the result was that the International Court of Justice said that the Myanmar state must put in place provisional measures to prevent acts of genocide taking place against the Rohingya. Now, most of the Rohingya are gone. The genocide has happened. And what the court has said is simply abide by the Genocide Convention. There's nothing new in the provisions, the measures that the International Court of Justice has demanded that the Myanmar state abide by. And so I think the commitment to legal solutions is distracting. It's very time-consuming. Genocides, I mean, when we did our work, we published a report in 2015. It was my final slide. I didn't get a chance to show you. But when we published our report, we sent it to Boris Johnson, who was then the head of, he was Minister for Foreign Affairs. The reply we got back from his office was, well, it's not a genocide until a court of law determines it's a genocide. And when do we see attempts to take genocide to court? It's always after the event. It's always after the event. And so I think we have to think really carefully about sort of reifying the law and what the law can do. I think it can be a rhetorical tool, and certainly for the Rohingya, the decision of the Gambia to take Myanmar to the International Court of Justice was a great boost. It was a recognition that they existed and a recognition that great harms had been done. So at that level, I think it's very important. But please don't rely on legal solutions, because you'll be waiting decades. And they won't be solutions because the damage will have long been done.
Well, thank you very much. That was I think, very clear answer. And I think that this is of relevance, not least because even though, of course, it's true that the international tribunals are not actually available in the Chinese case anyway, nevertheless, there are discussions, so far as I understand, about raising the issue of criminal liability, for instance, through mechanisms of universal jurisdiction in a particular country. And so if I get it right, then this panel would not particularly advise civil society groups to pursue that route, but rather advise those of us who are interested in thinking about potential responses to what is happening, to use other strategies, exposing, I suppose, the political liability that China has, or maybe using other potential legal routes for pursuing legal liability of, be it the Chinese state or potentially complicit other governments or other entities. If I get the mood of the panel right, that might be your response. Thank you so much. I would like to open up for questions. Yes, please. Lady in green, thank you.
Well, thank you. Oh, is it me? Yes. Thank you. Him or me?
Yes.
Me, in green. You're wearing the wrong color clothes there. Okay, thank you. I think that this is really, really crucial, the discussion on this panel, and maybe we'll return to thinking about the political implications of an acceptance of the comments of the first two speakers in particular. But I did find Penny Green's argument about thinking about genocide as a process very, very helpful indeed. I've got a couple of comments and a question. The first comment is that I think that we need to be very cautious in thinking about in terms of a revival of Cultural Revolution type totalitarianism. Rahima this morning noted the difference, in her view, the difference between what happened in the Cultural Revolution and now, and I have a lot of sympathy for the view she put forward. Now we're talking about the global circulation of surveillance capitalism and the complicity of global corporations with that in what China is doing. And through an incredibly invasive use of surveillance technology, which in terms of its political economy, including its reach, is way beyond anything that Mao and the Cultural Revolution could imagine doing. So I think we need to be very, very cautious in thinking about the Cultural Revolution in a media environment in which thoughtless journalists too happily and too easily make reference to the suppression of the Mao era. Speaking as a historian, I just think that we need to be careful about that. However, there is a question that nobody has yet raised. I mean, the Chinese state has been undertaking a process of Hanification of Xinjiang for decades. And I would like the panel's view about whether what is happening now, we can think of it as a qualitatively different stage, or is it something that continues from policies in the past? I would also like to make a comment about gender. I wanted to make that this morning. I mean, the reference this morning in Rahima's talk to the use of rape and incarceration of women was horrifying in the extreme, and Joe refers to the coercive marriage of Uyghur women to Han men, and with that kind of distressing photograph. And I just want to say that, violence comes in many, many different forms. State terrorism comes in many, many different forms, and its gendered dimension is extremely important, and we shouldn't forget that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that both Harriet and Jude actually are wearing green. So Jude Howell, yes, please. Please.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I mean, my question is for this panel, and it relates to what happened before, but we're sort of positioning, Han versus Uyghur, Chinese state versus Uyghur and Xinjiang. And I would like to bring in the concept of civil society, because I think civil society can be recruited into this state plan, or it can be a form of resistance. And we've sort of normatively assumed it's going to be a form of resistance, but actually none of this would be possible without also some complicity on the part of civil society. We've seen on the one hand the destruction, when you're talking about genocide, of certain institutions in Xinjiang, which are part of the identity of culture of Uyghurs. But, there must be civil society organizations, I don't want to use Han, but I mean, which are also being recruited into this idea, just as there are with the PREVENT model or other models. So if you have any thoughts on that, I'd be very interested to know, because it's not so chalk and cheese as presented.
Excellent. Can we perhaps take one more question? Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, for enlightening us about genocide, torture, and mass murders. There are 3 countries in the world who are culprit: China, India, and Myanmar, or used to be Burma. Now, the definition of torture is fully explained in the United Nations Charter. Now, you as a scholar and academics define what torture and mass murder is, but where is the United Nations not intervening in these instances? There is a genocide process going on in India. In Kashmir, there is a lockdown for 7 months, and the women are being raped, and mass murder is taking place. Political leaders are taken into custody. 1,000 political leaders in Kashmir are in prison. Narendra Modi's government in India, watching when Donald Trump was visiting India, a lot of people were killed in front of the police. Little children were snatched from the mother's lap. They were thrown in the fire. and the women were murdered in front of police. So you haven't mentioned India's terrorism, and I wholeheartedly agree with Fanny Green, how she described genocide. At least 2 million Muslims in India at the risk of ethnically cleansed, and nobody in the West is intervening. When you talk to India, their diplomacy is internal affairs. Genocide is not an internal affair. It is an international crime. India is guilty of crime against humanity. And academic argument will not solve this problem until America, Britain, EU, other countries in the Western countries intervene. In China, in Myanmar, and in India, 3 culprits country, and we are watching as a human being. I cannot sleep at night when I see the video. I haven't slept actually since the Delhi riots, you know, how people are cut with a sword. Their fathers, mothers, sword, cut their head, and they burn. They burn their houses, they burn their shops. And when they go back there, they say, why have you come here? If you come here in your own house, it will happen again, the same thing. Communal riots are not new in India. So nobody actually is talking about it. You see. Are you afraid of India? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to give the panelists an opportunity to reply, to get back to these points. As you wish. Pardon?
Okay. I'm happy to start on civil society because that was the first project I was doing inside Myanmar, which in 2012, and that was how we first learnt about what was going on in Rakhine State. And I think that the point that you made about civil society and the ambiguity of civil society is really important. We tend to think of civil society as being human rights based, as ultimately a force for good. But in my research, that's not always the case, sadly. Very often civil society can be a force for reaction. And in Myanmar, that was the case. So in Myanmar, part of the problem for the Rohingya was that they were completely alone inside the country. Because civil society, if you like, had been captured effectively, certainly ideologically, by the military regime and then by the NLD and Aung San Suu Kyi, in terms of the sort of stigmatization and perceptions of what the Rohingya were. That is, that they were potentially terrorist force, that they were illegal Bengali immigrants, that they were business monopolizers, and all of the kind of racial stereotypes that are used against Muslims inside the country. So it's very true that that civil society is not an unproblematic force. However, I think it is our best way forward. I think if we are thinking about how we might try to intervene, and part of the reason for appreciating the stages of genocide is that it gives us moments of intervention. So it's one of the reasons why when we see the appalling treatment that our own government is giving to asylum seekers, these alarm bells have to ring, because these are the points at which, when groups are stigmatized, we need to intervene. And so I think that despite the problematic nature of civil society, we only know about what's going on in places like Xinjiang and Rakhine State and Delhi because of the forces of civil society, because of international NGOs, because of independent journalism, and so on. So I think it's about how we work with those groups, and that can be problematic, but I do think that it is by far and away our best way forward, and it's about unifying struggles. It's about bringing one of the opportunities I think today would be to bring the Uyghur together. I don't know that there are any Rohingya in the audience here. And so it seems to me that the Uyghur and the Rohingya, the Kachin, these are the groups that should be working together in a unified way to take on these terrible challenges.
Thank you so much. Any comments from you on these points? I might also allow myself a point on civil society.
I will react to the cultural revolution just briefly. I think I was referring more to the style of leadership and style of the policy. I don't think things are happening in the exactly same way, but I think at the same time, a lot of approaches are being reintroduced by the Chinese leadership, either explicitly or implicitly during the Xi era. But I think regarding Hanification, I don't think Hanification nowadays is a qualitatively new stage. I think that was the question, right? If I No, it's not a qualitatively new stage. It might be new as far as the extent of it, the implementation is happening now, but it's not qualitatively new stage. I think the first policy intention of Hanification of Xinjiang are from 1820s. Laura Newby's research, the Empire and the Khanate, I think, as far as, if I remember correctly, she outlines the policy change in 1820s. And that's when the first Hanification idea started at the time. So qualitatively, no, it's not new nowadays. Also 1950s saw a rise in population of Han people in Xinjiang.
On the gender question, I think the Uyghurs themselves have experienced what's happening to them in gendered terms for quite some time. So, for example, I did work with Sampe Xiaojie, Uyghur hostess girls who were sitting, singing karaoke, smoking, drinking with Han Chinese businessmen in karaoke bars in Urumqi. And that whole situation was conceived in ethno-political terms within the Uyghur community. So the girls were very stigmatized. The men would spit at them in the street, and if they saw them coming out of a karaoke club, would abuse them and hit them sometimes, according to my interviews with the girls. And it was very much a situation where the Uyghur women were seen as the culture bearers, and the Uyghur women had to be protected against Han male encroachment. And it was only by doing that the Uyghur nation could be rescued or shored up, as it were. And now, at the moment, in the internment camps, then yeah, I think women are being targeted in all sorts of gendered ways. So you've got testimonies from survivors talking about having been given some white liquid to drink, which has caused their menstruation to stop, for example. We have the grueling stories of rape, as Raima mentioned earlier. We also have stories from people who got out of the camps of forced sterilizations and forced abortions. And I wanted to ask Raima earlier, but I didn't want to take up the floor space. But if rape is happening on a very regular basis in the internment camps, how does that link in with the forced abortions? Are women falling pregnant from these rapes? Is that leading to more forced abortions, or is it the case that they're being fed things to stop their menstruation so that they can be raped without any kind of effect? You know, there are some really troubling questions that emerge from that situation.
Thank you so much. If I might just abuse the chair's privilege to get back on the question about civil society with one very brief further comment, as a researcher who has spent many years.
My question about Kashmir, about Indian terrorism, state terrorism in India.
So I did. Yes, thank you, sir. So I think that none of the panelists particularly wanted to take up this point. A very brief.
Could I just say, I would not avoid it. I mean, we talk about what we best know.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you, sir. I'm sorry?
Allow me to mention that, this panel is focusing on the situation in Xinjiang. But DBS has a point? Okay.
I want to just speak on behalf of the organizers. Although I don't personally know them, I don't think you were here this morning. I write about women, Kashmir, India, Delhi, Hindutva project, and this morning there was a detailed presentation at which I spoke. So the first session, if you look through the program, was actually addressing this question and taking on board exactly everything that you said. So we have actually at length spoken about India.
And
Thank you very much.
And about Kashmir as well.
And there will be a there will be a video available that you can watch later.
Very good point. Okay, excellent. I think that we need to, yeah. Thank you very much, but I think that I would very much like to continue the panel discussion, and allow me just to, thank you. Allow me to get back on the point about civil society. I think that speaking as someone who's done many years of research working with human rights advocates in China, in sort of mainland China, I would just like to point out, and I think this is important, that yes, of course, society can be highly collusive and supportive of practices that we can call genocidal, that are certainly, from my perspective, crimes against humanity that are awful. But I would like to say that China, of course, is, as a whole, a highly repressive system. Chinese society, Chinese human rights advocates included, live with huge risks. And it is very difficult from within Chinese society to raise persecution, and in particular to raise the crimes against humanity that are occurring in Xinjiang. And I think that it is important to make this point just to sort of contextualize, because if we compare across different systems, then the degree to which the state is repressive, of course, will really affect the ability of any kind of civil society, and in China it is quickly vanishing as we speak, to actually oppose and challenge severe crimes like this. To give one example, some 2-3 weeks ago, I did receive a message, and I was kind of impressed from a human rights lawyer who shall be nameless, directly pointing out to what was described as crimes occurring in Xinjiang. That person, at the time of writing this, was under the heaviest possible surveillance, and they are currently recovering from their own experience of forced disappearance and torture. And it is difficult for Chinese civil society in particular to raise the issues in Xinjiang, severe as they are, and much as they, of course, require to be raised and to be challenged. That's partly, I think, why we're trying to have this panel looking into possible responses also from outside of China. One more point by Andre, and then perhaps we can continue. I apologize. Thank you.
Also, on the note of civil society, similar experience. I've spoken to a journalist from one of the more, let's say, more open, non-state-owned media in China, which are occasionally allowed an investigative report. And she told me that reporting about Xinjiang is entirely off limits, even for the slightly more liberal Chinese language, Eastern or Southern China-based media.
Thank you so much. So I think we had a question here, and then behind you. Yes, please. Lady in black. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the panel and this whole entire day. I've been learning very much. So I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the necessity to condemn the cultural genocide, but also echoing the idea of the international solidarity that needs to be fostered. Obviously, there is a difficulty. Well, they do condemn them regardless, but there's a difficulty for nations like the US to condemn China because it would be quite hypocritical, particularly considering their own Guantanamo Bay and all their human rights violations. And I think I'm sort of trying to look at the social media narrative in regards to the Uyghurs for my own dissertation. And a key argument by the Chinese as seen on social media tends to be that this is the West trying to impose the war on terror narrative onto their own nations to increase further control, as we see this turn to a multipolar world order. But also, this isn't about relativity, and all violations are violations, and there's no excuses. So I just wanted to ask a more practical question. How do we, as part of leading institutions and the wider civil society, go on about condemnation such that we're able to minimize these loopholes and spaces for Xi Jinping and other authoritarian governments to refute their own crimes against humanity via justification that the Global North too is engaging in equally horrendous actions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I think I have a question on, because I think you kind of touch upon ways of stopping the genocide in Xinjiang. I know this is probably going to be addressed in later panels, but I just want to come back on your kind of understanding and what I got from it. Kind of the idea that mobilizing international public opinion, international civil society, was kind of raising awareness might be the best way to stop what's happening in Xinjiang. I mean, just to me, it seems debatable that non-coercive measures would be able to stop China, especially knowing that it's an authoritarian, highly secretive, economically powerful state. So I'd like to have a bit more of your insight on how exactly those types of mechanisms would help prevent or stop what's happening right now. And also my other point would be that isn't like focusing on international society, NGOs, academics like yourselves as being kind of people who can act on and stop genocide. Isn't that kind of taking away the responsibility states do have, and states, especially states that have signed the convention to prevent and punish genocide and that are not doing anything currently? So I just want to have a bit of your opinion on that.
Thank you very much. And then we have some input from Sophia Woodman. Thank you so much.
Yes, well, not from me, from the, there's a very lively chat on the live stream, but maybe you can read it, some of it, but I mean, summing up one question is, isn't this just about sort of separatism and the fight against separatism, and we're kind of masking it with this discussion of all these other things? So, well, I'm not going to try and sum that up, but there is a quite specific question from one of our remote audience, which is, in contrast to the Rohingya, the Uyghurs are recognized as an ethnic group in China officially, and the Chinese government, while they're trying to reshape the identity of the group, they're not trying to eliminate the group per se. So does that make a difference in terms of thinking of it as genocidal or not?
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have a collection of questions. Who would like to speak to the last questions from the media discussion? Who would like to make a start? Thank you.
Just a quick word about separatism. What's really noticeable in the last few years, I've been interviewing Uyghurs about separatism since the mid-90s, when there was quite a lively debate about Xinjiang independence, and Uyghurs were talking about, will the new state be called Uyghuristan, or will it be called East Turkestan, or what will it be called? And it was all very exciting, and it was lots of young men were having this conversation in Xinjiang. But at the same time as that going on, I would say probably a greater proportion of the population were not talking about independence. What's very noticeable about the last 2 or 3 years in the context of re-education and mass internment is that now everyone without exception is saying the only way to solve this current problem is independence.
I would also like to remark on separatism, because this is something that appears quite often. Fight against separatism, fight against terrorism, and fight against extremism, so-called three forces. I think both, the analysis of, for example, the violent incidents, articles by Pavlo in your volume, work by Sean Roberts.
Pablo Rodriguez Merino.
Right, sorry, excuse me. Book, the final chapter, or the appendix of Gardner Bovingdon's book, Sean Roberts' articles, they show that the violent incidents actually overwhelmingly small majority are related to terrorism or acts of terrorism in the sense of an attack on the public, on civilians, on unarmed civilians. I think Pavlo also wrote a really interesting article on how the label of the internal political enemy evolves from separatists to terrorists to current-day extremists. I've read several English language official statements from past months. Now, the term that seems to be also appearing in interrelation with separatism, terrorism, extremism in the official propaganda is violence. So this is the fourth concept used very inconsistently in my way, in my opinion. So I think at least do things refute the argument about separatism and terrorism. Also, small remark on Guantanamo. I'm not sure what specifically you meant by this comparison. But yeah, would you like to specify? Because, or let me put it this way, I'm not trying to argue that United States government is not hypocritical, but if we compare Guantanamo and contemporary situation in Xinjiang, we do find similarities, but we find overwhelmingly differences. For example, the scale of detention. You know, Guantanamo had 800 people at the start, which was the largest number of detainees. There are, it's an illegal detention facility, but on the other hand, there are quite a number of people detained there who were detained fighting. There are so-called high-value detainees who were organizers of several very violent terrorist incidents. There are people who were detained innocently in both facilities. At the same time, people in Guantanamo are free to practice Islam. They have access to lawyers and they can communicate with their families. So to say, so I think there are also a lot of differences in the comparison.
Thank you so much. There was one question on civil society.
Yeah, I'll come back to that one. Thank you. 2 points. You also, I'm going to start with the second, whereas you said, well, if you're putting the pressure on civil society to take responsibility for dealing with genocide, doesn't that remove responsibility or absolve states from the responsibility of dealing with genocide? I mean, states have demonstrated very, very clearly that they will not take responsibility for dealing with genocide. And one of the reasons is the very term genocide. You'll see that states will not use the term genocide, not until there's no possibility for them not to. Because once states use the term and accept that a genocide is taking place, they are under an obligation, whether or not you see it as a significant obligation, by the Genocide Convention to intervene to prevent and to punish. Now, obviously the second element, to punish, is much easier because it's after the event, right? States have shown themselves to have no remote interest at all in intervening to prevent genocide. And I think that's important, and it also speaks to some problematic decisions that some of the major international NGOs have taken. So Amnesty International still call what happened to the Rohingya and describe Myanmar as an apartheid state. Human Rights Watch talk about crimes against humanity because they themselves are fairly significant major players, and have strong relationships with states and with corporations, which comes back to the point I want to make about what else can civil society do, and I think you follow the money. So one of the most effective ways of trying to tackle genocide and the consequences of genocide is to place sanctions, boycotts, divestment strategies against those who profit from genocide. And so that will be in relation to corporations and governments. And we only need to look at the effect of the BDS campaign and the violent response that Israel has initiated against BDS activists and the BDS movement generally to see how effective those campaigns can be.
And perhaps precisely on that point, what we might also want to think about the broader context discussed earlier today of forced labor and the economic interest that is implicated in that, raising the question whether civil society has strategies to expose complicity, for instance, corporate complicity, perhaps also government agency complicity with those kinds of human rights violations as a way for sort of at least raising the issue, but perhaps also as an effective way of stopping some of the behavior that supports these ongoing crimes, state crimes, crimes against humanity, or in a broader definition, the ongoing genocide in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. I'm afraid that we have gone way over time, and so we will have to have a shortened tea break before we continue with a last part of today's conference, which will further address more explicitly the sort of practical and advocacy aspects of this topic. I'm sure that you will want to join me in thanking the panelists and also once more thanking the organizers, including in particular Rachel and Sophia, but also very much Tim Pringle. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to get going now with our final session. We have 1 hour now to think, I hope in a more positive and energetic way, about the possibilities for the future. What responses can we make? What things can be done to make a difference to this crisis? So I'd like to start off our discussions by inviting my colleague here, Halmurat, to talk to us very briefly about his own experiences as an activist. And I will break with convention today and just say a couple of words about Halmurat. He's a Uyghur activist based in Finland, and he was among the first to really speak out in the diaspora about his own parents' detention. And that experience really spurred him to enter this world of activism. And I got to know Halmurat's work really through his very successful Me Too Uyghur campaign, which was rolled out especially across social media, and I think really made a big difference to mobilizing the Uyghur community across borders. So Halmurat, thank you so much for coming today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear? Yeah. Yeah, thank you for organizing this event, and I really privileged and honored to be part of it, and thank you for audience to coming here. My name is Halmurat. I am actually born in a quite secular Uyghur family. I never witnessed my parents actually practice any religion, so it's a little bit, you know, the controversial, like what other panelists try to highlight, that it's more or less Islamophobic, and its main, how to say, well, it's not the main reason why we are being targeted. I mean, like before, I'm kind of from the privileged families that we never been targeted by the Chinese Communist Party, because Chinese Communist Party actually selectively targeted some group of Uyghurs until 2017. So I wasn't an activist until 2017. First, my mother detained in a concentration camp. So in the beginning, I really don't know what it is. It was my birthday, beginning of April, and I tried to contact my mom, because we have family tradition that every year when it's my birthday, I call my mother and ask her bless me, and she blessed me, and I give thanks to her to bring me to this world. I don't know, this world is such an awful place. But anyway, so 2017 at April, when I tried to reach my mom, nobody answered the call. Then I called my father. Then I learned that my mom was sent to somewhere like study facilities. That's what my father told me. And it was like, my mom is a retired civil servant, like used to work for Turpan Daily newspaper. Ironically, it is Chinese Communist Party owned propaganda machine. So my mom worked for the Chinese Communist Party's propaganda machine entire her life. Then at the end, ended up in a concentration camp. So in general, overall, why Uyghurs so slow to act? Why nobody stand up at 2017? Because we didn't really know what is really going on, because there are, the lack of informations, because we cannot reach out to our homeland to ask people. People all of a sudden block me from their WeChats, and when I try to call my friends, after they hear my voice, without saying goodbye, they just hang up. And I find a way to know and to confirm that my mom was really sent to one of these study facilities, so-called. Then I try to find more information to understand what it is. Then I ask other Uyghurs who live at diaspora abroad, and many of Uyghurs from the diaspora, they have at least one or more relatives are actually being sent to those facilities. Then I went to talk to some human rights organizations and some politicians. One thing in the beginning really offended me, because when I trying to tell them that there are this kind of mass detention happened and thousands of people, possibly even more, are being sent to somewhere called re-education camp or study facilities, and they says, oh, we don't know because no one else actually came to us, or no one else from the Uyghur community talking about this. And they even asked me about, is your parents so religious? Is your parents are, have political ambitions? No, they are not. They were enjoying their retirement. Then I feel so offended, and I start to have a question why my fellow Uyghurs do not stand up. And I start to make videos, upload it to social media. Within a couple of months, I guess, over 100 videos I recorded and uploaded to social media, try to encourage my fellow Uyghurs to start to speak up. I started to talk about this openly beginning of 2018, after my father too detained in concentration camp. And right after my father detained in one of those concentration camp, I guess it's about 2 weeks later, my grandma passed away, and I don't have anything to worry about. And my mom, sorry, somebody tried to call me. I'm sorry. Maybe a very important call. I will answer later. Then, so people start to give testimonies, and then the Xinjiang start to post this pictures of the satellite images, and the world start to know about this, what is happening. Then I started this campaign called Freedom Tour, which started from Helsinki. It is actually a serial demonstration. I went to almost all major Western European countries, major capitals, except England. English channel, I once again successfully stopped me, like throughout history, stopped other Europeans try to come to England, so I wasn't able to go through. And then wherever I visit, I talk to local Uyghur community, and hear so many sad stories, and encourage them to stand up and speak up against what is happening to their relatives. And it's not a crime, even according to Chinese law. You can, in search of your relatives who are disappeared. So then the media start to get attention, and I don't know how many journalists interviewed me after I start to become an activist. Then 24th December 2018, both my parents have been released in the same day. And after that, I start to have this big dilemma, whether should I continue my activism or should I just stop and disappear? But before, until this point, I went to different countries. I met with so many Uyghurs. I heard so many tragic stories, their families' stories, and some of them actually themselves experienced unbelievable things. Then I start to have this responsibility. I start to change, and I start to want to take more risk to try to contribute my community. I was enjoying my life without, have any ambition to get involved with even the human rights activities before, until 2017. I wasn't part of any organization. Until now, I'm not part of any Uyghur political organizations. I never involved with the Uyghur political movement, not like the other Uyghur activists. They've been contributing for the Uyghur cause, how many years, 10 years, 20 years. I started only 2017. Then I continued. Then this chance appeared. In February, I launched the Me Too Uyghur campaign. And all of a sudden, within 24 hours, hundreds of, over 1,000, maybe a few thousand Uyghurs start to post about their relatives who've been missing, who've been possibly sent to concentration camp, or who've been detained in prisons or sentenced to the prisons. Then the other day, the media's, big media started calling me, like New York Times, CNN, come on, what's happened? Then all of a sudden, this become one of the shifting point that Uyghur cause or the Uyghur plights that we are facing now, the Uyghur problem, become one of the focus on the media. So I guess I should stop here, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Okay, so I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes to stimulate your thinking, to reflect very briefly on some of the suggestions, the ideas, the themes that have come up, at least for me, during today. So I think one thing that really struck me in our conversations was this debate about ways of thinking about things, ways of naming things. I think that's extremely important. We had a suggestion of how people adapt to living in a post-truth world. So these very stark contrasts between ways of naming schools or concentration camps or genocide as opposed to a very successful anti-extremism policy. You know, you see these Chinese tech firms framing their work as leading the world in counter-terrorism. So, I mean, it's just remarkable to reflect on these very kind of divergent and parallel conversations that are going on. Is there any possibility of making these divergent naming practices meet, of having a dialogue across these different practices? So in the same vein, I thought there was a very interesting caution from one of our speakers tomorrow, this morning. It's been a long day. This morning, not so long ago. Talking of the problem of how human rights in China gets invoked in the West, and really how we should be thinking instead about how questions of human rights and how they're discussed, how these relate to market access questions and questions of power politics. So I think that's very important. I thought this afternoon's panel, you know, there was a little sense of, you know, a lack of empowerment somehow, a sense of, you know, so many things that will not work for us. So perhaps we can start from there. Please don't rely on the law, I heard someone say. It'll take years to get anything done and the damage is done long ago. So that is salutary. Academic arguments will not get things done. I heard that from the audience. Also a useful reminder. But in response to that, perhaps this sense that civil society is our best way forward. Can we unify these struggles? We've heard the difficulties, of course, of taking this forward within China itself, but of course we are all part of these transnational communities now, and perhaps there is where our effective models lie. So the campaign, the BDS campaign against Israel was very interesting example. The suggestion of following the money, of course, was very interesting. So just to hark back to this question of naming, I think the idea of a Uyghur activist, you know, is a rather new name in my experience, which has come up in the last few years. You know, Halmarat and many within our own community here in the UK. And, you know, I think those that idea of Uyghur activism is very powerful and is making a lot of difference. So really, I think it was in the second panel this morning that for me had, you know, the greatest energy and the greatest sense that there was a possibility for change. Perhaps it is because these problems of technology, these are quite new problems. And so there is still a sense that, you know, there is a possibility to really do something about these issues that are coming up. So there were some very specific things raised here. Is the problem about the technologies themselves, or is it just about who uses them? I think that is an important one to reflect on. And we should indeed, as some people suggested, be having conversations within universities about this, as well as, of course, pursuing these companies in all sorts of ways. So again, in terms of these parallel conversations, you know, we have these regional conferences, we have conferences with a human rights focus, but of course it is the colleagues working in STEM subjects, as has already been mentioned, who are really the ones who should be really made to be more aware of these issues. Yeah, so that is the sum of my thoughts so far. I think we haven't spoken enough about forced labor today. I think this is really the big and very fast developing issue, and I hope perhaps that we can spend some of the time, the next 40 minutes or so, just to include that in our discussions. So can I please ask for our students with their roving mics to return? Where are they? So far, that is great. So can I ask then for any thoughts and suggestions from the floor? We'll take, again, 2 or 3. No, in fact, this is an open conversation. There is no response from the floor. So we'll just start over there, shall we, behind you, Sophia, and then move this direction.
Hello. Sorry, it's a question for Halmurat himself. You mentioned that you're not from a religious background. In fact, it's a secular background. And yet when we looked at the conditions that were being placed as to who is a suspect, etc., they seem to be very much religious-based. Is there any indication as to what was the reason, perhaps, that your parents were, in fact, put into this position?
Yeah, okay. Recently, the New York Times released this Kargilik documents. According to those documents, if someone have 4 children or someone possessed, for example, passport, the Chinese passport, which is legal in China and all over the world, I think, then if someone who have received calls from abroad or try to reach someone who lives at abroad, they also sent to the concentration camps. And China uses scoring, these stalking people, and they have this the system of scoring people. If someone who's in their circle is marked as red or dangerous, then the one who maybe lost their points. And the Chinese officials, they stalking people and they give points to people and their comments on people that could be resulting at the end that the person could be sent to one of those concentration camp or not. And in my parents' case is like, because I live in abroad, I'm foreign national, and they are well educated, then they went abroad several times. Those 2 points could lost a lot of points. So they accumulate all these minor crimes and they can classify someone who's dangerous or not.
That's right. Thank you, Hamara. I mean, I think that takes us straight back to the question of surveillance, of course, and technologies, and the way that these algorithms have such a powerful control over people's lives. So thank you. There was a question there.
A quick point. The chair has just mentioned the expression transnational communities. Doesn't the kind of trope encounter a deep problem, namely that right now one of the features of the cultural fights and the international struggle is the resurgence of identitarian notions. We have identitarianism rampant worldwide. I mean, even in this country, like an immensely tolerant, at least on the face of the country, we have Brexit has put back the notion of identity, English, British identity of the country. So how do we, does it not come down at the end of the day to who wins? How are we going to fight out this identitarian plague worse than coronavirus in a way, I would say. In which ways are we going to fight this battle?
That's great, thank you. Was another question down there? Yeah? The other gentleman down here, I think. Oh, there's a lady there, go on then. No, not in front of you, sorry, the gentleman had his hand up. No? Have you taken that away? Okay, the lady the lady you were first speaking with then. Sorry.
Hello. First, I would just like to say thank you for having this question of what the future holds. And I was wondering for you, Halmurat, what you saw the impact of the Me Too Uyghur movement was, and if you feel like social media is a way in which we can move forward. And I know that we talked a little bit about how the state uses technology to surveil, and I was wondering if social media or what kinds of technologies can be used to surveil the state and to hold the state accountable, and if technology has a role.
Okay, great, thank you. Perhaps we can go to Aziz now, sorry about that.
Thank you. I have no questions. I have my point. Yes, we covered many topic about the Uyghur crisis, but I would like to say one even more urging, which everyone's concerned here, about coronavirus. As we know, only we know about 80,000 Uyghur young, mostly girls, and some of them are boys from Hotan region sent to work in the Chinese factory, forced labor. But there's we estimated at least NGO organizations report is 1.8 million innocent Uyghur citizens are inside Chinese concentration camps. And we also estimated at least more than 3 million Uyghur people are in the camps. Now in Gulja, in the north, in Karmay, Urumqi, Kashkavi, hearing now comes up lots of video clips now. People are starving, people are not allowed to go to the street, and some people are even dying. And now we are hearing as well the coronavirus hitting the concentration camps now, that people, we could not imagine that the consequence, what consequences will be. So can we talk about this? This is a matter of life and death for the innocent people, overcrowded, already corrupted. Over a few years they are inside the camp. Already is a very poor condition, not any kind of, but they are very easily catch the virus. That was my most concern today. I would be appreciated we can talk about this. What can we do about this? Raise awareness, and new idea will come up today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think it is very important to raise awareness of that. Since we are meant to be focusing in this session on actual mechanisms of strategies moving forward, I wonder if I could now invite Nicola McBean to have a chat, because I know that she's been engaged in some activities.
Okay, thank you very much, Rachel, and first of all, thank you very much to everyone for today's meeting, which has certainly given us an awful lot to think about. I should just briefly say, I'm Nicola. I run the rights practice, and we're an NGO in the UK. We support sort of human rights in China. And we're not primarily an advocacy NGO, and I think that's been kind of one of the challenges for us as a sort of civil society organization to find ways to respond, because we don't have huge amount of expertise in how to kind of undertake the kind of advocacy which I think is needed, because as Ava said earlier, it's so difficult for a whole host of reasons about the kind of country China is, for the kind of activism within China to put some pressure on the government. So that strategy, and that's an area where we've been as an organization more active in supporting human rights lawyers and civil society groups in China. So we've had to so I think for a lot of for us, it's kind of been a challenge. Perhaps just reflect briefly and on a couple of the things that we've been trying to do. I mean, I think raising awareness has been a central concern, and certainly Rachel was one of the participants in the panel we did back in 2018, I think, when we started engaging with the British Parliament and trying to get parliamentarians to sort of be more aware of the issues. I think I was struck by Penny's comment about, earlier about the genocide being a process. I think our response also from civil society is also very much a process, and particularly when, you know, I suspect all of us, you know, we were working on China, we hadn't sort of engaged on this issues or thought about strategy and response, and so we've all been trying to learn. I would like to sort of reassure people that there is quite a lot of concern going on at the moment, and I think it's moved on now from initially the sort of civil society concern being focused on what, you know, amongst the sort of more China-focused groups, and there aren't that many of us, and also with restructuring, Amnesty doesn't have very much presence here in that respect. So it's a small group who've been engaged, but that is broadening now, and specifically in response to the information out about forced labor, that has now mobilized a lot of the groups who are concerned with modern slavery, forced labor in this country, and that's also part of a kind of transnational. So I can't go into the details, but I think you'll see shortly, I think, some evidence of people coming together, pushing brands to take a stand. And so a lot of the background work is going on at the moment in trying to sort of put that together. So that's very much that engagement around sort of trying to get brands to that are engaging, but that's on the probably more on the textile side. I think there's another piece of work that people are now thinking about. I know some of them in the States are looking at this around the digital tech industry but part of it's getting all the data. So there's quite a lot of collaboration going on. There are lawyers also involved in this. I think, again, looking at pursuing legal strategies that look at complicity of companies. So that's but all of this takes quite a lot of time and resources for people to sort of look into it. But just to sort of say it's out there. If people have particular issues, I mean, I think it's really important to keep MPs informed. There is quite a sense of concern, cross-party concern in Parliament, both in Commons and the Lords on it. It's not huge, but there are MPs who are really concerned, but they're not very well informed about details. They need, so really, you know, if you've got a way of communicating, and come to me afterwards, we can put you in touch with people. Do keep them informed if you've got specific knowledge or suggestions of strategies they would could sort of follow. There is a group. There's an all-party parliamentary group looking at Xinjiang in particular. So they are trying to develop their strategy at the moment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any more comments? I can see a couple. Oh, right, lots. Okay. There's two bearded gentlemen there. Should we give them their both very illegal beards.
Two Davids as well. Thank you. My question's for Halmarat. Thank you very much for your presentation. And, you know, I really admire your work. I think it's an amazing attempt to hashtag to reach a broader audience. And you mentioned a little bit about how much attention it got amongst the Uyghur community. But I wonder how you feel it was received beyond that, because it seems to me that is one of the primary issues now, how to reach an audience that is not as informed as ourselves. Thanks.
Great. Actually, Halmarat has had two questions, and I didn't give him a chance to respond to the first, so perhaps you could take both of those together, if you remember.
We took the social media for our advantage because first, everybody on social media. Second, it's free. Third, you know, you can hide behind fake profile, so you can do different kind of activism. That is one thing Uyghurs are most comfortable of, because once there is oppression, and if someone come up with resistance, then which follows by the retaliation. Not necessarily it comes to the person who live abroad, but to their relatives back in our homeland. So social media campaigns, they help us raise awareness, and media reports, media outlets, the documentaries, it helped us to raise awareness. But our intention is not just to let people feel bad. We really want people could involve it with what we are dealing with now, because I don't want to demonize our enemy, but Chinese long arms already reached out to many other countries. First, for example, many Uyghur activists are being threatened or intimidated by the Chinese government. So many are actually, under threat, and some are actually choose to stop their activism. So we really need the people or the organizations or even countries could help us, empower us, or at least facilitate us with educating us. For example, like how to do advocacy to the different politicians or the different civil groups, how can we work together, and this Kashmiri that Mr. He asked it, and he was really dedicated to raise his own case. So we hope others who are oppressed by the other authoritarian or the other regimes could sympathize each other, could understand each other. So we could do something together, because it is something maybe global, like economically, like what Mr. Darin studied. Uyghurs are marginalized and they become a subject of the economic exploitation. So I don't know, like it's not only our problem. At the same time, China tried to legitimize what they're doing to Uyghurs by selling out a narrative that it is better way to counter terrorism. So I think this is the beginning of exporting their own identity to the other countries. Like what India do to Kashmiris now, it could be the very first example, and I'm afraid it would be in the future adopted by many other countries. We see only 22 countries signed the letter of rebuking China, but over 30 countries, most of them are Muslim countries, are signed it to sympathize and stand solidarity with China. I don't know what's behind that. Could be the economic interest or diplomatic interest, or I don't know. But we really need more people will involved with that. And it's big challenge for us because we live in a remote place from the Europe, and most people, they don't really care if something is not directly related to them. So, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Great. Let's leave some time for more questions. David is still holding them.
Thanks, yeah. And this question I would address to anybody that's presented today, Halmarat or anybody else. Like a lot of us, I'm an educator, and I, view this as part of my responsibility to teach about this, to inform students, inform people who might not know. And sometimes it feels like, you're just giving a litany of terrible facts about what's going on, and it feels very depressing. But I've always been encouraged that my students, whether here in the UK or previously in the States, frequently come up to me after the lecture on class day on this and say, we didn't know it was this bad, what can we do? And, you give them the same boilerplate response about, make sure that you write your MP, or you call your representative in Congress, or whatever. But I often wonder, are there things that we can do with our wallets, our daily habits, like concrete, specific things that, somebody asks us, whether it's a student or a family member or somebody who wants to do something, what can we tell them is a step that we can take besides just the same usual things that we ask about?
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. Was there a question down here?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Liebenow from the London School of Economics. I'd just like to reflect a bit on the discussion about technologies, surveillance technologies and other kinds of technologies, and point out that it would be completely wrong to think that the oppression of people would use anything other than the most modern technologies. The fact that the Chinese have access to this technology is a representation of the state of their technologies. Of course, technologies are interesting because of the way in which they scale, the extent to which they can be thorough in certain kinds of analysis. But it's not really that different from the oppression of other people in previous times using what was then the latest technologies, technologies of the media. The Jews of Berlin were rounded up because there was a book of addresses which the community uses to keep in touch. It was a phenomenon of the postal system and the telegraph system. There are a few telephone numbers there too. And we should not, I think, focus on what's special about the technologies. What we should focus on is the way in which resources of any kind are being used in order to mobilize a policy, and focusing then on the policies and the politics of it. I think that the effort to promote activism through the relatively soft underbelly of the companies and the economic interests that are presented is perhaps a good tactic, but it doesn't address the larger, profound strategic concerns that we ought to have.
Thank you very much for that. Again, it's that sense of follow the money. Divyesh, there was a bit up there.
Thank you. This is regarding your wider question around solidarity, way forward and everything. So I was thinking of my initial work was on Tibet, not Uyghurs. We can see commonalities and differences. One aspect of Tibetan struggle is that internationally it has got much higher profile. Compared to population, you'd see that there's a lot of support here. In general, though that support comes with its own problems in terms of disciplining them and sidelining them and controlling them, but it's very much there. So I do think that one thing which some of us are already working on, you, Rachel, you're there, and Joe, and some of us have been doing that, is around focusing not only on Uyghurs or Tibetans or Hong Kong separately, but focusing on the, let's say, the victims of Chinese empire in general. So that's something we should do. Academically, we should do it together through workshops, through events like this. We should also do it through protests, exploring that option. So activism, academia, divide, so challenge that part, look at that. But something else which I think I would refer back to, let's say earlier Natasha's presentation or Penny's one later on Rohingyas. So not only look at, let's say, China and victims of Chinese empire, but maybe look at victims of state crimes in China, Myanmar, India together. So again, in terms of the kind of work people do on Kashmir or Assam or in Rohingya or on Myanmar, so that might connect, right? So broadly speaking, one is around China, second is around generally problems with Asia. But that's something we can do, and I'll just invite you, though I'm not a Tibetan person. 10th of March is Tibetan Uprising Day. There's march from Downing Street to the Chinese embassy, and Rahima is one of the speakers. Where's Rahima? Oh, she's there, yes. And I'm also one of the speakers in solidarity. But please join us if you can, or that's on 10th of March. And you may find, and I'm giving example. In Strasbourg recently, there was a workshop organized by European Youth Association of Tibetans. World Uyghur Congress, Hong Kong protesters, Tibetan activists, and I was also one of the people there. And the discussion there was so good. You could also see the commonalities part. I just was wishing, we wish we had that in the UK. Actually, we have more opportunity in the UK than in Europe, but we have to take that opportunity up. So I think, thank you very much for organizing this conference, because it allows us to build those connections.
Thank you, Divyesh. That's great. And anyone else has any events to advertise while we're here? Very happy to hear. Ava. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wanted to come back to the point that Nicola made earlier about exposing complicity and perhaps pursuing legal liability of complicit actors like corporate actors who use forced labor indirectly that comes from Xinjiang. I think that
there are more ways of thinking about this, and I think exposing, sort of using the complicity point really relies on the idea that we can get at actors who really can be compelled to follow the law. I think that, for instance, we could think of government authorities, like, for example, there was the great example of Ofcom, the media regulator, essentially being being made the subject of a legal complaint by Peter Humphrey, who had been coerced into a televised confession with collusion from China Global Television. This morning we heard from Aziz this really heartbreaking story about his mother being coerced to do the same thing. We can get creative about then going after the UK government authority that is responsible for giving a license to, China Global Television, opening up its, I think, European headquarters in Chiswick, as I recall, that sort of thing. So I also think that taking it sort of closer to that point, closer to home, we must think about the various ways in which universities have become complicit in, for instance, the context of research on, let's say, surveillance technology. And we have to think about be it political or legal ways of exposing that potential complicity. And of course, that requires a lot of work, not least in terms of gathering the evidence, etc., etc. But those, I think, are very specific and concrete strategies that could be pursued. And just to mention one more point, not about complicity, but another potential strategy that I'm aware of, I understand it has been discussed, of course, and indeed to some extent been used. There's this question that human rights advocates ask themselves if facing these hugely powerful actors like, the Chinese party state, there might be some advantage in trying to go after individual perpetrators. So that would be, for example, officials within the Chinese party state who let's say, want to travel here or open up bank accounts, etc., etc. And in that context, one approach that has been used has been the so-called Magnitsky legislation. So basically legislation that empowers other governments, the US government, for example, to then impose travel bans or asset freezes. Now, I would say that, I wanted to mention this as a mechanism that is potentially available, but I would also like to say that I think it is a potentially highly problematic mechanism because, of course, it can be used for a particular political agenda. And so, and it raises issues, it raises its own human rights issues about how to identify perpetrators, and then also why and how to hold perpetrators responsible who are actors within a system that is itself highly repressive. But nevertheless, I think it is something that ought to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. As far as I understand, this has been this is part of the Uyghur Human Rights Bill, which is making its way through Congress rather slowly. But the EU is also introducing this kind of legislation. So it's good that these moves are afoot. I don't know where the UK stands in that now, of course, but Rahima, there we go.
I just would like to make some comments about looking to the future response to the crisis. And I believe we need to be brave and loud. I think that's very important. For example, I know it's very difficult to achieve something from the Chinese government. Of course, what we can do in this country and to change the mindset or decisions. For example, just to share my experience, when Boris Johnson announced Huawei 5G network limited access, I wrote immediately after I heard that announcement, I wrote to all the medias who interviewed me in the past. And then straight away I got an email back from Radio 4. So the next day I spoke and I said the human rights issue has not mentioned. It only talked about the security concern. And then someone, I'm not going to name, a quite well-known journalist, emailed me saying that, can we meet? And then he put me in touch with many important MPs. So I have been meeting them. And I think this is quite important. And it gives me kind of hope. And then it's also a feeling of some kind of achievement that give you sort of satisfaction. So I think people should just take action when you, also, for example, on the 26th of March in LSE, someone is giving a lecture, pro-Huawei lecture. So now we mobilized a One World movement and other experts trying to also I've been contacting people who are writing article about Huawei and to get them there, and then we ask tough questions, maybe have some protest outside. So there are a lot of things that we can do. We just need to be active. For example, on the 5th of February, 5th of March, 2 days ago, we held a demonstration outside the Chinese embassies led by the labor movement. And after the report about the modern, slavery, modern report act, and the labor workers union, now they are trying to mobilize the whole union members to take action. We walked, marched to Oxford Street, handing leaflets and trying to tell people, to educate people that there are this forced labor is going on, and maybe the items you are buying is from forced labor. So there are hell a lot of things that people can do, but we need a lot more people engage and to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahima. I'd like now, please, to invite Darren Byler, if I might, to just give us some sense of the kind of activities he's been observing or engaged with in the US, because I know a lot of work has been going on around surveillance and forced labor. So if you have a couple of comments, that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, a few stories to tell. So a week or two ago, I was on the East Coast in a pretty major city at a major institution talking to someone who is one of the leading researchers around computer vision, machine learning, those sorts of technologies. Really, she works on really basic technologies. And she wanted to know what she should do, because reading about what's happening to the Uyghurs really made her feel horrible, because she could see that like the sort of thing that she was working on was being used in these ways. And she was wondering if she should just like leave her job and like go live on a farm and like not work at all on technology anymore because of the effects of it. And I was telling her, no, don't do that. You're in a position of authority to speak to these issues that very few people are able to do, I mean, because of her institutional standing, and that is something that she should leverage, that she could begin to build a movement. But it's also illustrative of the kind of position that people of conscience are in technology industry, in machine learning, all of those spaces, that they're feeling quite embattled as well, because they have to push back against these forces that are much larger than them. So I think what we need is probably not like a sort of consumerist or individual approach to pushing back against this. We need to organize at a larger scale and have collective actions. And one of the things that's coming out of the college campuses in the US is in April we're going to have which I guess is at the same time as spring break here, we're going to have so it's not good internationally, and we're going to have a collective action that will have a week of teach-ins on the Uyghur issue across college campuses all across the US and in Canada. And hopefully that will really take this to another level in terms of awareness on campuses. and will, bring awareness to this issue that maybe wasn't there before. And I think that's the type of actions that we need to really kind of move the needle on this. Because really, if we don't have sustained action, if we don't make the cost of doing nothing too high, we won't have responses. At the same time, there's still so many, it never feels like it's enough. So that's why we need to use all approaches. So it's exciting to hear that the brands are being held to account, or will be at some point, and that there's movements in government as well. So that's kind of the state of things.
That's great, Darren. Thank you. It's a shame we didn't manage to align with the US teach-ins there, but we could do a pan-European teach-in, couldn't we? That'd be nice. We have time for a few more comments, I think, before we wrap up. Oh, yes, sorry. You're sitting so far back, I can hardly see you.
So I thought I had to speak. Okay, thank you. All that sounds really interesting. So pardon me in advance for perhaps sounding a note that's a little, that's a little sort of cynical, if not pessimist. I'm just worried about the fact that we are in this post-Brexit policy landscape, trade landscape, where challenging these things we are, of course, in a sense, craving for the liberal hypocrisies, even with all their selectiveness and hollowness. But at the same time, when you look at how things have been recently, is it realistic to just expect that sort of change to come from powers up when you think of India, think of China, think of these various countries doing these things, combined with the fact that there are these very good global alliances between these leaders. So partly I'm just a bit worried that we are, I want to be optimistic, but I'm just thinking about the actual. So in that sense, the person who spoke earlier before Dibesh as well, but Jonathan, the thing is not just so much only technology. So technology is part of that story. But what the chief minister of the most populous state in India today did is that he approved it for his followers to just go and paste large hoardings of protesters with their names, addresses, and pictures. So technology is part of how these oppressions are happening, but low-tech oppressions are also equally, kind of really violent and happening. So there's I guess partly I'm just saying that the technology and the state level things have to happen, but they're not all of that story for me. So I would say that given that even in a democracy, can you really elect a government that will make markets fail? Do we really expect that weapons sales will not shoot up every time these sorts of things happen? Sorry, I'm not like trying to rain on everyone's optimism, but I do want to say that this is real. Now, having said that, having sounded that note, I do want to think of what can we do in sort of disruptive ways that actually does make this matter. And I think one of the ways on the campus situation, since being an academic myself, I feel like why don't we have this sort of thing matter for the curricula? Why don't we have a concerted demand across universities from students or others to actually say, please teach us about Xinjiang, please teach us about Kashmiris, teach us about Hong Kong, like make it matter, make it somehow required for people to actually find this out at a very kind of even basic undergrad level, so that you don't just have 5 PhDs and postdocs who know about it and a group of people who gather in a room. But these things have to be somehow mandatorily part of how everyone is learning about what's going on in the world. So I would say at the level of ideas, doing something like that for me is building out towards making things change. Otherwise, I don't really want to just be naive and think that this will change. So I would want something like that to happen, like curricular level changes, education level changes, and also kind of more things around Chinese, again, this is, Xinjiang is your maybe, I wanted to actually ask this of the second panel. So, how do people in China, isn't it possible at all to look at the ways in which consent, apart from intimidation, consent is created around this? Like, are there ways of non-coercive consent, which is kind of ideological consent, can that be somehow seen against the grain in these countries, India, China, wherever this is happening? I know with Trump and all of these people, it's just really hard. But I just feel that that is something that ought to also be on the story, because a lot of the consent, the conditioning, and the consensus part of that story is as important, although not either or, as the material and the other factors. So thanks.
Thanks. Great. That's very. I think we should give a few moments voice to the remotes, or is it Sophia herself?
It's me.
Also allowed.
So the remotes gave up to us.
Did they?
They were still watching, but there were no comments. No, I just wanted to say something very quick. I really agree with Natasha's points. I think these things need to be, and other issues in the world need to be brought into the curriculum in different ways. But I had one very specific suggestion, that could we make a pledge that people in different universities could sign to say any conference that mentions the Belt and Road has to invite somebody to talk about the Uyghur issue, and that we will not tolerate a conference that is so intimately related to this repression that does not invite somebody who's going to talk about the repression, forced labor, etc. And that that would be quite a simple thing to do, to create a pledge and try to get people in different universities to sign up to it.
Yes, I support that idea. Well, I can see a few more hands up, but I think probably I should take Chair's prerogative now and start drawing us to a close, yeah? Yeah. So thank you all very much. This has been a really great crowd, not quite the numbers that we were expecting from the registrations, which is something interesting that we will explore. There's usually a bit of dropout, but we were expecting a much more crowded room than this. But the people who have been in the room have been fantastic, and I think most of you have been with us all the way through this day, so thank you. The audience, thank you to our heroic technicians. You're still there. We really appreciate your work, guys. Thank you. Thank you to the South China Institute. We've said this already. Yes, we really appreciate the support, especially from our wonderful organisers within the South China Institute and the CASH. Thank you so much for our speakers. It has been really very interesting and quite wonderful to get these conversations going across different regions and different approaches, and I really hope we can do more of this, so thank you. Thank you to the organising committee. Let me name you all. Ava Pills from King's College London, Jude Howell from the London School of Economics, Sophia Woodman from Edinburgh, Matthew Burney from Queen Mary's, Tim Pringle from SOAS. Thank you. And thank you to all you. So I think our emails are available online. If you have any further suggestions or ideas or reflections on this conference, please do get in touch. And thank you again. Our student assistants, I'm so sorry. Well done.